Welcome to India. The game of chess was born here. Thousands of years later, many of the world's best players have made the trek to represent their countries at the 44th Chess Olympiad, the most prestigious team chess event on the planet. In Chennai, the chess capital of India, circumstance has cleared the way for perhaps more countries than ever to set their sights on gold. India has high hopes for keeping the hardware at home. A top 3 seed in the Open and the top seed in the women's section, the host country has legitimate reasons to believe it can sweep gold. The United States are the top seed in the Open section. Fabiano Caruana and Team USA have come to Chennai saddled with heavy expectations of gold or bust. Norway has never medaled at the Olympiad. Featuring the world's best player, Magnus Carlsen leads a Norwegian squad looking to change its country's fortunes. While medals count, some accomplishments won't be measured in gold. The women's team from Ukraine has overcome adversity just to make it here. Now they hope to honor their nation with a memorable performance. Namaste, dosto. In one place for the first time in 4 years, these Olympians are together again. The 44th Olympiad has brought the world's best to the place the game of chess began. And with that, let today's games begin.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 44th Chess Olympiad here in Chennai. Today, your hosts are Grandmaster Arthur Snikshans and me. I'm new. I'm Women FIDE Master Alessia Santeramo. I'm super excited to be covering today the 7th round of this Olympiad. And I have a super co-host, Arthur. How are you? How do you feel? Are you ready for this?
Namaste, Dosto, Alessia, and everybody else who is watching. And it's an absolute pleasure to be back for the round 7 of the Olympiad. Another day after the rest day. Also for the players who had the chance to participate in Bermuda party. I'm not sure. I mean, what does it mean for today's round? But, well, another day, another exciting round.
Yeah, Arthur said Bermuda party because in the rest day, there is this famous party where all the players are going to this party in the evening, and what happens in the Bermuda party stays at the Bermuda party. But now let's go straight into the format. This is an 11th-round Swiss tournament. Every team is made of 4 players that are fighting during the matches. Of course, match consists of board 1 versus board 1, board 2 versus board 2, and so on. Every team wins if they make more than 2.5 points, more than 2 points. And the points assigned for every match are 2 points for 2 points for a win, 1 point for a draw, and 0 for a loss. And the time control is the usual classic time control, 90 minutes plus 30 seconds of increment after every single move, and the additional time of 30 minutes added after move 40. Arthur, how is the team? How are the standings? How was the Olympiad by so far?
Right, so let's check first the women's section. As you see, India is going really, really strong. 6 victories so far and so leading the tournament. In the hot pursuit are Azerbaijan against Romania. Now let's check who is in the top 6 to 10. Again, a lot of impressive teams have gathered at least 5 victories, 1 loss. This means every single round is extremely unpredictable. And I think we've got still the most exciting action ahead of us.
Yeah, and let's go to the first team in the open section. Here we see that Armenia is leading. Incredible performance so far with 6 wins, and they are completely dominating, followed by USA also doing very well with just 1 draw, and then we have India too. Incredible, a team made of super young stars that are lost just 1 game, followed by Uzbekistan and France. Let's go what is from position 6 to 10th. We have the main India team. followed by the Netherlands, Cuba, and India 3. I found it super incredible that both 3 Indian teams are in the top 10. And last but not least, we have Germany. What do you think, Arthur? How impressive it is that India has such a strong country, and with all the 3 teams that are fighting for the lead.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible. And already I was thinking before, I wasn't really sure if the first Indian team is actually stronger than the second team. Maybe it's a bit bold, but actually I think it's good for the teams to have some inner competition, because also the first team, the main team of India, they're seeing how well is doing the junior team. They're like, again, motivating themselves to fight better. And today, I think we are going to have some really interesting matches.
I agree, but before going into that, we should definitely have a look at the profile of Team USA, because they are by far the strongest team by rating.
With a couple of powerhouse countries on the sidelines, Team USA is the popular choice to take gold at the 44th Olympiad. Blessed with a talented roster led by Fabiano Caruana, the top-seeded Americans are looking to secure gold, as they did 4 Olympiads ago back in 2016. That gold medal was historic for the United States, as it was the first gold for Team USA since 1976, a drought that spanned across 5 decades. Loaded with Olympiad experience, Caruana and Wesley So were both key contributors to the gold medal team in 2016. Even one of the newest members to Team USA, Levon Aronian, is no stranger to competing at the Olympiad. Aronian bagged gold while representing Armenia during a stretch in which that country won 3 gold medals across 4 straight Olympiad appearances. Also making his Team USA debut in Chennai is Lanier Dominguez. Considered to be one of the strongest players ever to come out of Cuba, Dominguez rounds out a Team USA roster with few weaknesses. Coached by Chess.com commentator Robert Hess, Team USA's roster is so deep that reserve Sam Shankland would likely play first board for most countries in this year's event. As expected, Caruana leads Team USA as the first board. But even with a gold medal already under his belt, Fabi heads into this Olympiad with plenty of motivation. Coming off his clunky finish at the Candidates Tournament, Fabi will need to find his game for the US to realize its potential as the favorites. Carrying 3 of the top-ranked players at the 44th Olympiad while facing a significantly weakened field of countries, the United States is well-positioned to come away from India with just its 3rd gold medal since 1937. The time for Team USA is now.
And there we are back, and we should have a look at the match of the day. We have Armenia versus USA. I think this is huge. Armenia is the leader and USA is the strongest teams by rating. So here we have Sargsyan versus Caruana, Melchior against Wesley So, Shahakian versus Dominguez, and Ovanisyan. I say sorry for the Armenia accent. My pronunciation is very bad. And Shankland in board 4. I think it's super interesting that Aronian, and also understandable that Aronian is not in. What are your prediction about this, Arthur? Who do you think will win this match?
I think actually United States team is still a favorite, but Team Armenia has been showing amazing team spirit so far. So really, really tough. But I mean, I do predict at some point the leaders have to drop the points. So I would still give the chance for USA to take over the leaders. What is happening in the women's section? Let's check it out in the round 7. Your predictions, Alessia?
Oh, my prediction. Well, for sure, India is always a super strong team, and but Azerbaijan are also a team that is playing at all very expert, and so it will be intense. Also, Georgia is one of the strongest country of the women's strongest country in the world against Romania. Ukraine, Netherlands. I think Ukraine is favorite here, but Netherlands have also done so well so far. Poland against Bulgaria, also a very interesting matchup. And last but not least, we have Armenia versus Israel.
Right. And what about the open section? So here we see these are the pairings for the open section again. India is playing against India 3. Really interesting matchup. Again, the first Indian team has to prove that they are the favorites of this match. Already we announced Armenia, USA, the big matchup. But there's so many teams close in the contention, like France, Netherlands, Serbia is doing very well so far. And Cuba. I mean, Cuba is seeded number 32. And they're doing so well so far.
Yeah, this is super, super exciting. I'm honestly, personally, I think that the two matches of the day are India versus India 3, and then Armenia versus USA. I think we have the camera of the players here. We can see already that some of the games started. Drew Kari Krishna already seems to, this seems to be like, I think at Queen's Indian, I see D4, the D4, no, E4 pawn pushed. Well, I think it's time to go into the game.
Right, that is Hare Krishna against Ganguly. So these players, they know each other so well. Of course, all the Indian players, the grandmasters, they know each other so well throughout the years. Very, very exciting moment for both of them to meet in this important event. Do we have the first moves already there?
Yes, do we have? So it was D4, D5, C4, A6. Knight f3, knight f6, knight c3, and now c5. What is this move, Arturs?
The Tarash setup c5. I think also Ganguly is one of the world's experts in these lines, and he has done some courses on this. Now, after c5, did White respond with something?
Yeah, c take d5, knight took, and then e4. So White is fighting for the center. And now the knight on c3 got captured, many pawns got exchanged in the center. There was a check, bishop b2, and now also the bishop got out of the board and eventually black castle. This is the current position of the board one. There was just a few more moves. h4, followed by b6.
This reminds me. Yeah, this reminds me of recent game by Gukesh against Andrei Yesepenko. I mean, they played it in the Beal GMT tournament a couple of weeks ago. So Gukesh with white, Andrei Yesepenko with black. And I think also it was Gukesh who tried out this idea of h4. And in the end, it didn't quite work for the young Indian superstar because Yesepenko won the game. But the idea, I guess, is push h5, h6, and somehow try to exploit the black king.
I see, but usually they say, don't push the pawns in front of your king. So this is going against a bit the classical chess principle. Is it something that could backfire like in the game you mentioned before?
Right, I think absolutely there's some risk involved. H4 is, look at that. I mean, White plays h4, then he just makes a short castle. Welcome to the 21st century of chess. It's really amazing where chess has taken us so far. But I mean, talking about slightly about the structure, okay, this h4 is slightly weird, but I think it's quite important to mention one of the core ideas for White is to focus the gameplay on the center and the king side, while Black is thinking about the long-term passed pawn, outside passed pawn and the queen. So if you remove all of the pieces from the board, and in the end we have, let's say, Black has a pawn and b pawn against White's a pawn, then usually Black is doing better in the endgame. But I mean, it's still so far ahead.
Yeah, there are still so many pieces on the board. So can a generally strategy for Black be exchanging pieces?
I think so, yeah. So Black wants to take a good care of the c file. I would imagine maybe queen c7, queen c3, maybe just some normal moves like queen e7, rook d8. And you know, Alessia, I'm thinking about this position. I'm trying to remember what did Gukesh played in that game against Yesepenko. I think he played at some point d5. That's the common idea. And I think the point of including h4, h6. So, for example, if you now push d5, which is a very common pawn sacrifice, I guess, yeah, now we can do it. E takes on d5, and now the big point is e5. So the question is, what? No, don't take e5. The question is at which moment to execute this, because White wants to play moves like knight e4, knight f5, maybe queen f4, queen g4, or even bishop b1, queen d3. And then you start to see that suddenly including h4, h6 is really in favor for white because black cannot easily close this diagonal by playing g6. So this is the common idea. And I think Yesepenko responded after d5 with e5. And Gukesh got a better position, but he lost the game.
Wow. Okay, that's a very interesting plan. Just going for the king, and in this line that we're just seeing on the board, then h4 makes sense because after g6, can you go for h5? Right, attacking directly the point there.
Right, and the pawn on h6 also is under attack. So I mean, white needs to be careful about this pushing d5 because black would respond with some counter attack like d4, like again sacrificing the pawn, opening the bishop. Continue with knight c5, but I would expect something like this to be played. And there you see Pentala has played bishop b1. He keeps all the options open.
Yeah, he just went back with the bishop.
Yeah, so I mean, by the way, Krishna is doing really well so far. He has scored a lot of points. His rating performance, if I'm not terribly mistaken, was about 2,900. He beat very nicely Abdusatorov for the previous round. So what do you think, Alessia? We move on to the second game?
Yes, definitely. Let's see what Vidit is doing. Let's see from the start shortly how the opening was. It was d4, knight f6. We have a Nimzo Indian. Let's go here with bishop d4. We are in the main line with d3, castle, bishop d3, t5, a3, the bishop capture. Now white has two double pawns at the bishop pair. D takes c4, bishop taken c5, fighting for the center. Knight f3, queen c7, bishop e2, knight c6, castle, and e5. Are we in theory? Is this still theoretical?
Yeah, it is definitely a highly theoretical line. Again, I don't recall, was it exactly this order of moves? So if you go back a couple of moves, so this is like one of the big discussions in this position. Who is stronger? I mean, the two bishops for white or black slight lead in development. Yeah, so I mean, b takes on c3. So what white is usually doing in Nimzo, he's trying to grab space, grab center, and back it up by two bishops. So that's why moves like f3, knight e2, e4 at some point are very common themes. So black is trying to do it very aggressively, going now to the final position at the final moment in the game when black already pushed e5, so we can return to this position. It's quite odd, actually, Alessia, right? Because, I mean, white has the two bishops, but black is opening the position.
Yeah, I'm a player. I'm an Indian player. And I like this with black because black is fighting immediately for the center. And mostly the bishop are still struggling going out, especially this bishop on c1 that is blocked by whole white pawns. And it feels like black is still fighting because even if white has those two bishops, they are still not so active.
And this bishop on c1, right? Look at this bishop on c1. It's not doing anything. But what here Citroman is saying, I mean, I'm thinking long term. For example, if you would make some moves like, let's say, knight e5, right? Knight e5, knight e5, the trade happens. And imagine yourself, let's say, if we somehow, queen a5, obviously, if we somehow manage to play f3, e4, and bishop e3. Of course, the pawn on c3 is under attack, but the big point is we open the bishop, put it on e3, and suddenly white is so much better because he has the center, he has the bishops.
Yeah, and in an open position, bishops are so fast to attack one side or another. And so they are much faster than a knight. Knight can jump just a few squares. Instead, the bishop can go from one side of the board to the other. I love bishops in open positions. But what do you think will be here now, the next move? Why is white taking time here and thinking?
Maybe e5 is not the most common move here. You know, there's a lot of things that white can think about. Maybe he's not slightly ready for this line. Maybe the top choice is something else he was expected during the preparation. Because one thing, dear viewers, that we are not seeing is obviously the preparation. And these players, they spend like several hours before every single game trying to construct where the game is going to head. So if e5 is played and now Citroman is like taking a couple of minutes, well, this means, okay, I mean, I have to figure this out, and this is clearly not what I looked at in the morning.
Yeah. And if you would be white now, what would be the move that you would be considering?
I guess there's many moves like knight e5. Well, about this knight e5, I think if we don't get to play f3, e4, and bishop e3, which you Alessia already showed, I would say that it's risky for white. Maybe moves like bishop b2, maybe there's something quiet like h3, because, I mean, black did play e5, but this is not a game of checkers, right? You're not obliged to take on e5, because the question is black really interested to push e4? That's a big question. Let's say if I play bishop b2, right? I mean, it's slightly passive move, but I'm saying that we're thinking about long term. So what do? I mean, let's say e4, take the game, push over, knight e2, and now I'm going to claim that the position is going to open, my bishops are going to open. Let's move on. Let's check the game number 3.
Yes, let's go. Well, I think I need a bit of time here.
All right. So the game number 3 is Arjun Narigaisi against Abhijit Gupta. Essentially, this is a fight between youngsters again, a youngster against experience of the grandmaster, because Gupta has been around for quite a while. He's well known, regarded as one of the strongest Indian grandmasters. There you see, there's the Narigaisi, play with white.
Wait a second. Look what happened. It's a London system. Oh my God. Arthurs, do you like the London system? Are you a fan or are you an hater of the London system?
Well, I used to be a hater of the London, but I came to appreciate it. I came to appreciate it because it's simple to play. And I think we have to thank a lot for the popularity of the line for the world champion Magnus Carlsen, who brought it at the highest level. I mean, I'm not sure if that's correct, but I would say that almost single-handedly, he started to play it, and people decided to pay much more attention to the London, and it's easy. It's very structure-based, easy to carry out plan.
Yeah, let's see what black made here. Knight f6, e3, c5, knight f3, knight c6, knight bd2, and knight h5. This is unconventional. Mostly I've seen many suggestion of going with the queen on b6 and all the lines where you're attacking the b2 pawn. Knight h5.
This is really tricky because again, the question is knight h5 is one of the common themes. So for example, let's say if I don't know what I'm doing here, I'm going to play bishop g3, and after bishop g3, black is going to take on g3, h takes on g3, and the thing about this position is that in the long term, the position will open. Again, we had this discussion before, the two bishops, the power, etc., because it's not a secret. Bishops best operate in open positions. So I don't think white really wants to do this without making black to make some concessions. So while the bishop trade is in the cards, maybe it makes sense for white to provoke some weaknesses first. And I'm talking not bishop g3, maybe let's think about most like bishop g5. So knight h5, bishop g5, h6, bishop goes to h4, g5, bishop g3, and now that's something else. So it's usually about these ideas. White is always aware there's knight h5. Sometimes he plays h3. If we not include, let's say, knight b to d2, I mean, typical on these positions, sometimes he plays h3 so that there's no knight h5, and then just in case, take care of the g4 square.
Yeah, but now there is knight h5 on the board, so you cannot really cannot really save the bishop. Is it an option to leave the bishop on f4, like defending the pawn on d4 with the move c3 and then let black capture?
There are some positions like that, but I don't think this is the one. Sometimes white does play c3, but I think the big point is to take on d4 with the knight, establishing some good control to dark squares. But you know, Alessia, I wouldn't rule out anything because chess has become so interesting. The modern theory is moving on, so anything is possible. Do we move on to the board 4?
Yeah, sure. We have Sarayan against Purani.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, let's see the game. Here we are. So we have e4, e5. This is the first time that we see e4, e5 here.
Yeah, e4, e5, all right.
We have the Spanish. Look at this with d3. This is the new way to approach the Spanish, and is is you don't go for the very main line, the main move where people have played thousands of games. Grandmaster are super theoretical, but they try to go from some lines that are less explored, and maybe there is still some potential to find some interesting position. And after b5, the bishop goes back, bishop on c5, and bishop g4. This seems like a new move, bishop on g4, on g5.
Yeah, it's quite an interesting idea. But one thing about this early d3, the way I understand it, if white plays it early, it means he's sort of objecting against the open variation with knight x on e4. Meaning, if you go back a couple of moves instead of d3, of course, d3 is quite a serious move, but the main move for many years has been short castle. But the short castle, it allows knight x on e4. So I can only guess that maybe during the preparation, Puranik felt that, I don't know, I don't really want to go there, because now if black plays bishop e7, which is the most typical move, now you can play d3. So the early d3 move before short castling is almost inviting black to play bishop c5, and the bishop on c5 in general stands better.
Yeah, it's much more active than inside the box on e7, where the bishop would be a bit passive after the pawn on d6. And I like the approach that white is taking here with the idea of bishop g5. You're a bit exploiting the fact that the bishop is not on e7, and so you can pin the knight on f6. And I won when I was small so many games by playing the knight c3 and knight d5, attacking the knight that is pinned, destroying the kingside castle, and then giving even a quick checkmate. But what is black doing in order to prevent any problem with knight d5? Your h6 is the move.
Here's the thing. Black has not castle short. h6, g5 might be in the cards, right? And now the question is, how does it feel together? This h6, bishop h4, g5, how does it feel together with b5? Because black king is going to have to castle at some point somewhere, right? It's not going to be a long castle. You see, you have some weaknesses on the queen side. Is it going to be g5, d6, and then short castle? I mean,
yeah,
maybe.
And that's what is happening. So d6, g3, and g5. So this is a good question. Where is black king going to castle? But the answer is immediate on the king side. What do you think about this?
It's interesting, about why this sort of the moves. Because if black would have played h6, g5, already having castled, he needs to watch out for the knight sacrifice on g5. So imagine yourself. So let's say instead of h6, g5, we would play short castle, right? Let's say, whatever, c3, short castle, castle. Now black plays g5. Now there is knight g5. You need to watch out for this move. And it's not always very clear when you can do that, when you can't do that. And I think the good practice is not to toss the coin. Right. I mean, try to figure out, is this really the right moment when you can play that? So that's why h6, g5 happens first, and then short castle. Alessia, do we also check the leaderboard, right? Team USA against Armenia?
Yes, sure. Let's go straight into it. Let's go to board number 1. We have Caruana versus Sargsyan. Let's go shortly through the opening. Here we have another d4, c4, and d6. This time with knight f3. And Caruana is playing the move b6. So he's starting an Ovest Indian development, going with the bishop out very early. Bishop on a6. This is a very classical idea, Arturs. Would you like to explain it?
I'm a bit surprised to see Fabi playing the Queen's Indian. I don't recall. I mean, definitely he has played it before, but I sort of don't recall playing him lately. So maybe I'm completely wrong, but this is not how he usually plays. So clearly for this game, he has some ideas. And the point of bishop a6 is obviously target the c4 pawn. There's many moves. There's queen c2, there's queen b3, there's b3. What did Sargsyan play?
Yeah, he played b3, protecting the pawn. Now there is a check, bishop covers, bishop goes back. I find it so hard to understand these moves in this opening that sometimes you go with the bishop on a square and then you go back. So you created this bishop, you helped white to develop the bishop on d2, but actually this bishop on d2 doesn't seem in the perfect square. So what is the sense a bit of these moves here?
It also comes from some Catalan ideas. Sometimes black gives the check on b4, then retreats either to e7 or d6, depending on the occasion. But the big point is, like you already said, Alessia, the bishop on d2 not always is so well positioned. And think about moves like, let's say, knight e4. So the knight e4 would immediately challenge the bishop on d2. And is it standing perfectly? Not quite. Also, sometimes you might have access to d5, d takes on c4, and the bishop on d2 is not protecting the pawn on d4. And sometimes you feel that this bishop on d2 would actually stand better on c1, because having included already b3, it makes sense to play bishop b2.
Yeah, so it's a bit more flexible on c1 rather than on d2, where it's already moved. Yes, this is the idea. After knight f3, d5, black is going exactly for this idea. For the center, he would like to take on c4, and now white is basically has to take on d5. That's exactly what it happened. Development goes on. Both players are castling. Rook on the open file. Knight e5, bishop back on b7. Finally, the bishop didn't have any more a role on a6, and so went back to a better diagonal. Rook c1, knight bd7, and rook c2.
This was a hot topic something like, 5-6 years ago. They used to play it quite a lot. Maybe also Fabi. I don't really remember. There's many Queen's Indian experts, and it used to be popular. Then for some reason, it just disappeared. Not so many games before, so clearly Fabi has some new ideas here. He wants to test it out, and I'm not really surprised, because with the openings, it's like with fashion, they come back at some point. So Queen's Indian is maybe very hot today. A couple of years, so somebody finds some new idea, it's not so popular anymore, or another opening becomes incredibly popular, and then it comes back at some point with new ideas, and hey, everybody's playing it again.
Yeah, and what makes an opening comes popular again? What is at top level? What does make the difference?
I'm sorry, what makes the difference?
What makes the difference when an opening comes popular at top level? Because players usually don't want to have dry position, don't want to go in a fast throw, they want to play. And
I think there's just some new ideas, maybe with the help of the engines. Obviously, these best players in the world, they're working with the best engines. They have a team, they discover some new maneuver, like h4, a4, aggressive pawn pushes. It gives a different perspective, and it's like, I just want to test it out, right? And that's how it usually goes.
I have a question. What is the idea behind rook c2 here?
Oh, rook c2. Okay, that's slightly mysterious. Maybe bishop c1. Maybe reroute the queen somewhere to b1, a1. I don't know, Alessia. Looks a bit
I think
mysterious to me.
sometimes grandmaster moves are so deep that just a few moves later you realize the idea. That's why for amateur, then it's too late when you realize the idea of sub moves.
Right. Clearly, the idea is to free some squares, right? Maybe it's c1 square for the bishop. Feels a bit slow, but also I think there could be an idea, maybe double very quickly the heavy pieces on, let's say, the d file. For example, I don't know, let's say knight e5, right? Knight e5, I snatch the knight on e5, take, and let's say knight g4, very aggressive. So suddenly, after bishop f4, maybe this rook on c2 somehow is joining the second rank, and the pawn on d5 is, targeted. And of course, you can still play g5. I don't know very quickly what to make of that, but pawn on, by the way, pawn on d5 is already under attack. Bishop c1, and then we ask black some questions. What do you have for the weakened squares at the king side?
Yeah, here you could take on e5.
Yeah, you take on d5.
Yeah.
The point was, maybe sometimes even white is happy to sacrifice the pawn like that. Expose the king side. Also, one of the modern ideas of today's chess. It's going to be definitely interesting. What is happening in the second board? Wesley So against Franz Melkomian.
Here we are. It started with e4 c6, so we are in a Caracan for the fun. We say hello to the fan of Gotham Chess that is always loving this opening. And white is playing the two knights, so not the most popular variation against the Caracan, but probably Wesley still wants to get to a position where he can maybe show some new ideas. Mm-hmm. So now white is fighting for the center with the move d4, bishop e7. We're soon reaching the current position. And now
this is very nice. I love what Wesley is doing here. Alessia, If we go back to the opening phase, I would like to compare this line. I would like to compare this line with one little thing. I mean, e4, c6, d4, d5.
Yes.
And we trade on d5. This is what we call the exchange variation. And now the big point is after bishop d3, knight c6, c3, mainly this is reserved for some accelerated time control games. We already, by the way, saw, I think it was Daniela Vocatura playing it against the world champion, Magnus Carlsen, here in the Olympiad, whichever round it was, round 3 or 4. And the big point is go slowly at a king side. So bishop f4, knight f3, knight e2. But the theory says black is doing all right. That's the bottom line. And now we check what Wesley is doing. He is aiming for the same structure, but with a different order than most. I find this to be really interesting. So once again, what he wants to do, he wants to put the bishop on d3, which now can't be bothered by black's last square bishop. He wants to play knight e2, c3, and have an easy attack to carry out of the king side.
And this is exactly what he's doing. He's bringing the knight towards c2 and eventually protecting the pawn on c3. And now this is the current position. This is what is on the board.
This is clearly an improvement. I mean, comparing to that line, my feeling, this is an improvement because I've played the exchange character variation for years. So, I mean, I love the variation. I think it's very easy to play. But here the bishop on d3 gives white some extra chances because, I mean, black cannot easily get rid of this bishop. And also, I mean, if you look at the pawn structure, right? Again, this is the Caspet structure, b2, c3, d4. The pawn structure like is aiming. You have to do something on the king side, and it's quite obvious, right? I mean, Wesley is gonna focus on the king side. I don't know how, g4, h4, g5, whatever. Black.
Yeah, I like to say that the pawns are like creating an arrow and indicating you where to go to attack. And the white pawns are really showing towards the king side, boys.
Right, and black also has the same pawn structure, right? f7, e6, d5. And that means black wants to do something at the queen side. a6, b5, b4, establish a weakness on c3, something you can target. But you know, in practice, one thing is it's always easier to play against the king. So that's what I like.
One thing is getting a weak pawn, one thing is getting mated on the king side.
Exactly. Right. So it's a great idea. You know, somehow it transposed from the two knights variation. And yeah, so Wesley is actually doing well so far.
Yeah, what would be the move that you would consider here?
For black?
White, next move.
White. Well, I was thinking, do I want to immediately charge at the king side, like g4? Or maybe that's a bit too rush. Right? Maybe I need to be a bit careful. I would think about the rook on a1. What's the rook on a1 is doing? So maybe Wesley is thinking about some moves like rook d2, rook e1. But then again, I'm thinking maybe the rook d2 is a waste of time. Maybe I play something like king h2, rook g1, and the other rook goes to e1. So it's important to think about the harmonious cooperation of all the pieces, because to be successful in chess, you have to use all of your pieces. And I think the best players in the world, they're showing how to do that in the most precise way. So I think Wesley is going to find a very nice way how to coordinate all the pieces. g4, yeah, maybe definitely there's g4, but maybe he's going to find a way to bring the rook on a1 in the game.
All right, we will come back later. Let's go to board 3. We have here Shakian versus Dominguez. The game started with a Sicilian. We have lots of fun of the Sicilian. It's one of the most dynamic opening in chess. And here we are in the main line, guys. We are in a neither with bishop g5. There is so much theory about this.
Yeah, I used to call this the old theory. I mean, bishop
the
g5.
Old theory.
Yeah, the old theory. Of course, it's not old theory, but there's so many moves. I mean, if you go back a lesson to bishop g5, I mean, professionals are even making fun of this position because there's so many moves. Every single legal move has been tested here. Again, bishop c4, bishop d3, bishop e2, bishop e3, bishop d2, bishop g5, queen f3, queen d3, a3, a4, knight b3, rook b1, rook g1, h3, h4, g3, even g4. I mean, everything has been every legal move. I think b3 as well. So it's like becoming quite a joke, to be honest. Meaning a joke in a positive sense that people are trying to come up with a lot of ideas here. So bishop g5 is like one of the old moves, one of the conventional ways to continue here.
During one of my stream, I was attempting starting the neither for the white pieces, and a grandmaster came to the chat and said, "Good luck, Alessia. You have to face at least 16 good moves for white." And yeah, it's lots of work. But bishop g5 has been played the old moves, as Arthur says. Knight b7, now queen e2. Isn't the queen like blocking the bishop on f1?
Yeah, this is interesting because queen e2 clearly indicates that white wants to go for early f4, e5. And maybe without developing the light square bishop, white is trying to win time. Long castle f4, e5. This is still theoretical discussion, but what white is saying here, I'm going to figure out where to position the bishop later. This is definitely playable.
All right, and that's actually what is happening. G6 is a shy way to develop. Is it?
I think that's the main move here. I sort of recall it. I played myself a bit Najdorf here, unless I'm terribly mistaken. H6, G6 is how they played here.
F4 and E5. So black is blocking white's idea.
Now there might be some crazy lines here. I recall some exchange sacrifices on the 7 at some point. Do we have any more moves? Maybe
we have more moves. Alp take e5, d take e5, and now castle, leaving a piece hanging on d4. I cannot move on without understanding what is happening if black is taking the pawn.
e5, yeah, must be e5.
e5, and if g5, oh, you take with check.
Right, and everything falls apart for black.
Amazing.
So it's quite interesting idea. White is heavily focusing on development, and black needs to carefully navigate here.
Yeah,
so,
c7.
Yeah.
Knight goes back, b5, now knight b5.
Was it here, Alessia? Was it here? I'm sorry, instead of knight e5. Was there this exchange sacrifice on the 7, which was sort of drawish, but I don't really recall, to be honest. Rook d7, knight e7, because the knight on f6 is under attack, and knight e5. And there were some testing lines, how you could check it. But obviously, I think that white knows this idea to sacrifice. And again, it really depends on the player. If the player, your opponent, is playing out very quickly, you look at him, look in his eyes. Do you know this line? Okay, he's a knight of player. Okay, probably I'm not going to test it because then it's somehow ending with a draw. If you ask me, I don't remember how it ends with a draw, but I just remember that it was supposed to be, somehow drawish.
Yeah, and they try to find some new ideas, and so they don't go for a line that are straightforward, very forced, and if the opponent knows it's a draw, but prefer to get an interesting position still. So this is the current position on the board. We have black that is still struggling with the king. The king is not yet castled. Where is the king going to castle? On the king side, maybe, but is it that safe?
I don't know. This is going to be very sharp. So what here Ter Sahakian is doing, he's going for a big fight. Obviously, because again, we talk about a match strategy. And there's no secret for Team Armenia. They know they're underdogs. They know that. They know that the Team USA wants to beat them. They're the sole leaders of the tournament. And team strategy usually at these levels is that the white player tries to win. It's so simple. White tries to win, black plays solid. Right? So I think that Ter Sahakian should try to take his chances. Otherwise, how else are you going to try to win this match? Or at least try to stay in the game? Somebody has to win a game. And I think it's quite interesting that Aronian is not playing today, and we are speculating, Alessia, the previous round, if Levon is going to come back and play against his former native country, because obviously everybody knows he was born and raised in Armenia, and he was the local hero for many, many years. Then he left for some reasons which we're not going to talk about here. And it would feel weird, right, for him to play against his teammates, his friends, like the second family. So it's understandable that he's not going to be here today.
Yeah, we definitely understand that he's not here today. And one thing about the USA team, they have they have an incredible team. All players are over 2,700, all super experienced, and so they can allow Aronian to rest for this team. Let's go to board number. Oh, actually, there was just a move F5 that draws my attention because again, this move makes the shore castle look even weaker. Is G4 a move possible here?
Definitely it's a move. It's definitely a move I would consider, right? I mean, maybe even right away. Yeah, I would try to get to the black king. Try to expose
imagine
it.
G4, black takes, and then bishop on D3, and white seems being winning already. Of course, as you said before, I like what you said. Chess is not like checker. You don't have to take, so probably black will find another move here.
Maybe there's something like closing the position with G5 and F4. Difficult to tell. The knight on B3 for white is not doing much. And I think when we go back to the starting position, obviously, if I'm playing with white and I'm playing against such a strong player like Dominguez, I'm thinking, how do I use every single piece at my disposal? So I think the knight on A5 is not doing much. I'm thinking, should I play knight A5? Knight A5, knight C6, because that is one of the common maneuvers in this position. Get the knight on C6, maybe sack the pawn, whatever, so that I open the position. And I'm thinking about the bishop on F1. Where do I position it, right? What do I play? G4, like you said? Do I put it on E2? And usually it's like, a lot of feeling, right? How do I position my pieces to make it right?
Yeah, when I see a move that I like, I am kind of obsessed about it. So I just keep looking at G4 because it feels like an interesting way to put the bishop on F1 in the back square. That would be D3. And
Right.
because, for example, also if F4, you have the possibility to go with the bishop on D3 and you're directly targeting the pawn on G3. I'm curious to see if here we will see the move G4. But let's move on to the last board of this match. Here we have Shankland with the white pieces against Ovanishan with the black pieces. Opening was D4, D5. And we have a Slav defense with C6. Here we are in a very theoretical line. Knight H4 attacking the bishop. Bishop E2. The bishop got exchanged. And now H3. H3 is a typical move when the file is open. No, you want to block the rook so that your pawn is safe there.
This is very interesting, the theoretical discussion, and I think the trend of the lines moves here and there every single time. So we go back a couple of moves. Maybe let's start with this entire sequence of bishop f5. So to explain the thought process, why black is doing this. So black plays bishop f5 because he wants to secure the center with e6. So if he would play e6 right away, which of course is a different branch of theory, right, yeah. So this is leading to some different types of games. Black wants to play d takes, b5, bishop e7, c5, and free the bishop. But somehow it feels that, definitely completely playable line, but feels that black is like trying to solve the problems that he just created, right? All the respect to the Slav players. But bishop f5, the big point is black wants to do everything at once. He wants to bring out the bishop and then play e6, solidifying the center, and so that he's not suffering because of the light square bishop. And now after knight c3, e6, we had a discussion, Alessia, in the London opening today, whichever game it was, already forgot. One of the top games, I think, in the Indian match, right?
Yeah,
Knight h4. Knight h4 again. Black is not allowed to play h6 to secure the bishop. And now bishop e4 or bishop g6. These are the two main moves. And I don't really know what's the current status of bishop e4 versus bishop g6, because I think for some time it was believed that bishop e4 is better than bishop g6. Maybe he has taken the role, but the point of bishop e4 is try to provoke a weakness for white f3. And then black plays bishop g6, and we get exactly more or less the same position. No, not bishop g4. Bishop e4. Bishop e4. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Not bishop, but bishop g4 maybe is also, by the way, playable. Yeah. Now white plays f3, push away the bishop, and then after bishop g6, queen b3. You take on g6 a bit later. Queen b3, bishop d2, etc. Very interesting dynamic lines. I love it for white. And bishop g6 immediately. This allows white to get the so-called minimal advantage of two bishops.
Yeah, I guess the question is always, is f3 helpful or is not helpful for white? Is that weakness or is helping?
Well, Alessia, I have to ask, are you a bishop's person or a knight person?
I'm definitely a bishop person.
Well, there you go.
But just until the position doesn't get in time trouble. In time trouble, I love knights. Knights are doing amazing when the time is short. They're giving lots of checks, giving forks. I like all the pieces.
And one of the points of this knight h4 is that also, after take on g6, white is getting better control of the center. So you see, black is no longer having the light square bishop on f5. This means less control of the e4 square. And it doesn't really mean that white is immediately going to charge e4. He's going to do it slowly, and carefully, because those two bishops, they're going to open. Now, this is a position I can definitely relate to. I love these positions from the white's perspective, but black is usually very solid.
White is exploiting the lack of the light square bishop with the move queen b3, attacking the vulnerable point on b7. But it seems like there is no problem because black is just playing queen c7, protecting the pawn. After h3, a natural move, just closing, avoiding that any piece can capture on h2. Black is going on with development, bishop on e2, rook c1, knight b6. What's the idea of knight b6?
Knight b6, I guess black wants to figure out what's happening with the pawn on c4, maybe provoke c5, maybe force to take on b5. Both plans are perfectly possible. But Alessia, do we move on, right? We also have the third board of the match, which is Team France playing against Netherlands, and there's probably also a lot of action ahead.
Yeah, definitely. We have in the board one, we have Moussard against Giri, so we should definitely have a look at that. Giri is the king of draws, isn't he?
He's the king of exchange sacrifices in the Olympiad, because I think in the 2 games in a row against Eric Hansen and not yesterday, but the previous round against Badur Jabava, he made very spectacular exchange sacrifices, and Anish is on fire here. It's
and we have
lovely to
a
watch
Rasselimo. We have a Rasselimo with e6.
What? So Anish doesn't play Najdorf?
Yeah.
This is not how Najdorf looks like.
No, definitely.
Wow. Anish. I mean, Anish is, of course, widely regarded as one of the experts of the Najdorf. For example, also the poison pawn variation, if white goes for that, and now going for knight c6, e6. Okay, there's some ideas.
Castle knight g7 and c3. I think that's one of this knight. Bishop b5 has been considered for a very long time a sideline, but nowadays grandmasters are starting really to play this move more and more. We've seen also so much this move happening in the match Caruana Carlsen, because it gives white so much new interesting position that are not so theoretical as the open Sicilian with the move d4. And I'm a big fan of the Rasselimo. Yeah.
I mean, also I've played it for many years, and this idea of c3 is one of the ideas of various anti-Najdorf and Rasselimo variations, is to put the bishop on b5, castle very quickly, and then play c3, d4. This is getting very popular. I mean, these bishop b5 setups, and I think it actually was Anish himself who said it, quote, "I don't believe that bishop b5 is a sideline." And that is becoming really trendy. And the first thing which would come to my attention in my memory is the World Championship match, Magnus Carlsen against Fabiano Caruana 2018, which was one of the hot topics. Knight c6 was often played by Magnus, and Fabi was trying to crack it. Then he would switch to the open with d4, c6, knight e4, and the Sicilian Sveshnikov. This is what they play today. This is the main stuff.
Yeah, so let's see what is happening on the board. a6, and white at move 3 has already a choice. White could already take here and have a completely different position where you are doubling the pawns and you're playing against this weakness, but you're giving up the bishop pair. So this is approach number one that you could have in Drossolimo. Instead, White in this game wants to keep the bishop a bit in the Spanish style. And so it goes back, and this goes back even on c2. And many times, actually, these lines can look similar to Spanish, to e4, e5 structure, especially if Black eventually plays the move e5.
Yeah, it's very nicely how you said, right? That sometimes there are different openings, like the Ray Lopez or the Spanish by different name, or let's say Rossolimo. Sometimes from some Sicilians, you get the Ray Lopez positions and you carry out the same plan. That's what I've been telling all along for many times, is that focus on the plans, study the structures, so that in case you transpose a certain position from a different opening, you already know what to do.
And this is a reason why I like so much this idea with White. I've played so many times the Drossolimo with the idea that Black players are not used to the plans of e4, e5 Spanish. They always like Sicilian, dynamic, they know lots of theory, but maybe they're not so familiar with this idea. And so I agree with you so much. It's so important to study structures and plans, and because then you are comfortable with whatever is the opening outcome.
All right, let's move on to the second board. While we do that, I think it's quite important to mention that Team France is not having technically the strongest lineup, and they're doing really, really great. Team France made 2 draws so far without having, and let's talk about that. They don't have Alvarez de Firuja, they don't have Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, they don't have Etienne Bacrot. And they're there, right? They're playing against some of the best teams in the world, and they're doing really great. They have such an amazing young talent lineup like Jules Massart, Maxime Lagarde, very aggressive, dynamic players. Also, one of the youngest French talents, Marc-André Maurizi. And they haven't lost a single match. They drew round 4 against India, then draw against Poland, and they're here to stay.
One thing that I notice about players that are they are not fixed in the official Olympiad team is that once they get a chance to play, they want to show that they deserve that spot. And so in a way, from a psychological point of view, they're extra motivated to show their best and to try to impress and to show the team that they deserve this spot also in the next Olympiad.
Right, and here we have Jordan van Foreest, one of the young stars of the Dutch chess, playing against Laurent Fressinet. Laurent is one of the most experienced, if not the most experienced player in the French team. He's very solid. I actually, to be honest, I'm slightly surprised that didn't put Laurent on the top board, because he usually is very tough to beat. But either way, they decided to do it this way. And what do we have here? What kind of opening was this?
Yeah, this was a Spanish with Bishop b5,
right.
And then it went to our favorite Berlin. But we have the variation with Rook e1. So here there is lots of theory, and with the move d4. This is the main line. I don't know if you would say this is already an old main line, but this leads to the famous endgame after this, the following
Famous or infamous? I'm not really sure. Yeah, ever since the World Championship match of Garry Kasparov against Vladimir Kramnik in year 2000, when this line became extremely famous, and it's still there after 22 years. Yeah, this endgame has been fought many times. The latest word, Black is doing really good, although White is usually coming up with some ideas, and that's why these offbeat lines are becoming more and more popular, not to go in the endgame right after the opening.
Yeah, another move, a4, Bishop e7, Knight c3, a6, attacking the bishop. The bishop doesn't want to capture on c6, but wants to go back on f1. e4, attacking the knight. This is a pawn sacrifice.
Yeah. So Black is not really holding on to the pawn, and you could learn a thing or two. I mean, their viewers, you could learn a thing or two from Laurent here, is that not always you have to keep what you got, and the priority should be your development and healthy development of the pieces, right? I mean, so that the pieces are standing well, you control the center, and your king is safe.
Yeah, and that's exactly what is happening here. Now, black is playing with tempo, the move d5, attacking the rook. Rook needs to go back, and black is taking even more space with the move d4. Now, the pawn on d4 is possible to be protected. It's protected by the knight, by the queen, can easily be supported by the bishop as well. And as you said, it's important to take care of the king. So the king is just one move to be in complete safety on the king's side. And this is what is happening at the next move after bishop d3, castle, bishop e4, and bishop e6. It seems like both sides are close to complete the development. d3, leaving space for the bishop on c1. After bishop d5, bishop f4, and this is the current position where we are still two minor pieces on the board. And what do you think? Who is better here?
I think Frasenek has equalized the game. Maybe White has some minor chances on the king side because he has three pieces, this cluster of the pieces in the center. But I mean, if black plays something like bishop f6, queen d7, rook e8, he has no weaknesses and some space advantage at the queen side. The pawn on d4 serves like a cramp. The pawn on a4 actually sometimes White is going to wish to have it on a3 because it would guard a b4 square. I would say the position is both equal. Frasenek is doing great. Jordan is going to try to press it. So I think we have to move on to the board 3.
Yeah, this is the current position. We have Lagarde, Maxime versus Lamy. It was an English opening, c4, c5, very symmetrical setup, and then black went for e5, g3, g6, and after developing the pieces, this is a common setup, no, with the knight on e7, and maybe you want to push forward on d5, and exactly what happens. Look at this, super dynamical opening,
Wow.
just many pawns hanging.
This is really the best chess here because after b4, if you go back a couple of moves, black is offered to take the pawn for free. I was like, hey, I can take the pawn, right? But what happens then? b4, c takes, a takes, knight b4. No, I take b4, right? I take on b4 this pawn. I mean, we have to show it. What happens there? Why don't take it? Right. So you take on b4, snatch the pawn, knight b4 and bishop a3. I think this is the idea. Bishop a3. Now you can't play a5. The rook is pinned on a8. That's a problem. And after knight c6, well, I'm not saying is it knight b5, knight b to c6, right? I go back.
Oh, you do go back.
Or this knight, or maybe this knight. I'm not really sure. But the problem is maybe you put a bishop on d6 and somehow it's difficult to get rid of.
It's a 9 bishop, also with idea of knight b5, knight c7. And is it possible to castle here?
Yeah, maybe. But the big question is what black is going to do about this monster on bishop on d6, which is splitting black's position in two halves, right? You're going to play d6. You're going to play knight f5. You have to play some awkward moves like rook e8. I think this is along the lines the reason why black didn't take it. So a3, b4, we just go back. This is the common idea. And black responded with d5, very aggressive counterpunch.
And after b5, knight a5, c take d4, knight takes. We have the current position with a queen in the center of the board. Is that queen vulnerable there? Or when is a queen good at the center of the board and when is not good at the center of the board?
Well, I think the general rule, Alessia, is that the queen in the center is good if nobody can bother it. And every single piece is usually best positioned in the center. Why is this? I mean, very simple reason. You control a lot of things, right? You control the defense, you control offense, you can look left and right. It's one of the best squares to position your pieces. Why queen on d5 early or any other central squares is maybe not so good, because if I'm going to attack it with any other piece than the queen, you have to retreat. And that's why it brings the question, how is White going to push away the black queen from d5? The only thing I see is somehow use the last square bishop. Something like a short castle and knight g5. That would be my guess. Or maybe short castle and knight e5. Target the queen and win the pawn. So yeah, what happens after that? And now
the bishop on g2.
Yeah, the bishop is under attack. Maybe short castle here. And can black respond with something like e4? I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, the bishop on g7 is under attack. The knight on f3 is not really feeling so well. I think white needs to be a bit careful. So he cannot do that. Maybe
All right, I just got a call from Ikaru. He told me that he wants to see what his friend Bach Benjamin is doing at board 4. So let's have a look at this game. Board 4. We have...
You sure it was Hikaru? It should be awfully early for him.
Oh, yeah, but he really cares about his friends.
All right.
So here we have the position. It was d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight f3, a6. What is this a6? I need to ask.
This is interesting stuff. You know, Alessia, I'm looking at this and I'm wondering why I am not playing it myself. Since I'm a Queen Zindan player, I played it for many, many years. The idea is to play b5, obviously. Target the white center, and it prompts white to play knight c3. This is what was played. And now what I find it to be interesting, now after knight c3, black plays d5, and you start to think, wait, I mean, is this last move a6 now a waste of time? No, because now black wants to take on c4, and there's like a unofficial rule. When the white knight is on c3 in these queen's gambit decline positions, it's a good idea to take on c4 because the knight on c3 is not so well positioned. Because now after d takes on c4, I can strengthen the pawn on c4 with something like b5, and suddenly a6 makes perfect sense.
Yeah, that's a nice plan there. So white decided to change at the center of the board, to change the pawn on d5, avoiding black's idea, and then developing the bishop on g5. Bishop e6, e3, knight bd7. I think this is a classical way to develop the pieces. c6, supporting the pawn on d5, bishop d3, bishop d6, bishop back on f4. What is this move?
Right, so the bishop on g5 apparently is not doing much. Bishop f4, yeah, that is interesting. I guess Bok's idea here is that after the take on f4, which seems to spoil white's pawn structure, after e takes on f4, black needs to reckon with the threat of f5. And somehow black is suffering because of this bishop.
Poor bishop.
So what do you play? Right?
That's true. And it
Yeah.
feels like here we see a bit what few space means. Sometimes when you don't have so much space, your pieces might look a bit ugly and might feel uncomfortable. And this is what is happening with black. The fact that the bishop has literally no square where to go makes black feel like maybe he needs to play moves like g6 here, avoiding the move f5, which is of course moves that can backfire.
Right.
Let's see what happened. Queen c7 was happened, so black didn't take on f4. Queen c1, protecting one more time the bishop. They're keeping the tension, and black is ignoring that. h6, a4, c5, going completely towards another direction.
Yeah, this is interesting, changing the structure. And that's why good players, they feel this moment when to change the structure. I mean, black didn't have to do that. Now they're switching to some kind of
Isolated pawn.
Yeah, some different approach, going for the isolated queen's pawn structure. And I guess the threat is to play c4, establish pawn majority. So bishop d6 makes sense, exactly like you said. Bishop d6, queen d6, maybe d takes on c5, a5. Okay,
yeah,
maybe
a5.
Yeah, that also looks good. But I was thinking about the more classical way, like snatch at some point on c5 and want to put one of my knights on d4. And what I'm saying here is that my knight on d4 is so beautiful that because of it, I'm doing awesome, but I'm not really sure.
Yeah, for example, would it be possible here? I mean, can white take on c5?
Right, and knight c5.
And play against the isolated pawn. Is it possible for white to create this position where black is then having this pawn isolated in the middle of the board, which is, we know that leads to double-edged position, because as the pros, that gives black lots of space, control over the center. But on the other side, if lots of pieces get traded, that pawn cannot be protected by other pawns, and so is considered weak.
Right. While we talk about that, I think we are going to make a very short break there, viewers. Don't go anywhere. Hope you're liking it so far. By the way, a big shout out to everybody who is watching this. And also, I would like to remind you, we have this amazing possibility to bring up the featured chat. If you have some interesting questions or insight you would like to ask us, please do it. We're watching you. What you're saying there, your opinion is very important, but don't go anywhere. See you in several minutes.
See you soon.
The host nation, India, also happens to be the top seed in this year's Women's Olympiad. Surprisingly, India has never medaled in this event, but the time to do so is now with their top women's squad. 2011 World Championship finalist Humpy Koneru leads this team. She's the highest rated player in the entire women's event. Because Koneru will be favored in every matchup, Team India's success likely depends on a great result for her on board 1. But India's chances by no means end with Humpy. India has one of the strongest second boards in the event as well, Harika Dronavalli. A 3-time third-place finisher in the Women's World Championship, Dronavalli is likely to be a key contributor to success in Chennai. Vaishali Ramesh Babu is the third board for India and is by far the youngest member of India's top women's team.
Playing board 3, Vaishali takes on a similar responsibility as her brother, Pragnananda, who plays board 3 for India's second open team.
On this team, the fourth board belongs to commentator extraordinaire Tanya Sajdev. In fact, Sachdev has represented her country in every Olympiad since 2008.
Hi everyone, I'm sorry, but we're experiencing some technical difficulties here in the studio. I hope you'll be patient with us as we get things in order before we return back to the broadcast. This video will now play on loop. Hi everyone, we're experiencing some technical difficulties here in the studio. I hope you'll be patient with us as we get things in order for the broadcast to return. This video will now play on loop. Hi everyone. We're experiencing some technical difficulties here in the broadcast. I hope you'll be patient with us as we work hard to get it back. This video will now play on loop. Hi everyone. We're experiencing some technical difficulties here on the broadcast. I hope that we can get things in order soon. This video will now play on loop. Hi everyone. I'm sorry, but we're experiencing some technical difficulties on the broadcast right now. I hope you'll be patient with us as we get things in order. This video will now play on loop. Hi everyone. We're experiencing some technical difficulties here on the broadcast. I hope you'll be patient with us as we get things in order. This video will now play on loop. Hi everyone. We're experiencing some technical difficulties on the broadcast right now. I hope you'll stick with us and be patient as we work to return. This video will now play on loop. Hi everyone. We're experiencing some technical difficulties on the broadcast right now. I hope you'll be patient with us as we get things in order. This video will now play on loop. Hi everyone. We're experiencing some technical difficulties on the broadcast right now. I hope you'll be patient with us as we work hard to get things in order. This video will now play on loop. Hi everyone. We're experiencing some technical difficulties on the broadcast right now. I hope you'll be patient with us as we work hard to get this back in order. This video will now play on loop. Hi everyone. We're experiencing some technical difficulties on the broadcast right now. I hope you'll be patient with us as we work hard to get things in order. This video will now play on loop. Hi everyone. We're experiencing some technical difficulties on the broadcast right now. I hope you'll be patient with us as we work to get things in order. This video will now play on loop. Hi everyone. We're experiencing some technical difficulties on the broadcast right now. I hope you'll be patient with us as we work hard to get things in order. This video will now play on loop. How much longer does this have to go, guys? Hi everyone. We're experiencing some technical difficulties on the broadcast right now. I hope you'll be patient with us as we get things in order. This video will now play on loop. Hi everyone. We're experiencing some technical difficulties on the broadcast right now. I hope you'll be patient with us as we work hard to get things in order. This video will now play on loop. Hi everyone.
Welcome back to the Olympia, Chess Olympiad in Chennai. Here you can see the live board from the women's section. Now we are going to check some of the top boards of the women where India is doing an incredible performance. But before getting there, we want to see what our world champion Magnus Carlsen is doing. This is the current position, and he's playing against Grandmaster Stanoyolsky. He's rated 2,412. So Magnus has more than 450 points. He wants to win this game. But what do you think, Carters, about this game? This position?
It's a London, right? At least it looks extremely familiar to me. Maybe very quickly browsing.
It was exactly a London, and we have right now this position. So the bishop seems that the bishop got exchanged on f4, right?
Yeah. So e takes on f4, knight takes on d4, and usually in these positions, White is claiming that he has better position pieces, meaning the knight on d4 cannot be easily get rid of. For example, something like knight takes on d3. I guess this is what Black never wants to do, right? Knight e3.
There was a move on the board.
I'm sorry.
There was a move of the board. Carlsen just went with the bishop back on c2.
Yeah, I think he secures the knight on d4, the bishop on d3, because there was a knight b3 threat to trade away the knight on d4, and now bishop on c2 protects a b3 square, and also queen b2 obviously is impossible due to a very simple trick.
Yeah. What do you think would be the next move for Black there?
The natural response,
Maybe just bringing a rook on c8?
maybe, yeah, maybe rook c8, but I would be thinking about a long-term plan. And I see White has this knight on d4. Maybe even White has some ideas like g4, g5, rook h3, do some kingside attack. So can I organize something in the center with f6, e5? I'm not sure, but maybe it's not even possible, because something like queen c7, queen d6, f6, e5, do I achieve anything? But I would be really concerned. I mean, I see, by the way, the bar, unless you also see it, right? It's sort of equal. Or does it feel equal to you?
Well, the bar is actually showing 0, 0, 0. Could you give us some insights of the meaning of this 0, 0? Because it's not a dead draw. What does it mean on a practical point of view?
So zeros usually mean that engine sees some kind of a repetition. And they evaluate everything is equal, meaning the pieces are positioned pretty much the same, there's same activity. Some weaknesses from both players are like one weakness for White, one weakness for Black. A safe king, and that's why engine sometimes says, okay, listen, I don't understand this position. Let's call it equal, because you can always repeat the position and get there. But however, for human beings, it's not so simple, because again, I don't see how Black can easily get rid of this knight on d4. The bishop on c2 is a monster. I mean, look at these minor pieces, Alessia. The knight on d4 and bishop on c2. Do they really seem to be exactly the same power as Black's counterpart, the knight on c5 and the bishop on c6?
I will reply you with colors. I would say that white pieces are blue, instead Black pieces are in red. It means that the bishop on c6, it looks right now like, you know, a pawn. And the knight on c5 is doing all right. I mean, it deserves also the blue. Instead, White has very active pieces, and I really like your idea with g4 and, you know, and the rook h3. I like this plan.
All right. By the way, dear viewers, what do you think about what is the current place of Team Norway right now in standing? So obviously they're spearheaded by the world champion Magnus Carlsen. Do you know how well they're doing so far?
Of course, checking chess results is not valid, my friends. You need to write in the chat what is the number of the placement of Norway without using any, you know, would be fun.
All right.
Do you think it's time to go to our women?
Let's do that. Let's
go. So we have board number 1. We have Azerbaijan versus India. India by far as having an incredible performance. I think Arthurs, you saw what they've done in the previous 6th round. They won everything, no? And now they are facing Azerbaijan. This is the board one. We have Mamadzada versus Koneru Amtu, a very experienced player from India. This is the current position. Which opening was that? Let's see if you guess it right.
Oh, let me try to figure it out.
This is hard, I can
I have
tell.
no idea. I have no idea, honestly. I can guess, but probably it's going to be wrong. Some kind of early c5, d takes d4. I'm not sure how do you call it. Can you show it very quickly?
Yeah, the opening was just d4, c4, which is one of the most standard opening. And then it went for d5, g3, bishop g4. And then it went so crazy with a5, then also c5. And so the position at the center got completely... big changes, no? White took on c5, black pushed the pawn, then exchanging the pawns and exchanging the bishop on b4. And after a few moves, this is the current position we've got.
It's not very usual. I mean, not very usual Catalan. D takes on c5 by white usually means that black wants to recapture the pawn. You see, it didn't happen. And what is playing really inspired chess? I mean, look at the stage for Alessia. Clearly, he's hinting at some 94 ideas, keeping the knight on g5. So let's make some null move for black. I don't know. Let's say rook e8, right? I mean, maybe
okay, rook e8. I always like to move.
Okay.
By the way, before going into, let me say something about chat. I saw many 69 guys. I think you're all wrong, but you're all on point.
Right. So let's say knight e4 now.
Which knight on e4?
Knight d to e4, of course. The knight on g5 is trying to do something there. And now the big point is after knight e4, you take it, I can take with the queen. And now you start to evaluate the importance of having included h4. The knight on g5 is protected, and you need to address the problems with the pawn on h7.
Yeah, you're nearly threatening mate. And I think, like, you have to play g6 here or f5, but f5 seems a bit crazy, no?
Yeah, a bit loose. Yeah, there might be queen d5 check, and I'm not sure. I'm not sure this is what black is gonna like.
Yeah, I mean, I want to show this. If black is moving the king away, you go with the amazing checkmate, this smoother mate. Which have you ever given a smoother mate in real life, internal TB?
Yeah, actually in a classical game. It was like last year, even last year, I managed to deliver a smothered mate. It's not very popular. I mean, not very common way, but it has happened.
By the way, chat, you were super close with your 69, but Norway placement is right now 56. So close, but not exactly there.
Norway is struggling, unfortunately. So the world champion is trying to get some help from his teammates so far. Ari and Tari and Jon Ludwig Hammer not having really the best tournament so far, but maybe still Team Norway is going to find a way to fight back. Do we move on to the second board?
Yeah, sure. Let's go. Second board, we have Balayeva Khan. She's very young. I've played with her actually. Bala. I'll try to pronounce the name properly. Balayeva Khanim. I hope I did a good job. What do you think?
You did very
I played
good.
with her in the World Championship, but like 2000, a few years ago, and she was not even having a title. She was so strong. I don't know how, but I managed to get a draw with her. But she's really having an incredible draw. And now she's bored to her country, so she has a bright future there.
Indeed, as a team, Azerbaijan always has been very strong, and that's why they are throwing challenge against India. India so far again is leading with a perfect score. Team Azerbaijan, I believe, has dropped 1 point, right? I think it was in round 5 against Team Ukraine. I mean, it's very, very tough field. So, I mean, it doesn't matter that you're leading with the perfect score after round 6, like in the women's section, it's the Team India. In the open section, it's Team Armenia. There's so many followers in the hot pursuit that one misstep and you're gone from the leaderboard.
I was looking at this position and I see that this was a Queen's Gambit accepted. And in the current position, we have the knight on d2. When I've been studying this with the black pieces, I've studied that the knight is mostly better placed on d2 rather than on c3. Why is this a case?
I guess it really depends on the position, Alessia. I think in general rule, what we want to follow about the placement of the knights, I call them chaining. I mean, maybe it's not the right word, but what I don't want to do is like chain them together, right? And why is this? Because they feel more secure, but at the same time, they're like taking away squares from each other. And we want to give our pieces as much as luft as we can to operate. And that's why the conventional way to develop the knights is f3 or c3, because they're not really messing up each other and they're controlling more squares. But sometimes the knight on d2 stands pretty well, like here, because on d2 it's not closing the dark square bishop on b2. And yeah, I think that about summarizes it.
Yeah, that's great. White has a bit more pawns in the center. Now the pawn on d4 is challenged by the pawn on c5. Is there a possibility at any point that white goes with the move e4?
Yeah, maybe. e4, d5, right? It would be your idea. Try to expose the king. Maybe, yeah. I mean, again, e4, you weaken the f4 square, right? Is it white to move here, by the way?
Yeah, black
So
to
if I
move,
play
you mean?
e4, knight f4, what is that? I mean,
It's
how do
black
you
to move.
evaluate this position? Yeah, e4. Oh, it's black to move.
It's black to move.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear. Right. So maybe black is not playing bishop e7. I'm not sure about, is it because of e4, but maybe because of d takes on c5, and maybe the pawn on g7 is under attack. So you see this bishop on b2 along diagonal, something on g7 is happening.
Okay, guys, we need to shortly go back to what is happening in Wesley So Games. Look at this. Let's
There's
go
something
here.
crazy.
There is a fork. Oh my god, what is happening? Is this a blunder? Okay, let's see the last move. So it was e5 attacking the bishop moves, and now e4. There is a fork at the queen and the bishop. Please, authors, tell me that he didn't blunder a piece.
Wait, just a second. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. There's knight e4 or rook e4 and queen f7. Just a second. I mean, let's try to figure this out. Maybe rook e4. Rook takes on e4. Did he blunder this? Rook e4, d takes on e4, queen f7, king f7, bishop c4, king f6, knight e4. Don't tell me there's no mates. King f5, g4, king e4. Welcome to the annals of history, ladies and gentlemen. Rook e1, king f3. Wow, what a game.
Oh my god, that's so cool. Oh
Wow.
my god, that's incredible.
How did he miss this? Because, I mean, you're sitting against one of the best players in the world, against Wesley So. And after e5, bishop h6, now the question is, did your opponent just blunder the piece, e4? So before I would play e4, I would ask this question, what did I miss? But this is so beautiful.
And I think we have the answer, because I see the... Oh no, I have to just reload the board. Do we see already a result? Yeah. After rook take e4, the result is 1-0, or unless I'm wrong.
He resigned already?
Oh no, I see just the evaluation bar because we gave a checkmate. Okay. So...
Oh, right. So, I mean, the point is, of course, again, let's go it slowly. Let's go slowly through this line. So d takes on e4.
Queen f7. Queen f7 is forcing king take f7. If you go on h8, it's clearly mate on g7. So you have, the king needs to take. And now also the check is forced. Where is the king going? There is just one square. Again, forced. Knight take e4. Again, the king cannot go anywhere in any square rather than f5. Now g4. Again, this is really forced. There is just one move. King take e4. So it's also easy to calculate. Rook e1 check. Again, just f3 is the only square, and then we have mate. This is impressive.
Also is a mate, but I mean, it's stunning, and all I can say that this can be missed, but to be honest, I'm surprised. I'm surprised by Melkomian, because if you play e4, I mean, you should have some kind of alert. alert feeling. Okay, just a second. I'm super excited here, right? I'm winning a piece. What I'm missing? What I'm missing? What I'm missing, right? So I'm asking this question myself, and I'm sitting on my palms, right, so that I cannot physically make the move before I figure it out. And as soon as we looked at this position, my first thought process was knight e4, not rook e4, because you don't think about sacrificing the rook immediately just like that. And then you realize, maybe we go back, Alessia, once again to that starting position, that we need this knight. We need this knight to give a check to the king. We don't need a rook. So
yeah, so knight take e4 is a wrong move. So probably what he calculated was knight take e4 or bishop take e4. He didn't expect to move rook take e4. It was probably a shock.
This is a shock. Yeah, definitely this is a shock. And again, to the defense of Hrant, this is unusual. This is unusual idea. You don't get to see ideas like this every day.
Yeah.
Very nice.
I like the comment of chess lover. Fabiano wants to trade boards with Wesley.
And imagine the heat that Hrant Melkomian is feeling right now. Obviously, he blundered it, and he's oh my goodness. I mean, is this the right way? Is this the right moment to blunder this? It's like one of the most important matches of the year, of 2 years. We're playing against Team USA, and I blundered like this. It's very depressing, to be honest, right? I know that feeling to be in Black's perspective. Still, of course, huge shout out for Wesley to coming up with this idea, but still it was Black who blundered it on played it for himself with his own hands.
Okay, Arturus, here why Black is not forced to capture the rook. Is there, it's for sure, of course, now we realized everything. What is there any possibility for Black to keep going with the game?
I think now the best strategy is take a break, mental break. 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes, just went it out. I mean, otherwise, if you resign, that's it. The game's done immediately. And Melkomian shouldn't resign immediately. Of course, this is a team event. If this was a single event, he would resign without thinking. Immediately resign, because you just don't want to play. You're disgusted with yourself. Even if it's just a pawn and dominating position. But this is a team event. So he's going to sit there for maybe 10, 15 minutes, just try to gather the thoughts, let it out, and then somehow find a way to get back in the game. Maybe.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm looking at the live camera, and you really see the disappointment in his face. He was looking around shortly the other boards, and then now his hands are on his forehead, and it seems clearly disappointed.
You see which board is it? First board is glancing at him. And you feel that stare, you feel it, you feel the heat, right? You're just so embarrassed, to be honest, right? You're sitting there, oh my goodness, how did I blunder this? And you feel that your teammates are looking at you. Yeah, right, this is the moment when you would just want to, just go away, really. But I mean, Hrant is such a fantastic player. This happens even to some of the best. I think he's gonna continue to play.
Yeah, I think like in a team composition, in a team competition, you have the pressure of you're not fighting just for you, but for the whole team. And so it's a double frustration that you're also for Armenia. Armenia is having an incredible tournament, and with they had already a much stronger team in the Olympiads, but with this team, without Aronian, they are having an incredible performance by far, and so you don't want to be losing the game so quickly, because it gives your team not really a good.
Very tough blow for the Armenians. This could have a major impact on the result, because to blunder like that, I mean, they're like one team together. You see your teammate blunders like that, he's devastated. It affects everybody. But maybe on the contrary, also is going to give some extra push, for example, for, let's say, the fourth board, to work harder, to fight it. Come on, let's do it. We can still do it, right? I mean, this happens. Blunders happen all the time. So, okay, whatever. He blundered. Let's move on. Team Armenia is going to be fine, although this is a major blow.
Yeah, I agree. Is it time to go back to the latest, or
yeah,
do we want
do that? Let's do that. This is a major turn here. Beautiful idea by Wesley. I mean, beautiful, but still, I mean, not to see that before playing e4, that is painful.
It deserves the brilliancy, doesn't it? I like this move. This serves to be brilliant.
Yeah, it is brilliant. It's not even double exclamation mark. It's not enough. I mean, it's like
Three exclamation mark.
Yeah.
Or
so
like
because
chat
it's a
would like
follow-up.
69 exclamation mark.
Right.
All right, let's go back to the ladies. We were discussing about his position, and then the shocking move by Wesley So appeared. Okay, now we have a bit more calm, guys. Take some tea, some coffee, some popcorn. We'll go back to the excitement soon, or maybe something shocking will appear also here. We will reach a position with an isolated pawn soon again, or maybe not, or maybe bishop take d4 is just keeping the structure completely symmetrical, and then the position seems to be I mean, white still has some pressure because, for example, if bishop take d4, that seems a very natural move here, attacking well, pointing at b6, not really attacking the pawn, and also pointing at g7 is making harder for black to castle the king.
Right.
Is it easy for black to play here?
I think bishop takes on d4 has to be played, right? I mean, e takes on d4, you don't want to do. That creates weakness for no good reason. Your bishop is just staring at the pawn. The question is what black has prepared against bishop d4. My thought process is that black took on d4 so that he doesn't have to watch out for d takes on c5. For example, instead of c takes on d4, if black would have played whatever, I mean, maybe bishop e7, then d takes on c5 is going to happen, most likely. And the pawn on g7 is under attack, and you think about that. Okay, I don't like it. So if I can take it, I mean, let's just take it right away. And most likely, after bishop takes on d4, black is going to solve the problem of the pawn on g7 somehow, which remains to be seen. Maybe bishop b4, sack the pawn for some knight c3 ideas. This could be a move, bishop b4. I'm not sure if I can do that. Looks very logical, to be honest.
And what happens if bishop take g7?
I have no idea. It's like a gut feeling. Rook g8, knight c3. I mean, there should be something, you know?
Oh.
Because not, yeah, some tricks. Knight c3, knight e3, something, you know? There's like
the evaluation bar agrees and likes what you're doing.
All right. Looks good, right?
Yeah, it looks good. I mean, now the queen needs to move, and there is lots of pressure on white. I mean, where are you moving your queen? Aren't there problem with the g file, with the bishop on f3? Knight on d2 needs to be protected. What is the move that is saving? The point is that, for example, after queen e1, you cannot just take on d2 because b7 is hanging then.
But there could be some tactical ideas which I don't see immediately. Maybe something like queen d2, knight d2 ideas, maybe bishop f3, queen d5 ideas. I cannot immediately tell, but I would be extremely scared to go here because this is the kind of position you miss one shot, you're done. And
yes.
White doesn't see the bar. White doesn't see he's doing fine. I see if I miss something, I'm immediately losing. So is this really the practical way to continue for just one pawn?
I agree. And we got just this position on the live board with the bishop on b4. So now the pressure is all on Arika. Will she take the pawn on g7 and go for this crazy line we've just seen? Or will she go for something more solid? But probably then black will be able to castle and to equalize this position.
I think she's never going to take on g7. I mean, not like right away. Maybe she's going to play some more positional moves like knight c4, targeting the pawn on b6, activating the pieces. Maybe she's just, you know, trying to make sure, can I snatch the pawn? I don't know, probably not, looks risky, but you don't really want to give black so much counterplay.
All right, let's move on to another board. Here we have Vashali versus Beydulayeva. And this position was a Bogoinian with bishop b4, and this is the current position. White has some space, no?
Yeah, a lot of space advantage. You know, Alessia, I don't know about you, but I'm a big fan of not only two bishops, but also space. Because why space? It gives you so many possibilities to do very, very good, nice things behind a space advantage.
Yeah, I also like candidates, you know, and space, having space advantage is like one of the candidates you want to have on the chessboard. You just have more room for your pieces, more possibility. and your opponent might have pieces looking a bit weird. For example, what is this knight on a6 doing?
I guess it wants to go somewhere to c5 somehow. But here's the trick. I mean, okay, knight c5, maybe it's an issue. How do we stop it? So if I play b4, right, it makes sense to some degree because I want to stop this knight c5. I want to feel the knight on a6 feels silly. Now let's check this out. Because if I play b4, a takes on b4 could be an idea, takes, and c5. So suddenly the knight joins the game. b5 is going to be knight b4, and b takes on c5 is going to be knight c5. So if I can't do that, what else? Yeah, b5, yeah, maybe b5, knight b4, and the knight on b4 is feeling really good. And despite my enormous space advantage, I have sympathies for bishop on g2, which is not really doing anything at all.
Yeah, one thing, I mean, this bishop on g2 is close right now, but one thing a coach told me about nice looking pieces is that this knight on b4, yeah, it's a good knight. You can make a picture of it, but then is it attacking something? Because at the moment, it doesn't seem it's attacking any vulnerable point for white. And if the action moves towards the king side, maybe with moves like f4, maybe then the knight is not as strong as we think. So maybe white can allow this to happen.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe the knight on b4 is not doing anything at all, right? It really depends. Really depends on the next moves. Maybe white is not even obliged to play b4 at all. Maybe he has to wait for knight c5, and if you go back to the starting position, what's the next move? Because if you play knight f1, then you leave the pawn on e4 slightly vulnerable. So knight f1, knight c5, the pawn on e4 now is under attack, and maybe this will give black enough time to reposition the knight on d7, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, okay, if not knight f1, what do I do? And usually this is the thought process. This is the thought process of a good player, because you're not only thinking about your moves, you're thinking about your opponent's moves. How does it feel together? You try to combine it. You try to evaluate. You look at move b4. You look at knight f1, candidate moves, etc. Yeah, that's what white's trying to figure out here.
Yeah, we'll see if white is going for a move like b4 here, or for some slower approach. I think it's time to move to the last board. Fatayeva versus Tanya Sanchev, a very famous chess commentator, interviewer. I think she has lots of Indian fans, probably also in our chat. Are there?
Yeah, and she is going to have a tough task, because her opponent, Ulvija Fatalieva, has started the tournament with 5 out of 5. I mean, this is really serious. And Ulvija is one of the strongest performers so far among the women tournament, with a performance of 29-43 ELO, winning all 5 games. She's one of the strongest performers for Team Azerbaijan. That's why here it's so critical for Sachdev to stop, I guess, the strong opponent.
And on screen we have the live board with the players camera. Now we have Tanya. This is just she just stood up and she did an expression like she feels stressed maybe about this position. She feels under pressure. It seems like black has all the pieces exactly where you want to have them. Look at those bishop on b7. On b7 and c5, they look amazing, pointing towards the king side. Also, the queen is well placed on b7, cannot be attacked. The rook on c8 is doing amazing. Black will castle short, and it feels like, black pieces are where they should be. Instead, white bishops are a bit passive there. I would take black 100% here.
Totally. I mean, black is doing fine. And if I look at this position, I'm slightly surprised by this move of h3, because white's queenside pieces are not yet developed. Maybe she's waiting for black to castle short. Maybe that's the point. She's waiting for black to clarify the situation with short castle, so that there's some knight g5 ideas. But still, I see this bishop on c1 slightly stuck, because b4 is going to be bishop takes on b4, right? And the knight on c3.
Sorry to interrupt you. We need to go back to the game of Wesley So right now and reload the board and see what happened.
So what did happen? Don't tell me it was d-takes on e4.
Oh my god! Oh, okay, sorry. I thought it happened.
No,
Oh, nothing happened.
nothing
Okay, so
happened. So
it was a drill, guys. It was testing if everything is fast. Let's go.
There's one question, by the way, in the chat. Lamirinta is asking, do you have Olympiad experience, Alessia? If so, what funny stories do you have?
Well, I've played one Olympiad in Baku in 2016. It's my only Olympiad I've played. Unfortunately, my chess was not so good. So I have lots of time, lots of free time. And funny story, I think my funniest memory is for sure the Bermuda party, where you see, I mean, one thing that we see from official commentary, from when we see this chess player, is that they seem like machine. They seem like not having emotion. They seem like being all very serious. But at this party, you see their humanity. They are human like us. They like to have fun. They like to drink. They like to do crazy things. And sometimes they are way too crazy. I've seen so many grandmasters dancing in very ugly ways. And I think these are very, very, very funny memories. Arthurs, would you like to show us some dancing moves?
Dancing moves, you mean here in this position or some memories? Yeah,
No, I mean physically, shake your hand.
Right. But yeah, indeed, Bermuda party is one of the traditional events right before the first rest day, the only rest day in the Olympiad. It's like a party, everybody celebrating together, unofficial atmosphere. And Alessia, I saw the video that Indian organizers, I think it was the Indian organizers who had shot it, going through all the halls. There's a lot of food. There's disco. The people were outside chatting. Very nice. It looked really, really good. And I think that we already discussed a couple of times. The All Indian Chess Federation has done a marvelous job to organize this great Olympiad in such a short time frame.
That's amazing. And also, this is the first Olympiad that takes place after COVID. So it's nice that the organization takes care of it and try to make an amazing OTB experience for all the players. Let's switch now to the second match that we want to follow, and it's Ukraine against the Netherlands. And here we are at board 1, where Maria Mitsijuk is playing versus Robert Aline from the Netherlands.
I know the opening. This is Sicilian Alap, and I even know the line.
Look at this. Okay, you tell me the moves.
The moves c4, c5, c3, knight f6, e5, knight e5, d4, I think. And then
okay, knight f3, then d4.
Yeah, this is how they play. So without a lot of insights, the Alapin is not super popular, but it can be used as a serious weapon from time to time, because it does make sense for white to take the center.
All right, sorry, Arthurs, you do it natural, but for me it's impressive that the grandmaster sees his position and then he can tell us exactly what opening, and he knows even the moves. Wow, nice.
I mean, I know this because I think I played it myself some years ago, exactly about the same position. So I like immediately recognize, okay, this I've seen before, Sicilian Alapin. I would have to think about the order of the moves, but definitely position is recognized. And I think the feeling is that black is doing fine. So he has this weakness on c6. White has a weakness on d4. So whatever white was trying to achieve in the opening, I think that black has solved the problems. That's my first instinct. And somehow this position should, equalize in the end. So maybe king h8 at some point to go away from those pins. Knight e4, by the way, now was played, right? And now black is thinking about king h8 or bishop g5, right? Or maybe even knight e7. No?
Knight d7, you mean?
I don't know. I mean, knight e7 or king h8 or bishop g5, all of these moves look... Maybe bishop g5 is the least appealing move. Because, after bishop g5, h takes on g5, you start to have some funny ideas. You start to see ghosts that something might happen at h file. Yeah, exactly.
Maybe one of the rooks joining with a
Maybe
very satisfying rook
lift. Knight f6, by the way. Immediately, knight f6 issues. The queen on g4 is positioned perfectly. So probably this is something Black doesn't want to do. Okay, if not that, what?
Yeah, maybe King H8 then.
Maybe King H8, but yeah, now what happens after King H8? It's interesting because Black has an option to play with the knight. Knight f6, g takes, bishop h6, and the Black king is feeling a bit vulnerable, right?
So
But then
you
again,
mean to take either with the knight or either with the bishop on f6?
yeah, I mean, I tried to make a point that White is going to have some long-term pressure after bishop h6, and the king's a bit weak. You know, maybe in some endgames, somehow this is going to backfire. I'm not immediately totally sure, but maybe bishop g6, bishop takes an f6 is the safer way. So I think Black is just choosing.
Yeah.
Right.
I think it's time, to introduce the Ukraine profile to show who is playing in this team so that we get in touch with the player. And then we will move on to board 3, 2, 3, and 4.
Perched as the 2 seed, Ukraine's women's team is the only squad in either the open or the women's section with the luxury of carrying more than one world champion. Loaded with talent, this team has also dealt with adversity, rising above the difficulties in their home country and leaning on support from the chess community to get to India. One world champion on this squad is the formidable Maria Muzichuk. Crowned world champion in 2015, Maria will play the top board. Maria isn't the only talented player in her family. Her sister Anna is the highest rated second board amongst the women's teams. Ukraine's hopes in Chennai will rest heavily on the power of the Muzichuk's 1-2 punch. On board 3 is Anna Ushenina, the other world champion in Ukraine's lineup. The team's most experienced player at age 36, Ushenina captured her world title 10 years ago. Now a decade removed from that success, she remains a pesky matchup for any opponent. In contrast to Ushenina, the youngest players on this squad are the international masters Yulia Osmak and Natalia Buksa. Each of these up-and-coming competitors round out this solid top-to-bottom roster, making Ukraine one of the favorites. The only team in the Women's Olympiad with 3 Grandmasters, Ukraine looks poised to bring home a gold medal for the first time since 2006. A national victory for Ukraine would doubtless be sweeter than ever before.
And here we're back with Maria, and we have a move. We were wondering, what is Black going to do? Knight e7, King h8, taking on g5, and we have an answer. Knight on b7, protecting f6, and saying, there is no threat, there is no pressure there, I'm not scared.
Right, 97 looks really good, and actually after watching this amazing team profile of Team Ukraine, right, made me wonder how mentally maybe it's tough also to play for the Ukrainian ladies, obviously, right, given the situation in the homeland, right? So a tough moment for everybody, but I'm happy. They're one of my favorite teams, obviously, in the open and the women's section. Always good to see that they're doing really well. And Team Ukraine, I think, always have been known for a very good team spirit, especially also the men's team, right? I recall they've won some impressive team events lately without having some superstars. And here the Ukrainian women team have very strong lineup.
And one sometimes hard moments are a way to be even closer with your own country, your own team. So I think there will be a very good team spirit in the Ukraine team at the moment. And of course, there are 2 sisters, the Matsichuk sister, that have an amazing relationship. So I think that they have a fun time in this competition. Let's go see the other sister, Anna. She's playing with the black pieces against Grandmaster Peng Zuquin. So what's happening here?
Something has gone slightly wrong for White. That's my instinct, because Black is ahead in development. That's the first feeling. And the pawn on f3, although it protects the pawn on e4, the knight on d4 might be vulnerable very quick. So instead of, let's say, short castle, let's say we play short castle, right? That's the first option to consider. What happens after queen b6? You know, I would be really, really concerned. Queen b6, rook d8, the knight is pinned, and not only pinned from the d file, also you see this diagonal. Exactly. Yes, a7, g1 diagonal. And I start to get...
According as you see, it would be this is the wood shield.
Right, the wood shield. Indeed. So here, short castle apparently is impossible because white loses a piece. So if not that, then what? What? I mean, queen e2 instead of short castle. So let's go back to current position. Instead of yeah, let's say queen e2 maybe, right? Remove the queen. But there's already a couple of choices. I mean, knight a4 is a move, yeah. Queen b6 still is a move. e5, knight e3 is a move.
But if queen e2, isn't there a piece hanging on d4?
Queen e4, there's going to be no. The point is, yeah, I'm protecting the pawn on e4 in some variations. So queen e2, maybe I'm thinking about a long castle. But, you know, to be honest, Alessia, I just don't know a good move here for white. I mean,
yeah, it's hard to find.
Yeah, it's hard to find because if short castle doesn't work, I mean, what's supposed to work? Maybe long castle. I mean, oh my goodness, did I blunder the knight on d4, right? I just realized.
Yeah, I think you meant the idea is great. You know, you want to go for long castle.
That's what you were saying. Yeah, I was so busy with my ideas, I didn't even notice there's some pattern little thing as the knight on d4 under attack. Yeah, good morning in Riga. That's what I say. Okay.
Good morning. Hello.
Okay. Queen d2, queen d2. Okay, not queen e2. That's ridiculous. Queen d2.
Yeah, with the idea of long castle maybe, but they feel so even. And in this situation, I say the king is stuck. He's stuck in the middle of the board because no matter where he goes, it will be weak. On the king's side, potentially on h1, the king would be safe, but I think there is no time for that. I mean, black is so fast with queen b6, rook d8, and this is it's a very, very tough situation for white.
Let's move on. I think here Anna Muzachuk is clearly in the driving seat, and something Joachim Peng has misplayed. I don't know what. I mean, clearly things are not good looking good for her.
Yeah, so let's move on to Ushanina versus Rasma Rosa. And this is the position. It was a Nimso Indian also here. And in the current position, we have... And what do you think, Arjun?
Well, let's put it this way. If white's attack is going to fail, black is going to collect all the weaknesses at a queen set. So you see these pawns on c3 and d4. I'm talking about blocking them. If I get to block them, put the knight on c4, liquidate white's attack at the king side, black is just much better. Now that's why it's quite important for white to be successful at the king side, or maybe combined somehow. Yeah, I'm not really sure how to develop here. Maybe think about bringing out the queen to f3, h3, maybe rook e3, rook h3, and try to provoke some weaknesses. I'm thinking about some sacrifice ideas, maybe in the end on h6, let's say rook d8, which looks pretty okay to me. Some generic
rook e3 is on the board, so rook half d8.
Yeah, now I play rook h3 or rook g3. You choose, Alessia. I have no idea. Rook h3, rook g3, both of them look pretty good. One of them just randomly dropped. Yeah, where it drops, yeah?
Yeah, it dropped on h3.
Right. So it dropped on h3. And now we have some ideas on h7. And after h6, maybe there's some sacrifice on h6 combined with queen g4. I think this is the way. This is the way for white to play.
Yeah, and it will be very exciting. Of course, as we said before, the perspective of attacking the king is much more appealing because if black is failing protecting the king, well, it's checkmate, game is over. If white is losing one pawn on the queen side, still white has some chances to keep going with the attack. So it's a very dangerous position. I mostly always prefer to be with the white pieces. I don't know what's your preference here, Arturs. I like to be the side that is attacking.
Yeah, I mean, if white indeed gets ahead with the attack, then yes. But I guess we're gonna simply see. There's a bit too early to make conclusions. A rook e3, I would definitely play.
I think we should. There is somebody from the chat that wants to see Duda's game. Let's say hello to all the friends from Poland, and I'm very happy to do this. Let's go to see Duda. This is the hero of Poland right now.
Also simply, let's switch back to the open section and then come back to the ladies tournament after that.
Yes. So this is the current position of Duda. He has a king on b1, castle on the queen side, and I see two dangerous pieces, the rook and the queen, pointing towards the king direction. Luckily for Duda, both squares on a2 and a1 are now controlled, so there is no problem about the checkmate. Material-wise, white is an exchange down. Now, Arthurs, what is happening here?
Let me try to figure it out. I like black's position. I like the perspective.
White has one pawn to compensate for the exchange, and then amazing knight on d5. Also, it seems like this black bishop on g7 is not so active as is blocked by his own pawn on e5. So on the other side, is white having any active idea here?
Maybe that's why it's balanced, right? Oh, by the way, dear viewers, we are seeing, as you're seeing, just a bar, right? We are not using any engines, and the bar says it's equal. I wonder why. Exchange for a pawn with the beautiful knight on d5 and b3. Well, again, let's try to predict. If white gets to trade queens, white is better. I think so. I mean, he's playing without he's playing the risk-free game. Trade the queens, king b2, c3, f3, whatever. You just play it forever. Those amazing minor pieces at the queen side at some point will allow him to play c4, establish an outside pass pawn. Then white is calling the shots. I think on that we can agree. But how do we trade queens? Yeah, how do we magically sit and poof disappear? I don't see that happening because queen a1 is a mate in one threat.
Yeah, that's dangerous, and it's your black to move. So actually, it's black that is going to find a move here. Is it possible to activate in any way the pieces that are not attacking right now, the rook on f8 and the bishop on g7? For example, the rook c8. Is this a possibility, or are we blundering something on f7?
I don't see anything blundering. A rook c8 is perfectly normal move. Maybe queen b2 something, and now somehow find to include the bishop in the game. How do we do that? Maybe I can even play something like queen d4, then I may be blundering some. But can I do that, by the way? Let's say queen d4. I'm targeting the pawn on e4, activating my pieces. And now my big point was that after take on d4, okay, I blundered something apparently, but I want to show the idea.
Oh, there is 97, that's why. Yeah, but the idea is beautiful.
But I want to show this idea of d3. Take. And my idea was to play d3 and threaten you either a checkmate on a1 or some kind of, I don't know, winning something, right? But clearly it's not in time.
From a practical reason, this doesn't work because now there is, of course, 92. But this is potentially something that could happen. Also in the current position, after the potential rook e8, queen b2, I like this idea of a rook lift. So just rook c6, rook a6. And another way, to keep attacking on a1.
That is a brilliant move, Alessia. Yeah, rook c6, rook a6 looks very good, right? Think about this, maybe rook c6, rook a6, and if the king wants to escape, maybe bishop h6 at some point to keep the white king in the corner.
Yeah. All right, guys.
Wonder about white's position. Maybe it's not so great after all. Again, that's why, this evaluation bar sometimes affects our ability to think, right? We see the bar, we immediately adjust to it, right? And sometimes you don't see the bar, and then you have different thoughts.
No, I agree 100%. Unfortunately, for our friends from Poland, we don't have good news about Duda. The current position is also the following. So the move rook c8. Oh my God, this happened. So this is happening on the board. So definitely Duda is under pressure here. But now it's time for us to go in a short break. as we will be back, we will go back to the USA team and to the game of Wesley So. So exciting game after the break. Don't go anywhere and see you soon.
See you soon.
That's one of my goals with chess. More people play chess than those that play football. Like millions of people play chess around the world. So why not, like, why isn't it more mainstream in terms of like pop culture and stuff like that, you know?
Yeah.
So that's one of my goals with chess, just to make it to where people actually enjoy watching chess and being a part of the chess community.
With a couple of powerhouse countries on the sidelines, Team USA is the popular choice to take gold at the 44th Olympiad. Blessed with a talented roster led by Fabiano Caruana, the top-seeded Americans are looking to secure gold as they did 4 Olympiads ago back in 2016. That gold medal was historic for the United States, as it was the first gold for Team USA since 1976, a drought that spanned across 5 decades. Loaded with Olympiad experience, Caruana and Wesley So were both key contributors to the gold medal team in 2016. Even one of the newest members to Team USA, Levon Aronian, is no stranger to competing at the Olympiad. Aronian bagged gold while representing Armenia during a stretch in which that country won 3 gold medals across 4 straight Olympiad appearances. Also making his Team USA debut in Chennai is Lanier Dominguez. Considered to be one of the strongest players ever to come out of Cuba, Dominguez rounds out a Team USA roster with few weaknesses. Coached by Chess.com commentator Robert Hess, Team USA's roster is so deep that reserve Sam Shankland would likely play first board for most countries in this year's event. As expected, Caruana leads Team USA as the first board. But even with a gold medal already under his belt, Fabi heads into this Olympiad with plenty of motivation. Coming off his clunky finish at the Candidates Tournament, Fabi will need to find his game for the US to realize its potential as the favorites. Carrying 3 of the top-ranked players at the 44th Olympiad while facing a significantly weakened field of countries, the United States is well-positioned to come away from India with just its 3rd gold medal since 1937. The time for Team USA is now.
Welcome to India. The game of chess was born here. Thousands of years later, many of the world's best players have made the trek to represent their countries at the 44th Chess Olympiad, the most prestigious team chess event on the planet. In Chennai, the chess capital of India, circumstance has cleared the way for perhaps more countries than ever to set their sights on gold. India has high hopes for keeping the hardware at home. A top 3 seed in the Open and the top seed in the women's section, the host country has legitimate reasons to believe it can sweep gold. The United States are the top seed in the Open section. Fabiano Caruana and Team USA have come to Chennai saddled with heavy expectations of gold or bust. Norway has never medaled at the Olympiad. Featuring the world's best player, Magnus Carlsen leads a Norwegian squad looking to change its country's fortunes. While medals count, some accomplishments won't be measured in gold. The women's team from Ukraine has overcome adversity just to make it here. Now they hope to honor their nation with a memorable performance. Namaste, dosto. In one place for the first time in 4 years, these Olympians are together again. The 44th Olympiad has brought the world's best to the place the game of chess began. And with that, let today's games begin.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back for the Chess Olympiad 2022. Here we can see some footage of the playing goal. We are on the match USA versus Armenia. And of course, the hot board there is for sure the Wesley So one. And we are going to be there in a second. But before that, we want to remind everyone what is the current situation of the standings. And hello, everybody. I'm Alessia Santero, and I'm with the amazing co-host, famous, yes, Arthur Nixon.
Namaste, Dasto, as they say in India. Of course, welcome back, everybody. Talking about the overall standings, you obviously see it's Team Armenia, who is leading with a perfect score, but they are about to receive a blow because Melkomyan blundered against Wesley So.
Yeah, and I think it's great to go straight to the team. We will also see India and Uzbekistan and France later, but let's go to what is happening in Wesley So versus Melkomyan. We had a few moves. If you didn't see, this was a brilliant move. I will show one more time because after pawn take, we had the queen sacrifice that leads to a forced checkmate in a few moves with the collaboration of all the pieces, pawns, rooks, and bishops. And look at this. This was a mate. Unfortunately, or luckily for the Team Armenia, this didn't happen. And the move that Melkomyan played is Knight F8. After a deep thought there, as you suggested, Arthurs.
I think he gathered the thoughts because usually there's this saying in the professional circuit, the mistakes come in pairs. And E4 really was a very, very serious mistake. And if you are an experienced player like Melkomyan, you recognize, okay, this is a very, very dangerous moment for me because you might be tilting right now. It's very easy to make the next move, which is the big move after which you cannot recover. However, if you still want to stay in the match, stay in the game and help your team, you need to went it out. And this is what he did. 15, 20 minutes, just try to recollect the thoughts and try to save the game.
Yeah, and there are lots of interesting moves going on. Rook F4 followed by F5. Now we have a knight sacrifice, knight take f5, g take f5, and rook f5. One thing I can say, Wesley So is on fire today.
Oh my goodness, this is so strong. And actually, I'm a bit surprised that he sacrificed a piece after he just won a pawn and he could just continue to play positionally. But here, what he did, he sacrificed a piece to get 3 pawns for it because the pawn on d5 is also under attack. And I think his idea is that this should be a mate. I mean, rook d5, bishop c4, queen g4, you name it. I mean, there's so many attacking ideas. Maybe rook f8 also, then queen g4. I think this game is not going to continue for long.
Yeah, this is such a huge thing for Team USA because they are the favorite. They are the stronger team for rating, by rating. But still, to start after a few hours, we are like 2.5 hours in, and to start with a victory already with the white pieces is a good thing for the team.
I think you just don't want to be the first one to lose, right? I mean, again, you're playing this very important match, and I think in any team event, you don't want to be the first one to lose because this means your team automatically is lagging behind. I know this also from the personal experience that you get very bad position. Yeah, you just sit there and wait until somebody else resigns in your team or wins the game, for example. Okay, then I resign because I was not the first one to deliver the bad news.
Yeah, if I would be Milkumian, I would try to switch the board and take the white side, and then everything looks brighter.
Right, yeah, things definitely look bright for white. Do we check
another look to the other board so we understand how is this match going to turn out. And here we have Caruana with the black pieces. There are 2 double pawns at the middle of the board. White is currently having an extra pawn. And what is happening?
Well, let's try to figure it out. On queen c8.
A pawn kind of weak on g4, no? It's now attacked by the knight, by the queen. Of course, it's protected many times, but at one point could be an option for white or black to maybe capture the knight and take the pawn. I'm not sure if it's a good strategy to give away your bishop in such an open position, but of course, it's something that you always need to keep in mind.
My gut feeling is that black is doing fine. I cannot immediately back it up with some direct calculation, but I see that, for example, queen d4 might be one of white's ideas at some point. Queen d4 established this battery of the queen on d4 and the bishop on b2, somehow looking at the pawn on g7. But the pawn on g4
there are some dangers, because if you take with the queen on d4, then the rook on e1 is unprotected. So maybe then the pawn on g4 might be hanging or not.
Right.
Let's see, is there any tactical surprise after queen take d4?
Maybe just play knight g4, because like you said, the rook on e1 is unprotected and knight g4 is impossible. At least there's this continuation, right? Maybe there's bishop c5, maybe there's something more direct. Ah, wait, now the pawn on d5 is under attack.
Yeah.
Not very clear immediately. But you know, Alessia, if we go back to the current position, instead of playing queen d4 right away, maybe there's g5. And a lot of depends how to evaluate this position. G5, most likely the knight is going to jump to e4 because you want to jump forward. And now what? It's a big moment, right? Because again, queen d4 is bishop c5. You have some issues with the pawn on f2. You want to calculate that. You can get a lot of funny lines here. Can we do that, by the way? Queen d4, bishop c5, and queen d5. What is this? You know, I don't think I can tell immediately what is this, because yeah,
there is a pawn hanging on f2, a pawn hanging on f7, and here I think you need to just calculate it all. No,
we can show already the mate, but on the board bishop takes on f2, that's impossible. I mean, at least winning the rook. King h1, bishop e1, and that's a forced mate. Queen f7, king h8, knight g6, right? Beautiful.
Boom! You say boom when you do these moves. Also,
right, so something like this can be considered. So let's go back again to this moment when g5 could be played. Okay, maybe black plays knight e4, and queen d4 is the move, and also bishop takes on e4 is the move, and then play queen d4. I don't know.
Also, bishop take d4 is a move.
Yeah, bishop d4 is also a move. I would say that black is still okay, but Now that I start to see these ideas, g5, queen d4, and queen d5, I like white. But you know, it's easy always like that to say, because I always like perspectives of the attacking player. And if I see some attacking ideas like this, queen d4, queen d5, queen f7, mate on g7, I unconsciously I start to love white's position.
But on the other side, you're the world champion. I think that the chess community could see how Caruana is good in calculation, in understanding position. And so I think that, you know, when I see the bar 0-0-0, I think that Caruana, even if it's under pressure, he has it under control.
Probably. Yeah, I maybe he can even play at some point bishop f8, just protect the pawn on g7, or maybe after g5, what he can do, by the way, Alessia, is take the bishop on e5 over the bishop on e5 first. There could be an idea. I mean, instead of knight e4.
Okay.
Maybe that's an idea. Bishop e5, for some reason. I'm not sure why do we need this, just to have the pawn in front of the bishop, and then knight e4. Because now the pawn on g5 is under attack. Maybe I have some active ideas here. Let's say queen d4 and maybe knight g5. Yeah, knight g5. And again, you need to evaluate what happens after e6, right? I cannot immediately tell, like in 5 seconds, what's going on, but that would be my thought process.
Knight take e6, then suddenly there is another rook sacrifice, and rook take e6 would lead to mate. So it's tough. I agree with you. It seems like white is the one that you know, can have different kind of moves, and black needs to be more precise here, no?
Yeah, so Fabi here is going to have to be accurate for the next couple of moves, and clearly he sees this idea of queen d4, queen d5. You have to evaluate, you have to calculate, you have to like get the gut feeling. How do you feel about this position?
Yeah, and why decided here to go with the move bishop take d4? I like the idea because you take back the pawn, avoiding the move bishop c5. That is not pointing immediately on f2, and now you're also attacking the pawn on b6.
And that's why they're elite players like Sargsyan, because they see all of these amazing ideas like g5, queen d4, queen d5, but they're incredibly practical, right? They're incredibly practical, and they see a lot more, for example, than I do. I mean, at least in the beginning, looking at a position for a couple of minutes. And then they choose something which is very practical and which also makes a lot of sense, which doesn't immediately spoil the position, right? And I've seen this, that's the difference essentially from 2700 level player maybe to 2550, 2600, right? Because these guys, 2700, 2700 plus, they're more and more practical. They make very practical choices. They rarely flip a coin. And for example, moments like this bishop d4, it just keeps the position together. And white is not really pinning his hopes on the attack, but he can always play it positionally.
Let's go back to board number 3, so we get a full impression of what is this team battle going to hand. I see for here, first of all, we see some opposite side castling. White king is on the queen side, black king is on the king side, and the pawn structure is pretty unusual. We have one pawn on d5 that is strong, and if it could be pushed, would open up the diagonal to the bishop, pointing directly at the queen and the rook. Also, mostly we say, don't you dare pushing the pawn in front of your king. But black did exactly that. g5, f5, e5. Whose king is safer, and why?
The white king is definitely safer. It's going to be a very crucial moment here. I think also one of the rare chances for Team Armenia try to save the game. Knight a5, knight c6 are moves which jump to my mind. The pawn on d5 is under attack. If they want to equalize, they have to do it right here. I mean, there's just, I mean, where else? Where else, right? And maybe Sargsyan against Fabi is going to try to extract something, but there's a plenty of chance for action. What do you think, Alessia? We check another game maybe from another match?
Yes, we have very interesting position all over. So let's go to board 1 of Germany versus Serbia. They are on board 4, and here we are the German star gamer with the black pieces fighting versus a very experienced player in Indic. Maybe you pronounce it better than me.
Sounds about right.
Okay. What about his position?
Okay, Vincent has played it out a bit more aggressively. I wonder if there's some sacrifice on b5 possible. Wait. There's rook takes on d5 here.
So we got in a moment where there is a very sharp position. If we see from a we started, I like always to approach the position counting the material. At this moment, white is having an extra pawn at this exact moment. Is black to move and there is a knight under attack. Also, the pawn on a3 could be under attack by the queen. Black needs to find a move and decide where to place the knight.
My gut feeling, Alessia, says rook d5. It just looks so natural. Rook d5, and now the big point is after c takes on d5, bishop e4. So how do you evaluate this position? All I see is so many weaknesses in white's position. The rook on h1 is under attack, knight f3 is threatening, and maybe white already has to drop the exchange. I mean, drop the rook by e takes on d4.
Yeah, I would feel very scared to have this position with the white pieces, seeing all the ideas of knight f3 check, the rook is hanging. Maybe the queen is also joining, maybe taking on a3 and then giving a check on b4. This looks scary. On the other side, this rook on e8 is not really playing right now, and the queen is not getting super quickly to the attack. So maybe black gets some chances to protect this position here. I see the bar showing some, that white has some potential there. We need to figure out just a way.
Yeah, I think e takes on d4 is killing the attack. And after e takes on d4, bishop h1, we just snatch the pawn on e5. And somehow, what I'm saying here, maybe black is not going to have enough pieces to checkmate me. I mean, queen d4 centralizes everything for white. I think this is the thought process right now. Vincent, maybe he looked at rook takes on d5 briefly. If you go back to the current position, it looks very tempting. But again, remember what I said, right? These strong players are incredibly practical. So they see a lot of fancy ideas like rook d5, exchange sacrifices, piece sacrifices, queen sacrifices, you name it, right? And then they are very, very practical. They make something which makes a lot of positional sense. And there you go, knight e6 is on the board.
Yeah, just going back with the knight, keeping the option open. And what is white going next? Can white castle at any point?
Looks very scary, no? I mean, queen h4, knight g5, I would be, something's bound to happen there. Talking about, sorry about interrupting you. Talking about Team Germany, one thing I would like to mention that they had a pretty rough start, right? They lost against, who did they lose? I think they lost Austria quite early, which was a bit unexpected. And they made another draw against, was it Ireland, right? If I'm not terribly mistaken, in round 4. So they had a rough third and fourth round, and now they're fighting back.
Yeah, it's interesting. Keimer is trying to keep the position interesting and to bring a good results for the team.
No, Ireland they beat. Yeah, my mistake. They beat Ireland. Yeah, I was confused. No, they beat Ireland. Yeah, so they beat barely because their second board, Matthias Bluban, there was this crazy game against Conor Murphy, one of the stars of also the Olympiad right now, going with a performance 5 out of 5, performance 31-44, right? Crazy. Yeah, but they won a couple of matches in a row, so Team Germany is getting back to business.
I think it's time to move to an incredible performer. Gukesh is leading. He just won all the games in this Olympiad. He is having an impressive performance. And today is facing a grandmaster from Cuba, a team that is also having an amazing Olympiad. And that's the position we've got on the board. From a material point of view.
He's going to make 7 out of 7? Really? I mean, which year, Alessia, do you remember when Fabi Caruana pulled 7 out of 7, one of the super tournaments? Ever since
Cab, I remember that.
Yeah, ever since there was like a nickname, he pulled the Fabi. Yeah, 7 out of 7, and it kind of got nicknamed. And I just don't see Gukesh stopping. Look at his position. He has. I mean, why did I 7 out of 7? Because he has obvious advantage. This is a dream position from some Caracan. The bishop on d6 is dominating the poor knight on g3. White has more pawn islands, so 1, 2, 3, 4 against 2 pawn islands. Couple of weaknesses. Wow.
Yeah, it feels like the dream endgame. You know, you have the better piece, you have the better rooks, you have the better pawn structure. Only thing that is, is not better is the king. But actually, no, it's not yet time to bring the king. There are so many pieces. King is weak with all this rook and bishop coordination, no?
I mean, somebody has to talk with Ramesh RB, their coach of the second Indian team. Nobody told Domaraju that you can draw games. Right? Just win, yeah. Draw is also a fine result here. I mean, no, it just keeps winning. I mean, jokes aside, I mean, he's just stunning, right? 16 years old, and Alessia, this performance just brings me the memories of 1992 World Chess Olympiad in Manila, Philippines, when that was a breakthrough year for Vladimir Kramnik. And everybody knows what became of Vladimir Kramnik, obviously, and then, right, he became a world champion. But that was exactly that Olympiad when he was asked to be included in the Russian team by Garry Kasparov, and there you go. But then he played on the fourth board. Gukesh is crushing everybody on the first board. And he's 16 years old.
It's impressive. It's impressive. You know, I've had the honor to play against Gukesh. And one thing that I really liked of him, that he was a super nice, super sweet person off the board. Of course, on the board he was a killer, but off the board he was very nice and sweet as a person. So I personally like Gukesh and wish him all the best. Let's switch to another board. We have the current rapid champion Abzu Satarov with the black pieces against Cordova Emilio from Peru.
That is the team Peru against Uzbekistan. And actually, it's quite interesting that also Peru had a rough start. I think they lost in round 2 against Guatemala. And I was reading some social network messages. I mean, how dare we lose against Guatemala, right? We shouldn't have lost it. I mean, why? Cordova was not playing the top board, and their leader, indeed, he skipped it. And ever since they won 4 matches, so Peru is back in business. They have a very interesting team, and yeah, they're going to we have to watch out for.
Yeah, this position looks still very complex. After a few hours, there are still nearly all the pieces on the board. Just a few pawns got exchanged. White has a strong knight on e5, but also some weaknesses. The pawn on d4 could be, is an isolated pawn and could be a potential weakness. Now, the question is White having compensation for it, or it has just a long-term problem?
Right. Yeah, pawn on d4 is a weakness, but White also keeps an option to change the structure of the pawns. Bishop d5, knight e3 is an option. I'm not sure I want to part ways with my beautiful bishop on g2. It's something I would consider. But clearly White is aiming for something at a king side, because again, look at the queen on a6 for black. The queen on a6 is disconnected, right? It's somewhat far away. And then you have the queen on h5, and now you have a feeling, right? I mean, maybe I can make something good happen at the king side. How to do that?
We'll come back to this board maybe later. Let's go to this board, Shirov for Spain versus Grandmaster Yumabaya from Kazakhstan. Shirov is one of the most aggressive players in the chess scenes. I've seen some of his incredible games, but here we have a bit of more boring position. We have an game with 2 rooks, opposite color bishop, and look at the pawn structure. Which color would you pick here? Or
intuitively speaking, black, because I see black has a better pawn structure. The pawn on e4 is pass pawn. White has slightly more vulnerable king, but again, chess is really concrete. And the bishop f4, what White is saying here, that black needs to watch out for the pawn on c7 anyway, and the king is going to e3. So king f2, king e3, I think this is Shirov's plan all along, but probably somehow it's equal. I don't really see immediately how it's equal. Maybe rook d7 seems to be necessary, right, Alessia? We have to...
Yeah, you need to protect the pawn, no?
Yeah, the pawn is in trouble. And no, maybe not king f2, maybe rook b1, rook b4, somehow try to get to the black's weaknesses. And then black brings the other rook in the game, something like rook e8, whatever you do, rook b4, rook e6, and somehow this is balanced, because in then you have, I mean, obstacle bishops, which usually leads to some drawish positions. I would say it's
Right.
a draw.
Let's move on to another team. Let's see what we saw the ladies from Ukraine. Let's go to see what the men's are doing. This is board 1, and they
I
are
think also
fighting.
sorry to interrupt you. I mean, we also have to check a bit later how Magnus is doing, right? Because we checked him briefly at the start. He had this London position. Maybe there's a progress after that. Maybe after this game, we jump into Magnus,
Yeah,
give
sure.
him our 5-minute or 3-minute attention, see how he's doing, because everybody wants to see Magnus. Also, we want to see Magnus, how he's doing, but we cannot solely focus on him.
Well, I mean, I'm making you happy immediately, so we will come back to the other board later, and let's see what Carlsen is doing. So there are a few exchanges now. The rooks are gone, and the knight activated. I mean, now the knight is looking much better here on e5, but the sad bishop on c6 stay there, and it's still a bit sad. There is a pawn weak on d5 as always. But I must say, this position doesn't look like a big deal for Magnus. Maybe it doesn't need a big deal. It just needs like 0.1, and then yoo-hoo, I can play for a win.
I mean, Magnus already has shown in this Olympia that he doesn't need more than 0.00 to convert it to a victory, like against Georg Mayer, this crazy Queen's endgame. Which round was it? Round 2, I think. Maybe I'm mistaken. Round 2 or 3 against team of Georg Mayer. And here White has some pressure, but I'm not sure it's a lot. I see the bar obviously evaluates it's in favor for White, but Black is pretty solid, right?
Yeah,
Black is not going to
difficulty
blunder the mate or something. I mean, if I put the queen on d6, put my knight on f6, and I literally say, come and get me. How do you get me? Maybe the idea is b4, somehow create a pawn majority at a queen side.
It's an idea like h5. So, for example, queen g5, h5, h6, going to place a strong pawn on h6 with ideas of back rank mate on g7, so that White is forcing black pieces to be defensive and maybe not being in the most aggressive position. Then maybe he can create a new front on the queen side, pushing on b4 like you announced, and have a big playing on both sides.
Right. Definitely, it's a fun position for Magnus to play. He got exactly what he wanted. But actually, we talked about this game before, Alessia, that Black should go e5, and he did push e5 because you wanted to organize some counterplay in the center. But while we talk about Team Norway, what do you think, Alessia? Do we check Team Norway's profile?
Yeah, I think that we all know Magnus Carlsen, but there are some less known player that you might want to have a look at. So let's see. Let's go straight into it.
The Olympiad is the ultimate team competition in chess. However, Norway's chances for medaling for the first time likely rest on the shoulders of one player. That player also happens to be the reigning world champion, Magnus Carlsen. Carlsen will be in Chennai to represent Norway for the first time since 2016. Inevitably, he is key to a potential Norwegian success story. If Team Norway is to find a spot on the podium, or even shock the world and win it all, Carlsen must dominate. Still, even a dominant world champion will need help. Fortunately for Norway, the supporting cast is the strongest that it's ever been. Arjen Tari, the 2017 World Junior Chess Champion, is one of the world's top 100 players and will play the second board for Norway. Tari was just 14 years old when Carlsen became World Chess Champion, but now, though young, he is an experienced competitor and a valuable Norwegian star. Also representing Norway's post-Carlsen generation are Johan Sebastian Christensen and Frode Urkedal. They too were but teenagers when Carlsen reached the pinnacle of individual chess. Now they must hold their own if Norway is to reach the top of team chess. Jon Ludvig Hammer, Carlsen's longtime friend and a former 2700 player, rounds out this exciting team. Hammer also has been a valued second to Carlsen in some of his greatest successes. The Norwegians have never medaled in the Olympiad, but this year, Norway is seeded third. With their high seeding comes high expectations of taking home their first medal.
So talking about Team Norway, Alessia, I mean, obviously the burning question that many fans and viewers have on their minds, they're not doing well so far, not in the top 50. I mean, what are still the chances for Team Norway? What do you think, Alessia? Can they still do it? Can they still climb back and somehow finish on the podium at the end of the Olympiad?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, for sure, the things are not going well for Team Norway. And if I could give them a suggestion, I would say, guys, just win. I mean, they need to win all the key matches in order to get to the top 10, maybe even have some chances for the podium. They need to start show some strengths. And it's hard because, you know, when some players are not in their top form, then it gets hard. I mean, this is an hard event. And even if you're guided by Magnus Carlsen, sometimes things can get tricky. And it's hard. I hope that Team Norway will do better in the second half of this tournament. But
They are the third seeded, right?
I see the chance are small.
Right. I mean, maybe not great. And also I see that Jon Ludvig Hammer is taking a rest day today because his last 4 results have been not very good. Yeah, Jon Ludvig Hammer in the past 4 games scored only 1 point out of 4, 2 draws, 2 losses against lower rated opponents. So clearly he needs to take a break.
What would be your suggestion for Hammer in order to get back in great shape? What he should do today?
Maybe just not for a Hammer, maybe just like a general suggestion. Take the mind off, right? I mean, take it elsewhere. Do something else. I don't go to the jacuzzi. I mean, go to kitchen, have some good food, go to the sea, go to the beach, right? Enjoy some time because sometimes you just, you know, need to restart the brain and think about something else. Clearly, things are not working for you. I don't know what's the reason. Maybe it's the lack of practice. Maybe it's the heat. Maybe it's something.
It's too much coaching botas.
Yeah, I mean, it's just not going. So clearly you need to change something. I think this is what he's thinking about doing right now. You need to change something, right? You change something, try to focus on something else, think about something else, and then hope that in the end it's going to work out for you.
I agree. We had a few moves. I think I really love to see when Carlsen does what I said. I mean, he went for h5. Look at this. He's attacking.
I like it. He's creating chances at the king side, right? So some checkmate ideas, h6 ideas. Nice. Combining positional play with mate threats. Well, learn from the world champion.
Yeah, and I really like one thing that my coach always taught me, and that when you need to put pressure, it's really a good strategy to put pressure on both sides of the board, because when you're attacking, you can do that. Mostly you have more space, your pieces are faster to go from one side to the other. Look at this bishop on d1. I would say super multitasking. Maybe one day white will go for b4, and then the bishop is protecting the pawn on a4. Also, the bishop on d1 is guarding the pawn on h5. So it's looking at both sides. And if you can create chance on the king side and on the queen side, well, then it's tough for your opponent to protect everything.
That's a brilliant point, and this is exactly what he's doing. I mean, not really immediately committing to b4, maybe just also giving the opportunity for the opponent to make a mistake. Bishop d7 is a response. Is there the next game, Alessia, that you would like to check? Because I'm sure that Magnus is doing all right here. We are going to come back at some point later.
Yeah, we were exactly watching Karbo versus Greece versus
the game I pulled away you from, right? Because I said I want to see how Magnus is doing.
I want Carlsen. We're back.
All right. What is happening here?
We have pawn structure that is pretty strange. We have 3 pawn islands for both players, but white has the majority on the queen side. Black has 2 double pawn in the center, so it feels like actually white has an extra pawn.
So this is a match between Greece and Ukraine, right? Dimitrios Mastrosilis is one of the strongest Greek players. Team Ukraine so far, I don't think they're performing really so well. Let me check again where they are in the overall rankings. They have 9 points out of 12. I mean, not so bad. Everything is still ahead for them. They have a good team. Ivanchuk is missing. Ruslan Ponomaryov is missing, but still very, very strong team. Now I wonder, Alessia, can I try to liquidate this position and go to the end game? Do I need to do that? Can I play knight e4?
Yeah, you want to liquidate everything. So knight e4 is clearly inviting the rook trade. You need to trade the rook and then trade everything, bing boom bang, and here we are. What
Yeah,
is
that's the
this?
point. Yeah, rook e6, and can I try to make a draw here somehow? I don't think black is pressing for more. Let's say rook f2.
Yeah, this looks a logical move. Attacking the bishop. You play king. No, king d2 runs into bishop f3 maybe, and then
Yeah, I'm
things
not
are
really
getting-
sure what's wrong with this plan.
maybe bishop d1, just going up,
Wait,
then rook
wait,
f1.
just a second. Oh, wait, what? No. I had some funny ideas. Okay, don't matter. I mean, they're just not very good. I don't know. By the way, I'm surprised to see the bar jumping up. This is,
Yeah.
again, not how human mind operates. Like, I mean, the players obviously don't see the bar. Oh, there should be something there, right? I should look for that. They don't know that. It looks okay for black, you know, to be honest. The bishop on e2 is under, maybe bishop d1. Maybe just bishop d1, by the way.
But what if rook f1?
And
Going for
king
bishop
d2?
f3.
King d2?
Just king d2, get out of here, and then, you know, white has no problem anymore. Yeah, this
Yeah.
seems all right for white. Then you have an extra pawn, you're pressuring on e5, and then things can start to get, you know, well, you don't have an extra pawn, sorry. You have an extra pawn on the queen side, but if you capture on e5, then the pawn is actually a plus for white.
Right. Okay, maybe black is not obliged to do all of this. So that's why he's thinking maybe there's knight e7. Going back to the current position, the knight on f6 needs to be protected. So maybe knight e7 actually, yeah, keeping more tension on the board because knight e4 is leading to some favorable trades for white. Maybe this is the way to play because rook f4 now is an idea. Rook f4, cement my rook on f4. If you're going to take it, I'm going to fix my pawn structure. And
Are
now,
you saying that after rook take e6, you play rook f4 here?
Sort of, that was my idea. Maybe it's a ridiculous one. Yeah, I guess. Okay, engine approves. It's a ridiculous idea.
Well, but I think your idea looks all right. Once you know, once if white takes, probably it's all right. Maybe you take with the other pawn. But what if white doesn't take? Maybe white has something. Sorry, maybe white has something stronger there. Knight there. We take on e6. Rook f4.
Maybe there's just something like knight e5. Knight e5, you're forced to take, and suddenly it feels that the pawn is missing. The pawn on g4 cannot be taken due to rook c3 check. And if you cannot do that, then why we're doing all of this at all, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So going back here, we feel that black actually has some problem. And that's why it's taking some time. He has 20 minutes on the clock. We are getting to a phase where time is starting to get short. So you know what? I want to go to another game. Let's go to Adams. Is, of course, an historical player from England team. Is one of the... I've watched so many games for Adam, especially in the Russell Limo that we were looking before. Is one player that he knows how to place pieces in beautiful squares. And this is what I like of Adams. He maneuvers the pieces in a nice way, and he can really slowly destroy the opponent.
I
Like
think
a cobra,
that's
you
a
know?
brilliant point. If you want to learn some very nice positional chess, just pick the best players to learn from, and Mickey Adams definitely is one of them. He's playing simple chess, positional chess. It reminds me like Vishy Anand, also like Karpov, and sometimes by making the simple moves, you can do a lot of great things. Talking about this position, black is doing it right. His pawn structure is healthy. White is trying to cook up something against the pawn on c7, but I don't see how do you get there.
Good question.
Right. Actually, Luis Supi is one of the strongest Brazilian grandmasters. I only remember his name. I think it was this famous Magnus Carlsen bliss game, right? Queen c6, which made Magnus blundering the queen on c6. Very beautiful queen sacrifice. I think that was Supi's game from white. Some online tournament, right? Yeah. Otherwise, a strong grandmaster from Brazil. What do we do now, Alessia?
Well, let's keep having new boards. I think we want to have an impression. Savage here is the first bird of Croatia, and today they are playing versus Mongolia. This is a team that is also having a nice performance. They don't have the strongest team by rating, but today you're facing Croatia, which is a very strong team.
Right.
What about this
Croatia
position?
has been struggling a bit, I think. They lost a surprising match, which around it was 2 or 3 against Bulgaria. It was crushing, actually. Half a point against 3.5. That was one of the major upsets. And then they lost to somebody else recently, I think against Peru. Yeah, they lost, I think it was in the last round against Peru. So Team Croatia is still struggling to find a form. Ivan Saric is doing all right in this game, though. What about Rook C1 and Rook C7? Looks killing, no?
Yeah.
So I give you the pawns on the queen side, whatever. Rook C1, Queen B4, Queen B4. I don't care. I'm saying there's going to be a mate. Can we try to make a couple of monsters?
Yeah,
Yes,
let's go. So,
yeah.
actually, it's black to move. So you mean
Oh!
he takes the pawn?
That kind of changes things, right? Because I had some ideas like, let's make a random move. B6.
Well, there's a rook on a4 that needs to be taken care of.
Anyway,
So,
my ridiculous idea was Rook C1, Rook C7, something like knight E5, knight G5, and Rook F3. Now, this is what I wanted to show, but I don't think it even...
Probably after Rook take B4, this makes perfect sense, no?
All right.
Rook C1, Queen take B4, and you give a check.
Yeah, that's a good point. Now, knight E7, and I try to conjure some immortal game here. Knight G5, can I do that?
Oh my
knight
God.
G5, H10,
I love it.
and Queen F3.
F3? Okay.
Yeah, that's the idea. I cannot calculate that very quickly, but it looks very promising.
Yeah, you're a talented player. Maybe in the
Thank you.
future you'll become world champion.
No, but Alessia, it's very easy to sacrifice not your pieces.
I agree. I agree with that.
Yeah,
I literally
it's very
agree with
easy
that.
to do that. Looks very good. King E8 is Rook E6, Queen F6. Everything is storming. A gut feeling says looks good.
You know what, Arthurs? I think it's time to go back to our top matches. We have India playing against India. So we want to see what is happening. Ooh, lots of pieces got traded. This is the board number 1. We have Ari Krishna versus Ganguly. And this position looks equal from a material point of view. White has a pass pawn on d5, and black has the potential to create a pass pawn on the queen side. So White has more space, no?
Yeah, Hari Krishna is like saying this is how it should be done. I mean, we talked about this game of Gukesh against Yusupenko a couple of weeks ago in Biel, and he's like, I trust this line. I mean, this entire H4 system, and Yusupenko won the game, but somehow Gukesh went, the wrong way, and Yusupenko scored a nice victory with a black color. And now what Hari Krishna is doing, he did push this d5, by the way. Do you see it, right? It's exactly the same structure. Again, we talked about this game maybe very, very quickly. Go back to the opening when you got to center and white pushed d5. Can we do that? Yeah, so very, very quickly. Just this idea, right? This idea of pushing d5 at which moment? Yeah, right here. So d5, the point is e takes e5, not e4. And this is what was played in Gukesh against Yusupenko. I mean, also the Russian grandmaster didn't take on d5. He also played e5, and then Gukesh misplayed it. And what I wanted to say is that Hari Krishna is saying this is how it's done, right? And now he's showing the final position, the current position we have on the board. Why white is better. He has protected pass pawn in the center, and black has some issues with the pawn on a6.
Yeah, so the queen needs to be passive on c8, protecting that pawn on a6. That's a pity. I like to say that this queen on a5 is a big queen, And this queen on c8 is a small queen because that queen is strong there, attacking the pawn. Instead, at the moment, the black queen is just on the defensive side.
But black looks very unpleasant. I mean, you need to watch out. I'm looking at d6, bishop d5, and queen whatever. Queen c7 or queen b6, you know?
So what move do you suggest here for white?
I don't know. I mean, for white, it's easy. d6, bishop d5. What do I suggest for black? I don't know.
Yeah, it's way to move. I mean, black played the move king h7.
Yeah,
Is
d6.
really, I feel like it's really like, you know, giving the ball to the other. Okay, it's your turn.
Right. Can I push d6 now?
Good question.
Yeah,
f7
by the
is
way,
under
the pawn on
attack.
f7 is under attack, by the way.
Oh, there is one idea that we might want to consider. There could always be some queen c1, queen f4, you know, with some repetition maybe.
And that's why he played king h7, so that there's no queen d8 check. That's smart.
Ooh,
That
tricky.
is
Yeah,
smart.
so king h7, sorry guys. And actually, when I say it's like giving the ball to the other, it's not like this. I mean, grandmaster never like pass a move. Every move has always a sense. They always try really to have ideas, and that's why I like this. Mostly amateur tend to like run out of the ideas, and then the remove is kind of random. There is not really a sense of it, and then it might be a bad move. Then grandmaster have the ability to always find a move that has sense in every kind of position, even in position where you need to defend, like this one. And king h7 seems to be like a great idea.
So if queen c1 is the problem, again, you cannot really overly focus on your own ideas. You also need to address black's counter chances. What do you do? Right? So how do you stop queen c1? How, at the same time, you don't start to play passive? Because the wrong way to continue here would be something like queen d2. I mean, why so
Yeah.
passive? Queen d2, queen c5, right? Suddenly black is very active, and he's thinking about pushing his own pawns to the queen side. So the queen on a5 should stay. But what's the next move then? Maybe queen b6? Queen c1 and something like g3? I'm not totally sure. Is that even solving anything at all?
Is queen h3 maybe an idea, covering c1? And also aiming for d6, going for activity. Maybe
Queen
there is queen
a3.
c3 then.
Wow. Queen a3 is a big move. I didn't see that.
But what if
I
queen
like it.
c3?
Queen c3, and now you play something like queen e7. Actually,
Oh, and
queen a3, you
okay,
know,
let's see this. Queen a3, queen c6, and then queen e7.
Yeah.
Oh, the bar is going brrrr.
there's something there, like a piece or something.
So let's see. So if queen c1, aiming for the perpetual. Oh wait, there is just queen take f7, and then yeah, forget
Indeed.
about it.
Maybe you show the perpetual, Lesia. Is there a perpetual actually? I'm not so sure. Queen d7,
Okay.
queen d4, king h3.
Uh-oh. I don't see any more to check. So probably, no, there is no perpetual. Okay.
But the idea was indeed, like you said, king g1, queen c1, queen f4, or g3, queen f2.
So
Yeah,
let's
there
go
were
back here.
perpetual check
This-
ideas.
Back, check this. And if you play if you go back, then g3, you take the pawn, and then there is for real a perpetual.
Right.
All right. So this looks interesting. So after this, queen a3 looks like a move that is preventing queen f1. And then what is black? I like the idea also. Queen e7, as you said, that looks so strong, attacking e5, attacking f7, putting lots of pressure over there.
Maybe Ganguly will have to play something like queen d8, queen f6, you know, protect the d6, e7 squares, try to control the 6th rank, target the white king. And I think they're already expecting that from each other. So you see that Ganguly is sitting there still. He's not walking. He's looking at what I would play if I was white, right? And
Yeah,
queen
it's
a3
like-
makes perfect sense to me. I'm thinking, what am I going to do after queen a3? So that's why they're the best, really. They're chess professionals. They're the elite players because they're not walking. They're not randomly wandering around the hall, and then they come back and, oh, queen a3, look at that. What a great move, right? And he's using every single time he has, trying to figure out what I'm going to do against queen a3, what I'm going to do against queen b6. It's difficult, but it's rewarding.
One trick that helped me so much in managing my time much better at the chessboard was the following. When gives the opponent time to think, you need always to prepare one move against the most obvious move of your opponent. So if in this position you consider the most obvious move of your opponent, Queen A3, you should take time, you should use your opponent time to think about, okay, what am I doing? Because like this, you could have, in many situations, a fast reply against your opponent move. Sometimes you get surprised and this doesn't work, and you need to take your time, but it's very nice if you use the time of your opponent to prepare a reply there.
Queen H3 could be a difficult move to pick up. It's just not something which jumps on your radar. I mean, not immediately. Queen B6 would be my top choice. Queen B4, maybe. Queen A3 is a bit mysterious move, but once you understand you need to stop Queen C1, then Queen A3 starts to become a candidate move indeed. Do we check another game?
Yeah, sure. Let's go on to Vidit, board number 2. We want to have an impression what is happening Team India. And this position looks like a mess. There are 2 pawns on the center. The material is equal at the moment. We have opposite color bishop, but still all the heavy pieces, the queen and the queens and the 4 rooks here. It's white move. There are 30 minutes versus 30 minutes. So also equal the time situation. Which color do you prefer here, Arthurs?
Well, I can reveal you my prognosis, Alessia. I think India will win.
Which India?
That I don't know. All right. One of the Indian teams obviously is going to win here. So visually, I like slightly more black.
Let me ask one question to the chat. Guys, let me know for which India you're cheering. Write 1 in the chat if you're cheering for the main India, and write 3 if you're cheering for India 3. Let's see if they prefer the main team or the underdogs.
There is not a 4. Choose wisely. Why I like black's position slightly more? Because I see some ideas like bishop f7, going after the pawn on c4. And if I get the c pawn move, something like c4, c5, then suddenly black has a pawn majority at the king side.
Yeah, I like this idea. I see the chat responding. They started with the number 3, because they were cheering for the underdogs. So many of them were cheering for the underdogs. But then there were lots of trolls that were saying they're cheering for India too. That's also completely fair. And I agree. The team too is made of so many youngsters, and it's a team that is very interesting.
Maybe it's like a future India national team against today's national team. But maybe there's a thing. Maybe the future already is here, right? So maybe the future already has arrived.
Yeah, I agree. All right, guys. So we will take another short break, and then we will go back. You need to stay here because we are getting to the time scramble phase where we will see lots of fast moves, lots of results, and lots of high moments. So stay there, don't move, and see you soon.
As India welcomes the world to the 44th Olympiad, the country has managed to field 6 teams for this year's competition. Of those teams, the strongest is India's first team, which features an impressive roster with reasonable expectations of keeping a medal right here in the host country. 2 super grandmasters, Vidit Gujrathi and Pentala Harikrishna, lead the squad. Still just 27, Vidit has been a top player for years. Playing as the 3rd board, he represented India in the 2016 and 2018 Olympiads. Now, in 2022, the responsibility of the 1st board is his. On the 2nd board is the 36-year-old Pentala, also an Olympiad mainstay. After a successful June, Pentala actually enters the Olympiad ranked slightly higher than Vidit. At this event, however, they will work together without concern for individual competition. Next in the talented India lineup is the 18-year-old rising star Arjun Erigaisi. Widely considered to be one of the world's most promising juniors, many expect great things from him on board 3. One board down is another top 100 player, S.L. Narayanan. Completing the roster is 4-time national champion Krishnan Sasikiran. Sasikiran assisted the legendary world champion Vishy Anand in his 2013 championship match. That experience could help him in assisting the rest of the Indian team. India has long been represented by a strong squad in the Olympiad, but their best result came in 2014, when they placed 3rd. Sasikiran is the only player still around from that success. Another bronze would certainly be welcome, but 1st place and a gold medal is the ultimate goal.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back and we are going to approach one of the most interesting phases of this round 7. Time is getting short. Arthur, I'm super excited about Time Scramble. I don't know if you feel the same, but I feel like...
Right, and there's a Wesley So match already has finished. Apparently, Wesley has the victory in the bags for Team United States. This means USA scored already the first victory.
Oh my God, let's see how this happened. So we were looking this position a few moves before. So we saw the sacrifice of the rooks. Yeah, we were here. And the piece got sacrificed on f5. And there we were. So black played the move queen d6. But then after queen g4 check, knight g6. Oh my God, can you guess the move has been played here?
Yeah, what was it?
Rook take d5. This is impressive. And after
Wesley sacrificing rooks to the same rook twice.
that rook has so much life. What is happening after queen take d5?
Bishop g6. That should be a mate, right?
Oh, and that's just going to happen. After pawn take, you take here and you give mate on g7. Voila.
I mean, he just keeps sacrificing the rook. Black keeps declining it, and this is how you crash through. Was there a resignation after this?
No, queen f6, g3, just a slow move. And bishop f8, rook f5, attacking the queen. Queen moves one more time. Now bishop c4 check, king h8, and there was a resignation after the move bishop g5, aiming towards f7. And well, things are really not going to work here, so black just shake the hand and resign.
What can I say? Great victory by Wesley So, but do you think that Tiedemann Armenia is going to back down? The answer is no. And then we check the game number, I think it was 4 of Samuel Shankland against Robert Hovhannisyan, and guess what? Tiedemann Armenia is fighting back.
Yeah, we should go straight into that game. You think that Shankland will be. Does he have a good possibility there? Let's see. This is the possibility.
I didn't like this position. I mean, I have to give credit for the deep viewers who gave this alert. Thank you again for doing this, because again, we cannot monitor all the 1,500 games. So there was a mention that
thank you, Chad.
Franklin is in trouble. The answer is yes, he is in trouble. His king is weak. The pawns are weak. He is in trouble. This might cost Team United States a very important point.
Yeah, and then we should also have a short look at the other game. Let's go at Dominguez versus Tersakian. This position looks like still undecisive. We see that opposite side castle can go anyway. Anyway, the both king are exposed in different ways, and I'm
super unclear. That's what I can say, right? I mean, the black king is still weak, but if the bishop gets on f6, black can get the better game.
When I said the word I thought I wanted to say I like black because I see the pressure on the b5, and then I thought, no, wait a second, the 7th rank. Oh my God, queen, something like rook d7, queen d4, queen g7. I said, okay, I like white. So yeah, I think what you say, Arthur, is perfectly a summary of what is going on in my mind. It's unclear, and there are chances for both players. So the question is, what is going on in board 1, and how is this match going to look at the end?
Super unclear. I already gave Team USA the big favorites, especially after this blunder by Hrant Melkomian. Look at that. They gathered it together. They're fighting. They're showing a great team spirit. So Team USA is not only fighting against leaders, they're fighting against united team, right? So it's going to be very, very tough on one of the central matches of today. But Alessia, I got another word that apparently young Krzysztof Duda is also in a lot of trouble. Can we pull up this game and see what's going on there?
Oh yeah, we saw already that Duda was in huge trouble before. This is the current position. There was huge pressure on the c file. We saw the amazing maneuver, a rook fc8, and then the rook went on c6, aiming towards a6, and this was huge problem. Let's go to the current position. Here we are. Arthurs, what's the problem here? Actually, we see that white resigned, black won here. Why did he resign? What is happening?
He already resigned. Wow, what a major upset. Duda 27-50, losing against 24-30. Although Mark Paragua, he was, I think, at his best about 25-50, maybe even higher. So maybe slightly underrated. I guess queen b3, somehow e4 or rook a3 looks very, very scary. Can I play e4? There must be something, right?
Well, it's white to move. White needs to play queen b3 now. It seems like the only move that protects anything. And you're suggesting rook a3, which is posing a question to the queen. Where are you going? And after queen b2, I mean, isn't like e4 just saying, okay, GG's, next game?
E4, c3, I'm sort of still in the game,
c3 is still holding, yeah.
Yeah, maybe there's a very direct sequence like queen a4. And queen a4, I'm a bit surprised.
Oh, you're threatening rook b3. Oh, no.
No, king a1 is bishop c3. That's the idea.
Wow. So if the king moves away, you go with the bishop. Now the knight is pinned as the king went there. And what if, yeah, of course, if king c1, the knight is hanging on a2. So really, this looks hopeless. Wow, queen a4 is a beautiful, I like this silent move that I like, yeah, just KO. Wow, impressive. Wow, Duda is such a strong player, and to beat him with the black pieces is definitely not an easy task. So huge shout out to Paragua that managed to do this.
What can I say, Alessia? Welcome to the Olympia. This is where miracles happen. Every single round, you see every single tournament, every single round, you see surprises. I mean, upsets. And that's what it makes it really such an exciting event.
I think it's incredible that we were looking at the crazy game of Ari Krishna versus Ganguly, and we have a results also there. Oh my God, after king h7, Ganguly after a draw, and the draw was agreed. Ari Krishna didn't try to fight with the white pieces. He had a slightly better position here, but he probably didn't see ideas.
That is very surprising. I guess he simply did not see queen a3. because, you know, after queen a3, I can't rate this position as equal, right? So you have to physically pick up this idea of queen a3, queen e7, because he clearly saw queen c1, queen a4 idea we discussed. He didn't pick this up. And I mean, to his defense, I have to say queen a3 is so awkward. I mean, it's so awkward. You just put the queen in the corner, but apparently that's the best move. It stops queen c1 and it prepares queen e7, queen d6.
And probably in his mind, he was thinking that if he wants to avoid queen c1 with a natural-looking move, queen d2, then blacks get actually a very interesting position, bringing the queen maybe to c5, and just it looks like black is starting to activating the pieces. So probably then he decides to go for a draw. Let's go to board number 2. Vidit is fighting here with the black pieces again as a Thurman, and they're actually friends. I've seen some collaboration of them, and but okay, you know, you can be friend out of the chessboard, but on the chessboard, I mean, you gotta look at the position and you gotta try to find just the best move in order to defeat your opponent.
Well, you just have to find it out. I mean, this is still sports. This is still a team event. Also, like Magnus and Nepo, they're friends, right? And yet they're supposed to play the World Championship event, right? And they did, of course, and Magnus won convincingly. Sometimes this happens, and there's friends, very good friends among chess players, very close ones, and at some point you have to beat your friend. Nothing to be done about that.
Before getting in the last few minutes, let's switch shortly to the women's section, and we should have a look at a team that we didn't look at all. So should search what is happening in Georgia versus Azerbaijan. No, sorry, Romania.
Right. Are there any results, by the way?
Yeah, this is what we are trying to figure out, no?
Hero Shenina's position looks good because my very immediately jumping in the action, I see that black is about to lose an exchange. I mean, the pin looks very deadly. So without a lot of analysis, it's becoming quite apparent that black is in trouble. What does it mean for Team Ukraine? Team Ukraine, that would be the first result against Netherlands.
Yeah, it seems like White will be winning. But let's switch shortly. Sorry, I was introducing Georgia versus Romania. So let's go to board number 1 and let's have a short look of all the 4 boards and see what is happening. Arthur's quick evaluation of this position.
I don't know.
You know, you're like a machine. I put the coin and you tell me the evaluation.
What is doing all right? I think this exchange sacrifice was done on purpose. So I'm thinking about bishop c3, queen d4, creating a battery. Apparently, black is not getting mated immediately because king h7 and there's no mate. So let's say I play whatever. I mean, bishop c3, I guess I target the queen, right? We can move it, I guess, on the board.
It's black to move.
Oh, even better. Black is even to move. So what about simply rook e3?
So if you want to play queen c3, I will say, what did you have? Which drink did you have in the break?
Yeah. All right. I didn't know who is to move. Okay, rook e3. Of course, I want to trade rooks. Now, otherwise, if you keep too many pieces on the board, black's king is weak. So take it, many times take it. Maybe bishop c3 needs to be reckoned with. But okay, for the start, let's take the pawn on c3. Okay, bishop c3 also is a move.
Oh, you want to take the pawn on e3?
Yeah, queen h3. I don't know. You know, would be, of course, not very fair to say it's balanced because I see the bar. But
yeah, I was scared about the pawn on b2.
But I see that obviously black king is in slightly weakened, but white doesn't have enough resources. That I see, right? So there's no mate. You can always play king h7. Maybe indeed white, instead of grabbing the pawn on e3, he has to play bishop c3. So going back to the rook e3 idea.
Yes.
So we take it, rook e3. I think we want to trade rooks. That's quite clear. And after f takes bishop c3, maybe I can... No, black is much better, I think, visually. Queen f5, yeah, very good point. Queen d4. Somehow go for the mate, but there's never a mate, right? I can even play... king f7 is queen a7 with a check.
That's interesting. It looks scary, that diagonal. Maybe this is the compensation that white is having. Queen d4 has been played. So we are this is the current position. So we are there. Now, how to protect the threat? Of course, there is a threat of checkmate on g7.
No, but I would choose black probably, because I can even play queen g6. I don't think I'm going to blunder a mate.
Yeah.
I guess white needs to eliminate the pawn on e3, and then I play a6. I'm never going to lose this. Never. I mean, I don't care if it's equal. I'm never going to lose this.
Yeah, I agree. I agree 100%. It's maybe white has a way to avoid that the material advantage of black gets in the way and can secure a draw, but it's definitely black that can win this game if white allows
And
it.
Irina Bumaga has been very, very pleasant surprise, at least to me, in this tournament. Her results are about 50%, but she's played some amazing games. I recall the previous rounds game against Maria Mazachuk. Do you see, Alessia, this game? Just stunning. Amazing game. She didn't convert it to victory, but Irina is playing some very good chess. Then the round before against Alina Kashlinskaya, she had a very, very interesting endgame night against a couple of pawns. Me and Yasser, we are trying to figure out what's going on there. So she's doing well.
What's going on? So we have a result about the same match. Sando Michaela, they made a draw versus Betchashvili. Why did this game end up in a draw? It seems like it's a repetition, yeah. So it was, if we go a few moves later, there was queen h6, knight f5 attacking the queen, check, knight g7 back, and then they were repeating the position. So let's go to board number 3. This is the current position of board number 3. Another coin, Arthur's. What's going on here?
Black king is weak. White has a strong pass pawn, and definitely white is much better. That is quite clear. I mean, I can just take on b5 and play something like rook c4. With the weakened king, with a very strong pass pawn, my money would be on white, right? That white is going to do it. Of course, the bar, as always, approves it, unless there's something more direct, like knight f4, knight h5, right? Okay,
yeah, I was just looking at this knight getting on h5, threatening mate, queen g4, queen g7, the pawn on f4 is hanging. Oh my god, that looks scary. You know, I'm an attacking chess player. If I see the king weak,
yeah,
I just look at it and try to find a mate.
All right, yeah.
Last board.
Maybe.
Last coin.
Here, this is a game of Mary Arabidze with black against who? I can't probably read it.
Leachi Miruna Doria.
All right. And black is definitely better because black has a better pawn structure. Materially, it's equal pawns, right? 6 against 6. Yeah, it's a slightly unusual structure, but black has a chance to organize a pawn chain in the center. Think about like knight e4. At some point, I'm not saying right away, then c takes and c5, d5, while white pawns on the king side look a bit static because every single pawn push like g4, f4 is creating weaknesses. This is a position you can play for quite some time, maybe just rook a1 for the time being, improve the rook, and then slowly wait for the moment to play knight e4.
I think like black here has all the potential to, you know, to keep playing for 50 more moves this game and slowly try to progress, avoid the change of the knight for the bishop and keep those pieces because this bishop on f2 at the moment seems a bit passive. So yeah, interesting how this is going. Should we go back to the do we want to see a bit more what is going on with the other team? The other team. You wanted
let's
to
check it out.
Yeah, let's see the first board of India versus Azerbaijan. And India is doing amazing this tournament. Well, this doesn't look like the most exciting endgame I've ever seen. I see 4-5 pawns per side, rook endgame, white is doing better because has the active rook, but is this enough?
This could be dangerous for black because I can clearly see that black would land in a position where he is sitting in a passive defense. So who is to move here? Black, right?
Yes, black to move.
Right. So probably I want to play a5, my first move. a5, and then try to activate the rook.
Okay, if a5, I play rook b5, so I want to keep your rook.
Right. Let me just show you how things can very quickly go wrong. Let's say black is doing nothing. Let's say rook a8, rook a7. And I'm going to play e4, right? e4, you do nothing. Rook a7, I play e5. And now you have to make a very big committal choice. Because if the king goes to g7, I might run with the king towards the queen side. King e3, king d4, king c5, king b6, try to snatch the pawn for free. Or the second idea, which is more interesting with the king on e7, after king e7, I can play at the right moment. The question is how to prepare it. King g5, f3, g4, and establish a passed pawn at the king side.
Actually, the bar liked so much already of king g5 that it shows that white is just completely winning here. So, you know, I take back everything that I said before about boring position, because can still be so exciting. It's incredible. Like, the only difference in this position is basically that one, your piece is passive and white is an active rook, but it can make the difference of a full point.
So if you would open like an endgame book, and one of my favorite books is, for example, Mark Dvoretsky's Endgame Manual. I've studied many, many times. So we go back to the current position. You need to have active rook. Yeah.
Ooh, and this is very interesting. Black sacrificed the pawn in order to reactivate the rook. I think this is very instructive.
That is skill. That is skill. So she understands. This means she's not going to hold on to the pawn. This means she knows what I was about to suggest, that in a rook endgame, your priority should be an active rook, even if it costs a pawn. And the best way to position the defending rook, your only active piece, is behind the passed pawn. Rook a2 and pray it works. But again, if you would ask here, black, are you sure this is a draw? I mean, there's nobody in the world who's going to say. No, I'm not sure at all. I've seen some ideas. I know some of the classical tricks I have to do, but every single position usually is pretty unique.
Yeah, I've done a stage with the Italian Federation many years ago, where we studied this endgame, where white has this pass pawn, and the conclusion we got is that, you know a bit that sometimes white can run towards the side, let some pawn be captured, but then this could backfire, because once you sacrifice then your rook on this pawn, black is pushing all these pawns on the other side. So you need to be very careful, and mostly the more far away this pawn is, and the better are the chance for a draw for black.
Well, Alessia, I have the Dvoretsky's Endgame Manual in front of me right now.
Let's go.
I can tell you, open the page, the 4th edition, about page 200, right? There you go. I mean, I had it. There you go. And this position is analyzed with the e-pawns missing. You don't have the e-pawns on the board. So I would have some ideas, right? I know how to play these techniques. I have studied it. Having e-pawns on the board, this is something else. And again, you add more pawns or remove more pawns, this is becoming something else. And again, I think these players, they have read a book, maybe not necessarily Dvoretsky's Endgame Manual, maybe some other endgame, one of the amazing books, but you have the ideas, but then you need to work it out yourself.
I agree. And this pawn on e3, e6 makes the whole difference, because the standard way to study this endgame is with the 3-pawn structure. And okay, we will see what is going on a few months later. White is now starting to slowly, push the pawn. And we'll see. Board number 3. We have another endgame with one rook, a knight and a bishop for white. White is having, if white is a pawn down, at the moment is white to move. So that's why I have a chance to win the pawn back. I like knight d6 attacking on b7. The pawn is attacked twice. Can black do anything against this?
No, the evaluation of the position really depends on Maybe knight c5.
Oh, knight c5, protecting the opponent, attacking the rook. I also like that knight c5 allows also the rook to target upon an a3. I would say that after knight c5, rook b5 is the obvious move, looking at the two knights.
And b6, right. That's why I said, I mean, I'm not sure how to evaluate that. Maybe there's some issues with knight c4.
Knight c4, protecting and attacking. Well, with those two knights.
Just a draw, somehow, you know, Alessia, I just make some quiet move. I cannot protect everything. The pawn e5 is under attack. Make something like h6 or g6. Yeah, and then it somehow liquidates.
Exchanging, knight takes.
Yeah, knight b6, rook c5.
Rook c5, rook a3.
Yeah, rook e5, happily shake hands.
And yes, I agree.
This could be a logical continuation, just one of them. How to
Yeah,
continue.
the move that happened actually is the move b6. Can this like be again what we were discussing? So maybe rook b5, knight c4.
But maybe there's knight 8 to c7 now. Yeah, that's actually smart. b6 is smart. I like it. Keeping more options. Well, tough to tell. I mean, the bishop on h3 is not doing anything.
Okay, but actually, you know, white play knight c4, now knight c5, and now rook b5 seems like the move that is going to happen. So we might get in the position that we have just discussed. Last board, we see also Tanya, what Tanya is doing. She has just 59 seconds on the clock. And
wait, Alessia, I'm so sorry. There is something dramatic happening in USA match. I just opened. Thank you for the dear viewers. Sorry to interrupt you. But Caruana is in trouble and Samuel Shankland is in trouble. What does it mean for USA team? Is USA going down against leader Armenia?
Oh my God, this is an incredible upset. This is the current position. You see the bar. We all see the bar. Now we are trying to understand why is this.
Just an extra point for the moment. I mean,
there's an extra pawn that is also passed and very far away, which is a great up front for the endgame.
So Levon here decided to take a break for obvious reasons, right? It's understandable. You don't want to play against your countrymen. And look at that. Team Armenia is such a great team spirit. Hrant Melkomyan blundered a game early against Wesley. So, and what on earth is happening with the white color for Team USA today? Samuel Shankland is suffering. Fabi Caruana, okay, that's with the black color, is getting crushed.
Oh my God, look at the time. Caruana is just 1 minute on the clock. This means that he has to reply immediately to any move Sargsyan is playing. Now, he pushed a pawn on c4, which allows white to take on c4, and then maybe the knight on e4 is really very vulnerable. I mean, after b takes e4, you have to take it with the queen. There is no other option.
Don't tell me there's no mate after f3. I mean, there should be a mate. f3, rook e8. I want to checkmate you right there.
Oh, this looks super scary. Maybe knight d6 is trying to hold.
No, it's never going to hold. I don't believe it. Rook e7, queen e6. Goodbye. I mean, I don't believe this holds at all.
Goodbye.
Fabi is going down. That's the news. I mean, I don't believe that Sargsyan is going to miss it. This looks pretty much straightforward. You don't want to trade the knight on g6 because the knight on g6 is a monster. And yesterday, Sargsyan lost with a... No, I'm sorry, not yesterday, but previous round, he lost against Gukesh, the wunderkind from India, who is actually, you know, very close to score 7 out of 7. Maybe he already made it. And what a comeback. What a comeback for Team Armenia. Let's talk about that, right? I mean, they're playing without their leader, Levon Aronian, who switched the federation over to USA for reasons which are completely understandable, right? And Levon is not playing here today, and Team Armenia is like, let's show them, right?
Yeah.
Amazing.
So if Caruana is in a huge pressure, and right now we're about to reach the position that we were discussing before, will white play f3? Let's see what is the pressure that Shankland is about to face. It's facing right now. I see so powerful queen and bishop here, and the king that is, is there and is going to be attacked by the bishop and the queen. Is there a mate?
Can you feel the adrenaline flowing in your veins if you're Sargissia? It's like, oh my goodness, this is it. This is it. I mean, I'm going to take down one of the strongest players in one of the most important matches of the year, right? You just feel so much adrenaline in your veins, right? Wow.
Yeah.
Well, that is Shankland's game, right? He's also completely busted.
It's incredible that if you see the result, you see, oh my God, USA is starting with one victory and one incredible victory of Wesley So, but now things start to look completely crazy. It has two boards.
So black is up a pawn and the king is weak. Maybe Samuel still can save this. Maybe he can still save this.
There are some problems because still white has a potential check on e8, and if the pawn on f7 is falling, I see lots of perpetual chances here. So if there is not an immediate wait for black, black needs also to be careful because there is something, some danger also for them.
And of course, it's not immediately lights out for the Team USA because they still have also Lanier Dominguez, the hero of a couple of matches. He could still turn it back, and Dominguez will have to win the game with the black color if he sees that his teammates are doing badly. I mean, obviously you have to fight for your team.
Yeah. Did USA need GM Hikaru in order to win this match?
GM Hikaru, I said that?
Oh no, I'm asking you. Should they have brought GM Hikaru to the Olympiad in order to win this match?
I don't know. Let's not write down their chances because I see that Dominguez has dramatically improved his position, and maybe the match is heading for crazy all results decisive 2-2. Would it be possible actually?
Oh my God! Look at this.
I see that Dominguez has a great position. Also, there's a mutual time trouble. How do you even choose which game to watch? Because there's drama happening on the first. I mean, all three boards.
I will switch very fast and try to understand what is going on. Here, black is having lots of pressure on the B file. Is A4 the move?
A4, that's it. No, knight E4, rook D8. That's it. I think that Dominguez is going to do it.
Oi, oi, oi. So maybe this is over. This looks clear.
That looks very good. This is reassuring for the American fans. Don't despair. Everything is still possible. But I mean, I love the fighting spirit, right? I love this fighting spirit that Team Armenia also is fighting, that Team USA is fighting back. I would say that Dominguez is winning this. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, knight E4, rook D8. The pawn on B2 drops. Dominguez is winning. Is Fabi still fighting, by the way? I'm sorry that we're jumping there, but this is a big moment here.
Yeah, Fabi is still fighting in this position. So white didn't play the move that we expected, f3, and played rook b2, which is another idea to try to penetrate through the b file. Bishop moved to c6, and now we have knight to e7. Check attacking the bishop. So the king needs to move. Probably king h7 will be the move that we see, and then which is white going for an endgame?
I don't think he wants to take on c6. Maybe he's toying with ideas of f3, queen h4. I wouldn't want to take on c6 at all. That would be terrible. This knight on e7 is so strong, and the knight on g6 was actually feeling stronger. Now, the big moment here, what Sargsyan is going to do? Are you really going to take on c6? No, never is going to happen. Maybe f3.
Yeah, and now there is the pawn on a4 that is also hanging. And so it seems white needs to be precise. If not, Fabi will for sure take the chance and stabilize the position one more time. 1 minute 56 seconds, guys. This is an insane time trouble. On the other side, what is going on in the game of Shankland? Here there were a few checks, and the king is getting to c2. Is the king safe? Is the king in trouble? Is white to move? We
But
might
they
give
have
a
reached
check.
the second time control already. They're going to spend some time here. There's
Oh,
no
yeah.
no more moves. No more moves. This is move 43. This is what I see. That there's no more moves coming in. So Samuel Shankland is in trouble. He's going to have to work it out. But I would still give money on Black's position.
And as I can see, also Caruana against Argosian reached move 40. So this means that we are in a moment where they will take some time to think, some time to have a coffee, drink some water, have a fresh look at the position. And also this game reached move 30. So now that the position, now that they have again time, we can maybe evaluate whole position.
Right. Let's jump in maybe to the France match against Netherlands.
Yeah, so there were two results already. Giri made a draw against, not a surprise, against Grandmaster Musso.
Obviously, by the way, this is a moment when a lot of results are incoming. I got the word from the reviewers that Conor Kumpi is losing in the women's section. More games are wrapping up. This maybe could be actually a big surprise of this round in the women's tournament. But we're gonna get back to the women's tournament after a moment. First time control finishes. A lot of action is happening. A lot of games are finishing. So we simply have to choose something here.
Yeah, we have two results. Giri against Musso ended up in a draw. Fan Forest versus Fascine ended also up in a draw. So we have two more games. Let's see what friends of Ikaru, our Benjamin Bach is doing here. This is the current position. We have an end game with an extra point for white. Rook and Knights is black to move. We reached move third. We reached
Looks
move
technically
fourth.
winning for white. Black is completely paralyzed. White can do whatever he wants. Slowly improve at the king side. King g3 or maybe h4, king h3, snatch the pawn, g4, f4, etc. The rook at a5 is, and the knight on f6, they're pinned to defend the pawn on d5. So white has the pawn and the compensation for it, right? This is what I say.
And last but not least, we have Lagarde versus Lamy. And this is another recant game. White has lots of extra pawns in this situation. White can also can push the pawn on, the pawn D is 3 squares away from becoming a queen.
This is completely winning for white. The simplest, I think, is d6. Whatever you do next. You can even threaten the pawn on c5 because there's always d7. I just move the king closer.
Okay, d6. What if rook d5 attacking the pawn?
I just move the king. King f2.
Because you can never take because c7 is promoting. Okay, and what if king f6 here?
Then king e3, and that should be somehow winning. King e6, maybe rook e8 check, or rook c8 at the right time. Yeah, I don't see black saving this.
Yeah, also, for example, I like the idea, the move rook e5 here. Forcing the rook to move away and then rook e7.
That's
winning
very nice
the pawn. All right, seems like so here is white winning for France, and in the other game is Benjamin winning for the Netherlands.
So our prediction could be 2-2, no?
Yeah, they fight like crazy, and then most of the matches seems to be ending 2-2. Okay, last but not least, let's go back to India. India 1 versus India 3. Our fans were cheering for India 3. Most of the chat seem to be cheering for India 3. Here we have a result. There was it was a victory for Grandmaster Narayanan. Players of India won. So it seems like together with the draw of Vidit and Hari Krishna, seems like this game is decisive in order to see which India will win here and which India will try to fight for the victory of the whole Olympiad.
And Gaisi also has a great queen endgame against Abhijit Gupta. Yeah, I think it's safe to say that first Indian team confirmed their status of the main team, the strongest team among the Indian teams. So they're winning. They're winning the match something like 3-1 or 2-0. Doesn't matter. It's a win.
Yeah, amazing. We want to see. We saw some top boards. We saw.
Let me
We
check
saw.
Gukesh. Let me check Gukesh.
Yeah,
I mean,
let's
we're
go.
wondering, did he make 7 out of 7 because he had such an amazing position against Team Cuba, second Team India?
So also they reached move 40. We are at move 42. It seems like black is keeping the pressure over the c3 pawn. And look at those pawns, by the way. They're a bit funny. 6, e5, g5, g4.
But this is so bad actually for white. I mean, if I play something like rook e4, maybe the h2 pawn is going to be decisive. Like rook e4, takes, rook h7, everything falls apart on the second rank.
Sorry, it's black to move also here.
Oh, even better. Then things are totally bad. What if I play e4? Or maybe it's too much. No, e4.
Okay, rook e4 is on the board, so it
That's on the board.
appears like now your idea of rook e4 can be played.
Yeah, but now after rook e4, I get to trade it and play rook h7. And not only the h2 pawn falls, but the a2 pawn as well. So this could be a bit too much.
I see.
Somehow, yeah. So suddenly start to appreciate this black pawn on a3, which is keeping the white pawn on a2, pressing it, stay there, and the bishop on whatever square d6, e7 is keeping the pawn on a3.
Yeah, it seems like Gukesh is clearly pressing one more time, and now they have both enough time, so they will, they'll play this position with considering all the alternatives and taking time. Let's go to Kamer, the first board of Germany. Also here we had some fast moves, reaching move 40. What is going on?
Wow.
Is black to move here?
This is impossible even to evaluate. Because, black has an exchange. All right, that's cool. But look at those passed pawns at a queen side. Look at the black spot on a4. There's so many elements. You have to evaluate. I mean, if those white pawns start to run very fast, white is killing black. The black pawn on a4 might remind itself at the right moment. Then there's the weakened king. I have no idea what to make of this position.
Chat, do you have a game that you really would like to see? Let us know. We will go there.
Yeah,
Should we check the world champion?
Yeah, so far. Yeah, let's check the champion, of course. So far, the viewers, you have been amazingly helpful, right? So I'm sorry we cannot always respond to your requests, but at least several times you gave very nice insights what's going on. We really appreciate that. But we have to remember at the same time, there's something like 1,500 games being played at the same time, right? So, I mean, this is crazy. So many exciting events.
Magnus has one pawn that is about to be promoted. A7 is just one square away from getting another queen. It seems like white gets black got some checks. Still check on d1, check on h1, check on c3, of course. That's even a free pawn.
I think this is looking technically winning position for Magnus, unless he's gonna blunder perpetual check somehow, which I don't know. I don't think so, because also the black king is pretty weak. You need the knight for that.
I think it's important that this bishop on f5, is guarding the square on e4, and this secures that there will be no perpetual because the king on g2 is safe.
Yeah. I love this. I love this comment in the chat. Magnus is inevitable. I'm not sure if Magnus is inevitable. I have a feeling that Gukesh is inevitable, but maybe both of them. Very nice. All right. Can we, Alessia, can we check the game of Team Norway? There's 1-1, and Frode Orkedal has something interesting going on.
Oh, let's go check it out. This is the current position. We have moved 44, but the position looks still super close. Equal material. White seems to have a bit more space to do the pawn on e5. We have 2 double pawns. What do you think, Ardors?
Looks totally Equalish, no?
Yeah, it doesn't sound like there is a way to break through. I mean, black might have a breakthrough on b5, c4, something like this. White might look for g3, g4.
No, I think Norway is gonna hold it here, and so far, I think Kurkedal feels the goal is to make a draw. So he's not gonna make any funny ideas here. He's gonna just maybe just cement the position with a5 so that you don't even think about crashing through. And Magnus is winning. This means that Team Norway is gonna score maybe not the most convincing win, because Christensen, look at that, he lost with the white color. What is going on there? I mean, they're not really feeling the game. I mean, Magnus is waiting for the support from the team members, and somehow the game is not going. Magnus has made one draw, if I remember correctly, so that makes, what is it, 5.5 out of 6 for him if he wins. So
Yeah, but he needs support of his team member in order
support,
to.
right? And of course they're trying, but somehow it's not working. You know, I remember, Alessia, it was such a bad experience. I mean, I was playing for Team Latvia for Olympiad in 2018 in Batumi, my last Olympiad where I played. And everybody was playing bad, meaning the top board, Igor Kovalenko, was playing really well, just crushing everybody. And everybody else was like, we were letting him down all the time. We kept playing mediocrely, nothing special, and maybe even just badly. And at some point, even Kovalenko started to play bad. You know, because I mean, it's the spirit, right? Somehow you feel the match is not going, and we drag down the leader as well, right? I don't want this to happen to Team Norway, right? But you can't help but feel that it is very important to have good team spirit.
Yeah, I definitely agree. So it's like you influence each other, and yeah, you influence in a negative way each other. Chat was suggesting to watch some quiz. So I'll go to the board number 1. We already saw we just saw the bar going all the way up. What do you think of this position?
It's common knowledge that the bishops tend to dominate the knights, especially in endgames, especially in open positions. So I think the march of king e4, king e5, king g5 looks decisive, unless black somehow managed to push forward f pawn, which I don't see how to do that. I mean, wait, king e4 is knight c3. Oh, maybe he started bishop e6 check and then play king e4.
You don't really want to exchange the bishop.
I'm not sure that's even winning, to be honest. I mean, I would have to calculate that. This pawn endgame, but bishop e6 seems a safe move. And king d8, I guess. No,
black has this f pawn that still needs to be guarded. No, the king cannot.
that is a good point. That is a good point. Of course, I can always play bishop c4 or bishop d5, hold it. So can we make a couple of moves? Let's say king d8, and king e4. So does black even have moves here? Maybe knight c3, something like this. Yeah, and I go after the g pawn, king e5, and f3, and just take it. Is this not winning? e2, bishop c4. I mean, this should be like calculation until 5 or 6. You check if you're not blundering a piece immediately, then you're winning.
Yeah. I mean, there's knight e4 check.
Yeah, maybe now I rely on my passed pawns. Yeah.
So you give away the bishop.
Maybe, yeah. Just an idea. Again, I would check it. Like, let's say king h6. Can I do that? King h6, you take your piece. Whatever you do then, I don't know, knight. Okay, bar found a draw. Well done. Well done. I don't see how it's a mistake. Okay, I guess I found a mistake. f1, put a queen, takes, g5. I was hoping this is winning somehow because I have 2 passed pawns, but
the knight is getting. Oh.
Yeah, but I play king h7.
Okay, so maybe the knight can take care of the pawn, and then you can play something like a5, b6, and then capture.
Or king d7, b6. Yeah, maybe that's a draw. You can show it until then, by the way, Alessia.
Yeah, what do we do? Knight g3,
g6, knight f5, king h7.
Oh, now he's winning.
King d7. Is this winning, really? I'm not sure. g7. Take, b6. How is this winning? No, sorry, b6. No, king c6. Don't waste time.
Sorry.
E6.
King F6 anyway.
Ah, the king's in the square. Oh my goodness, you have to cock like that. King E5, the king's in the
Oh
square.
my god.
Okay. It can be miscalculated, by the way. Very correct.
Yeah, because after pawn take, the king is catching the pawn. Wow, that's incredible. Wow, that's very tricky. I mean, we can definitely say that it's tricky, but white is the one that has chance to win here. Yes.
Right. And look at the result. I mean, Greece is doing really good because
Let's go back. Sorry, Arthur, for interrupting, but I see chat saying Caruana is losing again. We need to see what is going on. So the knight and the bishop is not anymore on the board, and white is having 2 extra pawns.
okay, so he did take on c6 or on d5.
I can show shortly. So there was knight e7 check, the king went up. Now there were lots of exchange. Rook b4, queen goes away, and now tape up. Ah, okay, makes sense. It's a nice way to liquidate and to get to an endgame where you have 2 extra pawn, you have a pass pawn. I should be safe, right?
Should be. Should be winning, yeah. 2 pawns. Cut off king.
The current position.
But I can't help but feel that Sargsyan had more direct win. I mean, this is definitely winning. Should be winning. Technical win, 2 extra pawns. The A pawn is important to keep alive. But I had a feeling that he had like a decisive attack. This f3. But then again, we talked about this, right, Alessia? About being practical. Not going for funny ideas. And
I agree.
Yeah.
Like a GM, that this endgame is winning. You have an extra pawn, you have another pawn on the other side, and you just go for what is safe.
What does it mean for Fabi? Maybe he's about to drop out of top 10 in the live ratings, because there was this discussion. It was so strange to see Fabi dropping to number 9 in the live ratings, but that was before the victory over Maksudlu in round 6 over Iran. So he gained back some rating points. Again, another tough result for Fabi. Something has happened. I don't know what. I can only guess, but I feel that maybe he slightly lost the touch after the candidates, right? He was doing well. He had what, +3, right? When he was chasing Nepo for the race, in order to qualify for the World Championship match against the champion. And something happened there. I don't know. He lost a couple of games. In the end, he was completely unrecognizable. I wonder if this has something to do with the psychological state of mind. I don't know.
I think high level psychological is still so much important. So definitely, I think it was one thing that hit him.
And shout out to the Robert Kess here in the chat, the coach of Team USA is here. Welcome everybody.
Exactly. That's why I was going to the game he was talking about, because he said that Dominguez's game is incorrect because of the DGT relay errors. So he said that no chance that at this point at move 40 he played rook b5, because then when b2 was hanging with check. So there was a mistake.
Makes no sense at all. It didn't happen at all. I mean, maybe he made the rook and the rook slipped and slammed on the b5 square, fixing it for the digital operators. But no. Rook b2 was played.
Yeah. And so we have the current position should be all right. So, I mean, I don't know if this is a good news for GMS or not, because this endgame doesn't look anymore completely winning for black, as we saw a few moves before.
But this is not the right position, right? As I understand it.
Oh, so you think that was it's completely wrong then?
No, you're saying it was rook b5. I don't believe it, right? So going back a couple of moves. So this rook b5, what was the sequence again?
Yeah, rook b5, then king c1, rook take b2, rook d6.
No, this didn't happen, did it?
Yeah, we see had the live camera from Chennai, but the last word is too far away to be able to to understand the position from the live board. I mean, if there is some guys in the chat that has an incredible vision and can see what is going on in the board there, yeah, please help us. We are happy to receive a feedback about it.
All right, and how is Samuel doing? He was still struggling, right?
Yeah, this is this is the current position.
Mm-hmm.
King h7 last move, white to move.
Maybe some minor chances still for white. Only down a pawn, but King h7.
Question: Can white exchange the queen?
Maybe, and then try to crash through at the queen side. Queen d5, c takes, and b3. Maybe it's a bad idea, but we have to try something. And I play b5, I guess. Try to close the action. And now b takes. I try to run with the king to b4 somehow. How do we do that? I have no idea.
Well, you need to remove this bishop at some point, and maybe bishop e1.
Yeah, maybe bishop e1, and black is going to play, let's say, g6. And I could be really smart. Oh, like, no, I want to play f6, you know.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Why do you have to give the pawn?
Yeah, sacrifice the pawn. But then again, you always play bishop d6. You're never going to let my king out to b4, right? No, I think there's no chances here. So queen d5 is not going to do it. Unless you put the bishop somewhere else, not on e1. You put it somewhere
maybe on
f8
b4
or something.
and then c5. Oh, you take.
Maybe take bishop b4 and put it somewhere on f8. Yeah, like this, bishop b4, but that wastes one more tempo. Again, g6 and f6. Maybe something like this. Because g6, if I take on g6, king g6, f5, g4, black is very quickly organizing a passed pawn. This doesn't look very good. But what does, right? I mean, everything looks bad for white.
Yes, you know, Arthur, I think that our players have quite some time to think. So it's time for us to hit a break, and we will be back with the final moments of round 7. Now we are going to know how this match is going on. USA, Armenia is super exciting. So please don't go anywhere, and see you soon.
See you in a moment.
This is going to be a real-time breakdown of Danny Wrench's games all time on Chess.com.
That's cool. Oh! In the last month, I am playing 83.12.
I'm less accurate than them in every stage.
Yeah.
Man, that stings a little
You
bit.
should
Okay.
do the more game review.
Okay. Yeah, thanks a lot. Okay, so
Tuesday sucks. I gotta stop playing chess on Tuesday. Oh, it's because it's Title Tuesday.
Look how many blunders there were back in December 2020. And now December 2021, 1,600. Don't look at this number. Look at this number. Best.
Let's go to tactics. Mates. I'll probably need to work on these ones. Yep.
Every single rook fork that has presented itself to me, I have found. No one has a higher percentage of rook forks than I do. Yes, correct.
These are literally the knight forks that you missed.
I missed knight d6?
You saw it just now.
What the is wrong with me?
I could have done here and then taken this pawn, and I'm winning because my pawns get held together. That's probably the coolest part about this feature.
Like these positions against Hess. Rook there for rook e2. And he blunders mid in one. Oh my goodness. I'm awful.
play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, Chess.com. With hundreds of thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a total beginner or a grandmaster. You can play games at any pace against friends, other members, or one of our many computer personalities. Chess.com makes improving fun and easy. Sharpen your game with tactics puzzles and enhance your strategy with our videos and lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with Chess.com's easy-to-use analysis tool. Regardless of your skill level, Chess.com has all you need to take your game to the next level. Chess.com is your go-to source for chess news, live coverage of tournaments, events, and everything in between. Experience Chess.com anytime and anywhere, whether you're at home on your computer or on the go with our mobile apps. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for? Join Chess.com today.
Welcome back to the 44th Vidit Olympiad here in Chennai. Here we can see the live coverage of the playing goal. You are here with Alessio Santermo, Women FIDE Master, and my co-host today is the amazing Grandmaster Arthur Snikshans.
Hello, everybody. Namaste, my friends.
Namaste. We should have a look definitely at some results. Here we see the results in the women's section. Azerbaijan is leading versus India. That was leading up to this point. So maybe we will have an upsetting results for India. We also should have a look at the other. We have Georgia. Okay, sorry. We should have a look at the open section by far, because we have India that lost, India 2 that lost, India 3 that lost already against the main India. And I think that very interesting. What do you think, Ardos? Look at what India 3 is doing against Cuba. They're already leading with 1.5 to off.
Yeah, they're a very impressive team to look out for. And Prague on the third board has managed to score a nice victory with black color. I mean, Cuba has been quite a surprising team throughout the entire tournament. Now, after the rest day, they got to face one of the most dangerous teams in the Olympiad, as the world champion Magnus Carlsen would say. He would also rate them even higher than the first Indian team. And also, I think that Gukesh is very close to winning. But before we jump into Gukesh's game, I believe there is a very nice video about second team of India, who they are and what they want to do here.
Yeah, let's see.
India has the most teams in the Olympiad, including 3 very competitive teams in the open section. This gives the host country legitimate chances to win more than one medal. The wild card for these high expectations is the super talented but very inexperienced second team for India. Seated just outside the top 10, many consider this squad to be amongst the most entertaining in Chennai. Norway's Magnus Carlsen even suggested he's more wary of facing India's second team than going up against India's top-seeded squad. That's some high praise from the world champion. Just under 30, Bhaskaran Adiban is the team's veteran. He leads by example with his signature aggressive style. Looking up to Adiban are 4 teenagers, a collective of India's most talented young rising stars. Nihal Sarin, Damaraju Gukesh, Ramesh Babu Pragnananda, and Raunak Sadwani will each be making his Olympiad debut here at home. Legendary coach and team captain R.B. Ramesh will have his hands full trying to get the maximum potential out of a roster dominated by teens. Good enough to win a medal, the biggest question is if this team can hold up under the Olympiad spotlight and pressure. India shared gold at the 2020 Olympiad, which was held online. That said, it has been 8 years since the birthplace of chess took an Olympiad medal over the board. Although in the shadow of India's first team, India's juniors are unquestionably a key component to fulfilling the high expectations set by the host country and its fans.
India too is an incredible team. Look at this scene, guys. We have the real board, an amazing profile of the board between Albornoz and Gukesh.
This looks crushing, right? I mean, Gukesh is on the verge to score the 7th victory in a row, because after Bishop F4, the big point is it's not just a piece sacrifice. G takes, there's Rook takes on C3, killer blow incoming.
Wow, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. Arthurs, do you think Gukesh, I saw chat, they were writing 11 out of 11, but do you think is Gukesh going to score 11 points out of 11?
Well, I still think it's very early to say, but of course, everybody is super impressed, especially me, right, by Gukesh's performance. I think it's quite clear to say that he's making very loud announcement that he is here, that he is about to become an elite grandmaster, right? Of course, there's discussion that he did not really beat like 7 super grandmasters in a row as Fabi Caruana did when he scored 7 out of 7. But I mean, still, he did beat 27 cognitive level players in the way, and I would definitely say that more wins are gonna come, right? This is not the last one.
And do you think there is any chance that Gukesh might play against Magnus Carlsen if Norway manages to win a few rounds
jumping
in the
to the far future, imagine yourself round 11, Team Norway has won all the matches. Gukesh has 10 out of 10. Norway has climbed up and they're playing the top world champion is examining the young star who has 10 out of 10. You know, that'll be quite a story, right? I imagine there would be something like, I don't know, 500 million Indians watching this match.
I agree. Honestly, one thing that is, oh my God, we just saw the handshake on Gukesh. Look at this, the game, the live footage. This means that this is a victory for the Indian star that wins another game. It's official, guys.
And to remind you what round this is round 7, because I learned this from a recent tweet. Who was this? Ganguly, who said that in case I mix up what round it is today, right? I just check out how many points Gukesh has. So Gukesh has 7 rounds. This means this is the 7th round.
Yeah, this is super incredible. If you guys know the emoticon Giga Chat, I think he deserves this for this amazing performance. 7 out of 7. Look at this.
And I think also Team India clinches the match with this.
Yeah, and Team India is now with 2.5 to half points, so wins the match. And I'm just seeing what Gukesh is doing with the real board. You know, he's adjusting the sheets where he writes the game, putting it back. in his pocket because you need to analyze games even if you win. And now I think he's about to, to stand up and get out of the playing goal because the players are forced to leave the playing goal. Wow, what an incredible result. I think we should go back to US and go to the game of Dominguez. And I hope that the game that we are seeing is the actual game. Chat was saying Dominguez is winning again. Dominguez managed to capture the pawn on a3. Now, for Teresa is painful to stop the pawn on a4.
I hope they fixed it because this rook b5 looked a really strange way to continue. I'm fairly sure it didn't happen. At the moment, it looks like the match of USA against Armenia is heading for a 2-2 draw.
Yeah, we have just at the moment we have just Wesley. Wesley saw that one in an amazing way very early. He's already resting. He's already getting some rest. So apparently we have some updates about what happened here during the game. So instead of rook take b5, the actual game was rook take b2. Then we had rook c1, rook a2. Oh my god, Fabiano is shaking the heads while we are talking. And I see the arbiter adjusting the king. This was a victory for Grandmaster Sargsyan from Armenia.
Huge result. So this means that Armenia is scoring 1 point already, and that leaves the match equal at the moment. Also, 2 more ongoing games. Samuel Shankland is losing against Robert Hovhannisyan, and Dominguez has a technically winning position against Teresa Hakian. I think if no wonders are going to happen here, Alessia, this is going to be a 2-2 draw. And that being said, most likely Armenia is going to still keep the lead in the overall rankings.
Yeah, I can't. Let's go back to Dominguez. Let's see what is going on. So what we were saying is that actually we have a feedback on what actually happened on the board. There was not the move rook b5 was not happened, but actually there was a mistake with the move order, and yeah, we have this position right now.
Yeah, the operators fixed it. This is the current position right now. They gave white a free move after that, so just to fix it so that they don't have to, like, I don't know, reboot everything. This is the right position. Black has 2 extra pawns. Bishop is dominating against the knight. Should be technically easy task for experienced grandmaster.
Yeah, so last board. I mean, this means that if here is important for Hovhannisyan to win this game.
Yeah. So it's quite amazing, right? So there's a big likelihood that we are going to have 4 decisive games and still the match is somehow drawn.
Well, but this is what exactly we want to see. We want to see fight. We want to see results. We don't want to see draw. We don't want to see boring draws, and we want to see fight on the board. By the way, this position is still looking unclear.
Which unclear? You mean the final position? I mean this position?
The current position of Shankland versus Hovhannisyan.
I have a feeling somehow it should end badly for white very quick. But you know what, Alessia, I started to think, I don't recall, I mean, definitely there were. I don't recall matches, at least at the highest level here in Olympiad, where when the match was drawn with all games decisive. Maybe there were. Definitely there were matches with 4 draws. But a draw and 4 decisive matches, that is pretty rare. I mean, still. And this guy
I agree. Draws are definitely very, very they're happening so much that you don't expect 4 decisive results to end up in a 2-2 for the team competition. So it's impressive. It's impressive. So you say that black should win this position in a few moves. Can you prove it to me?
That's a different question. How do I prove it? Obviously, I need to create a pass pawn at the king side. How to do that? I'm thinking, so my thought process, okay, bishop c7 was played. Can we take it back? My thought process is I want to trade queens somehow. I put away the queens. I play g6. I trade the f pawn for the g pawn. Then I play f5, g4, and I create an outside pass pawn, and I'm winning. And also having fixed those white pawns at the queen side on the dark squares gives me extra bonus in let's say, the bishop endgame, right? I can always use them as a target. I'm not sure what white is supposed to do here. By the way, I'm thinking about also, I could play even, okay, maybe it's too early. I was even thinking about g6. G6, sacrifice the pawn.
Or without the...
Yeah. I was thinking about that. Maybe it's not necessary. G6, f takes, and king g7. And now my point was, which is maybe completely ridiculous, to play f5 next. f5 and king takes on g6. But this is such a responsible move that I'm not totally sure. There could be something like queen e4, for example. You need to evaluate the consequences. Queen e4, activating the queen to e8 or something, which literally forces you to take on e4, I guess, and then you take it, take on g6, d5. Yeah, but I guess it's just winning. C takes, king f5. Yeah, that should be winning.
King f5.
So this white's d pawn is not going anywhere.
Right, so we have a few moves. So black took a different approach, bishop c7 and king g1. So probably the idea is that you want to create a battery with the queen and the bishop and go towards g3 h2. So apparently if exchanging queens is good for black, then it should be possible if you go to threat mate then to exchange queens in a way.
Right. He wants to trade queens, and Shankland is not going to do it. He is simply going to sit and do nothing. Just nothing, nada. I mean, not going to do a thing. King f2, king e1, king g1, king f1, whatever. Prove it. Prove it what you have, because I think Samuel suspects the queens disappear from the board, so do his chances to save the game. At least right here.
Yeah, let's see. It's all, black needs to prove now that he finds a way. I like your plan with g6. That could be something that maybe he will consider later.
But let's not write down Shankland's chances completely. I mean, he's a fierce fighter. He can make things very tough for the opponent, and that's why sometimes that's the difference between a good grandmaster and a lead grandmaster. They're extremely resilient. They just don't give up. I mean, you can bend them, but they don't break. So you still need to show flawless technique until the end. And one slightest mistake by Hovhannissian, that's it. Shankland is going to be there to use it. So
let me give an update about the game that Magnus Carlsen just won against Grandmaster Stoyanovsky. 2 queens on the board, and Magnus secured the victory for Team Norway. So Norway is probably winning this event against North Macedonia. There is just one board that is still still going on, and is the board or Grandmaster Orkedo.
Yeah, that was quite drawish last time I checked it. The black was pretty solid.
Actually,
I guess
the game seems to be ended in a draw. Yeah, there was a repetition. So
yeah, there's
the results should be soon updated. And we have king h2, king f8, king h1. Yeah, not too much to go into here.
Not much to do, because g3 actually is asking for trouble. You're trying to, either let's say g3 or c3, you're trying to break through. It's just creating weaknesses in white's position, which might actually backfire. So white simply said, okay, listen, I'm losing the match by doing this, but there's simply just no way for me to win this.
Yeah, very good news for Team Norway that is winning finally a match. Let's go back to Dominguez, and I want to ask chat, guys, which game do you think is exciting? Do you have a game that has a super exciting moment and we should definitely have a look at? In the meantime, Dominguez is about to make progress. Now there are just 2 pawns left on the board. You need to be careful.
But how this suddenly is not so obvious now? Because White is doing a wonderful job. training some pawns. There might be some potential endgames where the A pawn is traded for the F pawn, and all I see is the wrong corner on H1 and the wrong bishop. This still requires technique. I would say that
imagine Arthur's if you jinxed it. You said 2-2 and now somebody wins.
No, and then they make 2 draws. And then I believe it's still going to be 2-2, to be honest. I still believe. I mean, it looks very logical. The match is quite even, despite Wesley's amazing easy victory, where Melkomian handed on the platter this entire idea with E4, but it was so beautiful. You can't deny, really.
Yeah, we'll see. I think that Dominguez is taking some time to think for a reason. And but they should still be winning, right?
Right. While we at it, do we jump to the women's section again?
Yeah, sure. Let's see what is going on.
Yeah, I wanted to check since we started to talk about Team USA. How is the women tournament, women team doing? Just very quickly, just to check how they're doing.
First player that I would like to have a look is Irina Crash. She's an amazing commentator for Chess.com. I think many of our audience knows her. And I saw even, that there was a petition in order to let Irina start streaming on Twitch. So, she's liked by the Twitch community, and that's her game. She's with the white pieces playing against a women FIDE master, Maria Jose Campos from Argentina.
So another American duel. They've already had so many teams. They played Venezuela. Oh my goodness, I don't remember. There was like 3 American countries. And this is the 4th one, if I remember correctly. So it's quite interesting the pairing they got. I could very quickly pull up, of course, Team USA's lineup. So they played against Puerto Rico, Peru, Venezuela, and now Argentina.
Look at this. They are playing. Like they could have played in America.
Continental championship right there. Yeah.
Anyway, this position is black to move. And is white winning, you say? How? Why?
No, I say Team USA is winning. The score is winning.
Yeah, they're 1.5-2. What about this position?
This, I see an extra exchange. Shall I say that should be good, right? Somehow, Queen of 6.
There is a pawn that is dangerous. No, pawn on B4.
Not going anywhere for the moment.
Not going anywhere. Okay.
Yeah, I have a Queen on B3. Maybe I just play H5. H5, Queen of 6. We just say that white is faster. I think white is faster. This pawn on B4 is, of course, is menacing, but just play H5. Go for the mate. No, I think Irina is going to do it. What's on the top board? Tokhirionova against Zuriel?
Let's go check it out. We didn't see. How is this? Why US is a very strong team, but they seem to be a bit underperforming.
Yeah, they had some tough results. I mean, they were playing like Peru before. I believe they lost it. Peru was significantly underrated. I watched the games.
This is a position of the first board.
Okay, Team USA is winning. That is clear. So
yeah, the pawn is just.
So there is still hope for US fans because Team USA is a very good one. They had some bad streak of results, but they're fighting back. This would be, I think, the 2nd victory in a row if they're going to do it. And I think they're going to do it. What else is there? We have to check. There were some big results, right? Conor Humpy lost the game against Azerbaijan.
Ooh la la.
Mm-hmm. Oh la la.
Oh la la. Here we have the game. Look at this. So we go back a few moves. We know already the results. Let's see what happened here. Oh, it seems like there was a strong attack by white. Yeah, whites had 2 rooks on the G file. Somehow managed to play to bring the knight also. And yeah, the attack, yeah, black had sacrificing time, trouble, and exchange. And then H5 was a apparently a big mistake. G5 is now super weak. No, a rook can go there. And Uchi.
All right.
So this
Good
is
result by Azerbaijan, and this could mean a tough loss for Team India. The other boards, are they fighting to get back?
Yeah, let's see Tanya. I mean, they said Tanya is having an amazing performance, but today she was having a very hard position. This is the current position on the board. Tanya is with the white pieces, and now she has a pass pawn on the B file.
This is great. I mean, Alessia, we have to show this. It's quite paradoxical. Look at this. So let's say you play A3.
Yeah.
And rook D3. You just don't allow this pawn go anywhere. A2 and
rook
rook
A3.
Or rook A3. Yeah, rook A3, even that. I was thinking
Yeah,
about
I love because basically there is mostly you have a check here and you promote, but how do you give a check to this king?
Yeah, I just play B5, king A6, B6, king A7, B7, B8, queen, and the king on H7 is so far away from the action. Nice.
Yeah, basically you treat the king like a pawn and you push it together with the other, and you promote the pawn. Wow, that's huge. Wow, Tanya is about to win this game for Team India.
Like
and look at the footage. We have the live camera from the playing goal. Both players are very focused and sitting. But it seems that Tanya looks like the one more relaxed, doesn't have the hands over her forehead. Yeah, seems like Tanya is in full control there. Also, the time situation seems like she has enough time. So apparently she will be winning this. So let's see the other board. We have still 2 more games going on here. We have this end game of Vaishali versus Beidulayeva. And White is playing this end game with 4 versus 3. This is theoretically a draw, but it's very tough. What do you think? Have you ever played this game, Arthur, in an OTB game?
4 versus 3 is the pawns at the same flank is quite unexplored, but usually it's drawish. But the more pawns, the more chances for the stronger side. So you remove a couple of pawns. Let's say if F pawn for E pawn is quite obvious, G pawn for the F pawn even more obvious, right? You add more pawns and more options start to appear. So I mean, it's a position you can legally play for forever. Try to create a pass pawn somehow, but how do you do it? That's a different question.
I actually played exactly in India, a position similar to this. I was with on the side with 4 pawns. Unfortunately, I didn't manage to win. My opponent defended very well. So theoretically, it should be a draw, but the player with 4 pawns can still try and get some chances. Another Rook-Hand game. They say that all the Rook-Hand games are a draw. Is this true?
Depends. There's this joke, right? In the rook game, if you have an extra pawn, then it's definitely a draw. But if it's equal, then you're winning. For some reason, somehow things work differently in the rook games. But on a serious note, you have to master the skill, right? Because very, very often the games are decided in the rook games.
And incredible, we have a result, guys. In the open section, Dominguez won. So that's official. Now there is just one game that we need to still focus our attention on. And the question is Ovanesian going to win this game for Team Armenia and secure a 2-2? That means that Team Armenia will be still leading this Olympiad open section.
This could take a while. Yeah, maybe I was wrong to mention that it's going to finish in a couple of moves. So Samuel is not going to make it easy. Now he sees that it's not a complete disaster for Team USA, because at some moment it did look like Fabi was losing, and also who else lost? I mean,
well, Dominguez was not clear if he would have won.
Yeah, he was losing, right? I mean, obviously his own game, and it looked like they might actually lose the match. And now this is okay. I mean, the worst case, it's going to be 2-2, right? Of course, not ideal result, but there's still hope. But it's not yet over for Shankland.
Yeah, but I see that, he is in a position from a psychological point of view, that is easier. Because you know that worst case there is still a 2-2 and still the the Olympian is not gone. But for Ovanesian, that's another story. He needs to win this game in order to secure the lead for Team Armenia. And also is the one that is leading.
But I think we have to mention also the time situation here, because you see that Hovhannisyan is burning time. And this is what I don't like from Armenia's point of view, because to remind you, the time control of the tournament, it's 90 minutes for 40 moves, obviously, plus 30 seconds after that. And then you get extra 30 minutes after that. So what you're seeing here on the clock, that's it. I mean, there's no more time coming, just extra 30 seconds per move. And Hovhannisyan has spent quite a lot of time trying to figure out a plan, but has he? That's the question.
Yeah, and that's a good point. And mostly you spend lots of time exactly when you don't see a clear way to win. So, it's not a good sign by far, but let's see. We'll see what.
Before, let me tell you that. I mean, before the end of the first time control, he had such a promising position. It felt, okay, this is very close. But again, let's not underestimate Shankland's fighting chances.
Absolutely.
Okay. What is next? Unless maybe, by the way, dear viewers, you can suggest some interesting games. Your insights, of course, are always very valuable. You see something sensational is going on.
I know one game we need to see.
Right there.
There is one queen versus 2 bishops. And it's crazy. This game is with white pieces from Serbia. We have Grandmaster Indic, Alexander, and with the black pieces, we have Famer Vincent from Germany.
This is funny. I mean, how do you stop b6, b7, and bishop a7, Alessia? Just perpetual check?
Maybe.
Or you push forward your own a pawn.
And then we have 2 queens versus 2 queens and 2 bishops. Versus 1 queen and 2 bishops.
It's not our game anyway. So black is the move, right? Who is the move?
It's black to move.
So black to move. Can I play a4? A4? Yeah, let's try.
Sorry, which move?
A4.
A4.
Yeah. A4, B6, A3. It's a race, right?
B7.
B7, yeah.
The problem is that A2 is A1 is controlled by the bishop.
I see that. I try to make some ridiculous point, which maybe it's not even there. And something like queen. Queen.
I think it's
B1.
time to start giving. Queen B1.
No, I wanted to trade this pawn on B2, on B7 for the pawn on A3. So bishop A7, A2, you put a queen, I trade it, I put another queen. That was my idea. Right.
Yeah, but this would be very good for black.
But even this is quite drawish, I guess. I mean, how do you crash through? I don't
Well,
know.
if you manage to take the pawn on E3, then you push
How?
pawn.
How? But listen, we go back, and I have a feeling this is not very accurate. A couple of moves back before we play B7, I might play just C5, C6.
Oh, there are some moves.
I think this is going to be a draw. I mean, black has to force perpetual check. As much as you respect the queen, I respect 2 bishops and pass pawns.
Yeah, this is we see the live board of the from the playing goal.
Maybe white is playing this for the win.
Yeah.
Can I play this for the win? I mean, seriously. So I escape from perpetual check. And I run it to the queen side and then push forward those queens and pawns. C5, B6, B7. Why not? I mean, can I not play for the win if I'm missing a queen? Sure, I can. This should be perpetual. Should be perpetual somehow. Okay, there's by the way, suggestion from the chat. Mabuse4 says, please have a peek in the Greece-Ukraine match. Apparently,
yes, we were following. Yeah, we were following this game. You remember, it's the one with the 9 versus bishop. We were following a few moves before when still there were many pawns on the board. Yeah, I'm trying to find the right moment. Yeah, very few moves. Yeah, this was the position. And then what happened was the move d7, which is very strange. You're giving your strongest pawn. And probably this is what White did wrong, because then the current position...
That is not right at all. I don't understand it. I mean, I understand that if you go back to this position, why d6? Because the pawn on b7 is so weak. I felt that this king e4, king e5, he needed to work out. He needed to work out the details. Like, okay, maybe not king e4, but bishop e6 and king e4, king e5, king g5. This is a technical position. D7 is just wrong. You know, I don't know. I don't like it at all.
Question mark to the move d7. We have another results for this team event, and we see that board 2-1 was a victory for Greece. And so probably this means that after lots of fight, you know, at the end, this is another 2-2 with 2 draws and 2 decisive results.
Just a second. Do you see that technically White is a rook up? Can you show a couple of last moves? I mean, just out of curiosity, maybe this was a brilliancy.
No.
Oh, there was a rook sacrifice. There was a rook sacrifice. Okay.
Rook f4.
Yeah.
Oh, what is happening if pawn take f4?
I guess queen f4. The rook on b8 is under attack somehow.
Oh, you're threatening the rook and the mate.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay, so after rook f4, rook f1. Rook e5 attacking the queen. Queen moves away. Rook f3. Rook e1. Rook ef5 not exchanging anything. Rook e2. And now Arthur's boom. Rook h3. H-take, check, king h2, and queen to a1.
Beautiful.
Threatening mate.
So it was a sacrifice.
Yeah, that was really, really, really nice. So I think it's time to, you know, to jump through the games that still didn't finish. We have lots of Grandmaster that we didn't even mention. We didn't even see what was going on. So we should have a look at those games as well. So for example, we didn't see at all Israel, the match, Israel versus Azerbaijan. Should also check Mamedra if he's still playing, if he's still... Well, actually, this game finished the moment we were speaking. Black won here.
So Team Azerbaijan is gonna take the victory over Israel, which is quite understandable. But look at that, Borushovsky is holding, and he's actually a bit surprising choice by Team Israel on top board, but he's holding the top board against the super GMs. He played a draw against Fabi Caruana a couple of rounds ago. Now he held the Shahryar, the mighty Azerbaijani grandmaster, to draw with the black. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, let's go back to K-Ware. I want to see what is if there is any update. As you predicted, there are just lots of checks going on. Black is not allowing the pawn on b5 to push any step forward, because of course that would be dangerous.
No, this already looks like a forced draw. Unless Black is ambitious, he's thinking about to push forward a pawn. Maybe he can do it. Couple of moves like pretend I'm the one trying to do something, but b6, b7 is incoming anyway. No, this is going to be a draw. It looks exciting, but I don't see this finishing any other way.
Another game that we checked and then we didn't see what was happening was the game of Shiro versus Yumabaya from Kazakhstan. This is the current position. Opposite color bishop plus rooks.
Shirov is suffering. That is clear. I mean, how do you even avoid some nasty threats like rook f1 check? I mean, rook whatever, d5, f5, rook f1. So Black is seriously pressing here. I don't see a clear draw. I mean, I see the bar, of course. Yes, nice draw. But the bishop on d2 is stuck. It's guarding the d1 square. And maybe after any rook d5, rook f5, Black has bishop f4. But let's move it a couple of moves. Let's say rook d5. Let's say c7. And if I play something like rook f5, maybe your point is after bishop f4. I wanted to play h4, h3. White is also with his own ideas like rook b3.
Yeah, rook b3, rook
or rook
d3.
d3. Yeah. Yeah, and now that this threat is so strong, I guess, yeah, it's just not working. So rook f4, g takes h3. I mean, it looks fun, but I could even sacrifice the rook on h3 if I have to, and just take the last
should
pawn
be
on
a
h3.
draw.
No, it's a draw, but Sheriff has to be careful, a little bit careful here.
Yeah, I mean, cannot you play something like even f5, then rook h4, then you
Why you take the pawn on c7, just h3, no? There was rook b8 check. Okay. No, it's just a sample line. This pawn on e2 feels quite strong. So one check, white misses, white is in trouble. But apparently there's just no way.
Okay, I think why don't we go to the ladies? Let's see if there is any games going on. So Arika made a draw here. The pawns are just both pawns are too dangerous. And actually there was a repetition, no? There was check, and this is how the game ended.
That's not the end game where the black pawn was in a2, right? This is a different game.
No, this was the end game where black sacrificed the pawn to activate the rook.
Yeah, that one. Yep.
This one.
Very nice technique. Well played.
And this is the end game of Tanya. The pawn didn't even advance, and we have the same situation that you predicted, where the pawn is just getting pushed, supported by the king. And yeah, basically black has nothing to do. This rook here is also doing such a good job protecting the pawn, taking under control the pawn on a4, and yeah, the rest is just done by the pawn on b6 and the king on a5.
Maybe some final tricks like, who is the move here? Black, right?
Here's back to move. 22 seconds, by the way.
What?
22 seconds.
22 seconds. Oh, wow. There's another time trouble. Yeah. Time runs out sooner or later. I was thinking something like rook b3, but after rook a4, take the pawn on g3, the b pawn for white advances. So it's gonna. Oh, wait, just a second. Let's continue this line.
Okay, let's go.
King f6. It was black to move, and he had to play king f6. Okay, then it's very bad. Because if I had to play here rook b3, if I was to move rook b3, rook a4, yeah, some random move, exactly. Rook a4, rook g3, b7, rook g8. And so you have some ideas, right? You have the f pawn. Maybe it's losing anyway after king b6, but you know, you have your own f pawn, and you need to. Yeah, but white is the move, so it quite doesn't work.
Yeah, okay. King is on f6. Well, actually, the move king f6 just happened, so maybe before king f6.
He wants to do this, obviously, but it's not going to happen. White is winning.
Yeah, white is winning. I think we're about to see an handshake.
There's a fair chance, and I think also for her opponent, this would mean the first loss because we talked about Olvia Fatalieva.
Arthurs, there is another crazy game, and is Maria Mutsichuk against Robert Celine. Here we have, for black has a queen and 2 pawns, instead white has got 4 pawns, a rook and a bishop. And look at the time; they are both in less than 1 minute. 26.5 seconds for Maria Mutsichuk.
I can't even understand which pawn is moving where.
It's white move, and the pawns are going towards this side, I guess. Instead, the pawns are going towards this other side. But that was a good point. 8 seconds, 6 seconds for Maria Mutsichuk. This is getting tense.
Rook takes an f2. We saw it being played. What's going on here?
Okay, rook take f2 is exactly what happened, and the pawn on f7 also was taken. Yeah, let's go back a few moves to see how this happened. Let's go at move. Oh wow, this is still crazy.
The bishop on h8 counted together. Let's take even more couple of moves before. Just a second. What is this? Okay, this looks pretty normal, or more or less, right?
More or less, let's say.
Okay.
I mean, I want to see if there is a point where, where the queen were on the board. Yeah, this is what I want to see. So white was clearly attacking, and here there was a queen sacrifice, and then here we are.
Nice. Very nice, yeah. So king h8, bishop g7 was the idea, right? So black had no choice. So this is how they got there. And now you fast forward a bit forward.
Just sorry, I want to show the checkmate because it's not always so obvious. So if king h8, bishop here, king g8, and now we take on f6, and there is no checkmate, but we win the queen back.
Right. And how did they get to this crazy position with the bishop on h8?
Well, let's see what happens. Pawn was under attack, and now the bishop needs to protect the pawn on f6. The rook are going to farm some pawns. Wow, the knight is there. Oops. Oh, sorry. The game is getting some moves.
That's when they refresh the board. Just a couple of moves before. The bishop on h8.
Yeah, let's go back here. We saw this, and then.
Wow, that was very passive suddenly. Okay.
Whoa, bishop on h8. What are you?
All right.
What is the idea?
The idea is to f7, I guess, at some point. I don't know. Don't ask me. Maybe rook g7. Okay, fast forward.
Okay, e3 check and f7, which seems to be, according to the evaluation bar, seems to be a blunder. This is insane, by the way.
Very normal. Okay.
Oh my god,
that's crazy. Look at the king. That's a hero king.
So this is the current position, and
black is winning. King e3, f3, the queen, the pawn, the king. They're going to do the job. White's queens and pawns don't matter. A pawn, B pawn don't matter at all.
Oh my god, nobody
this
cares
could be a
about
big
it.
upset. I mean, Team Ukraine is winning, obviously, against Netherlands, but Maria Mozarchuk was definitely not looking towards to lose this game with the white color.
Yeah, by far not. Look at this. It's incredible that it seems like, from a material point of view, white is doing all right. But as you said, A, B pawn don't count at all.
Right. So maybe let's say we try to move a couple of pieces here. Let's say king g1. There should be somehow mate. King g1, and I want to play king e3. I want to use the king, and then somehow combine with f3. You look at white's pieces; they're just not helping each other, right? So queen g3 is a big threat. f3, queen g3 is a big threat. Somehow they should be winning. a4, yeah. Let's say a4, f3.
Oh yeah, this is just mate. Yeah, so there is a big threat here. Queen g3, of course.
Yeah.
You need to prevent in some ways. Can you do an Eric Rosen stalemate trap? No, not really.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, to go on h1, you know, the famous Rosen trap is when you go.
And then you quietly remove all of your pieces. All of your pieces quietly remove the pawns, the bishop, the g pawn, because king h1, queen f2 would be a stalemate if nothing else is on the board.
Oh, f3 is happening.
That
so
makes
again,
sense.
Again, the idea of, you know, queen g4, queen g3, king e3. Those are strong. Okay, bishop c3. This is.
I guess the idea is to play bishop e1 to protect the rook on f2.
But wait, isn't there a way that white can hold here? Because if the white pawn starts to be pushed, like for example, okay, now what if okay, now the king protected the pawn on f3, which is good.
Right.
Because I mean, if the queen is going then to capture the pawn, then f3 would be unprotected. But now that the king protected the pawn, it seems all right.
No, it's not so easy anymore, right? Because now white managed to put the bishop back in defense. So I think black's idea after king e4 is to snatch the pawn on g5 so that she doesn't have to worry about it.
Yep.
Maybe Mozarchuk is not losing this after all. Anyway, a crazy up and down game. Very exciting to see games like that happen. I mean, did you see this king going as far as e2, d3, all the way around and not being checkmated?
No, incredible. Nice. Let's go back to the open and let's see what is going on in the game of Shankland versus Anish.
All right. So
did g6 happen? Look at this. Arthur,
Yes.
your idea of G6 eventually is on the board. Just
He has
black.
to do it, but with more time. I mean, look at how much time he has. He has only 3 minutes on the clock. This is not where you want to be. Not the most, not the best time management from a black's perspective. Can I play now Queen E2, by the way? I want to activate the Queen. Queen E8, obvious idea. What do you do?
Actually,
You
Queen E2 is on the
know,
board.
I start to wonder how is actually Afghanistan going to win this game. I was thinking about the G6, but maybe this is not the right way, and that's why obviously Afghanistan spent so much time. He also couldn't understand it. Which moment, how exactly, where, who. He wants to trade the queens, but how do you do it? Queen
Yeah,
E8.
now he took the pawn on G6. Now there are some checks. The king can go back to G7. And then White
Wait,
has
this
also a
is not
check
winning
on...
anymore, is it?
White has a check on D7 still.
I can always play King F2 to protect my pawn on F3. This game is, dear viewers, extremely important. Of course, all of you see, right? Team USA is leading 2-1 against Armenia in a crazy match. We predicted all 4 games might be decisive. Shankland is doing some magic here, you know?
Yeah, as you can see, there was an incredible victory by Wesley. So in less than 3 hours, he won with an amazing rook sacrifice. And then there was an upset loss by Caruana against Grandmaster Sargsyan that put a balance again in the match. The Mingans pulled out an amazing victory, and so here we are at board 4, decisive game for this match. And Shankland was in a completely lost position, but it seems like he's now fighting to hold this position.
I think we are going to definitely want to be back for this game. And while we are at it, do we have some any other results from other matches, perhaps? This is definitely the central game right now. If USA going to hold it, so maybe let's pull up the results right now from round 7 and check what's happening right now.
Yeah, as you can see, we saw already that India won against India 3. USA and Armenia, we're just looking right now. France versus the Netherlands handed in 2-2. Serbia versus Germany still open, and we saw the game of Kamer against Grandmaster Indiec. And last but not least, Cuba had an upsetting loss against India to a super strong team. Oh, Uzbekistan won 4-0 against Peru. That's incredible. Spain against Kazakhstan is still going on. Shirov is still playing in board 1. Azerbaijan already won against Israel 2-0. Greece against Ukraine ended up in a draw 2-2. And last but not least, we have Brazil versus England with the game still going on. So the result is still, with 2 games actually still going on. So the result
is actually a bit
still
surprising, Alessia. I mean, Brazil being ahead of England. England has a very strong team, very experienced team. Bit surprised to see it happening. Maybe we are going to have a chance at some point, also have a peak. Maybe do it like right now, right? I mean, how they are doing, because we haven't really looked at their games today. And then we're going to jump back to this game, which is of utmost importance, obviously, for the overall rankings.
I'll just show you what was the decisive game. Was the Grandmaster Fear that won against Max Shane and secured the victory that Brazil is currently having against Brazil. Instead, Adams versus Supi, we were looking at this game, actually ended up in a draw by repetition. Look, there was just rook going up and down, pieces moving back and forward, and then ended up in a draw. So what is now still going on is the last 2 board, and we have Grandmaster Owell that is playing against Grandmaster Mkhitaryan. Oh, what is the Zen game? 2 pawns.
So Owell is winning, right? This H pawn. I think it's very easy. King D6. Wait, it's white to move.
It's white to move. So King G4, I think it's obvious, no?
Or King
Rook
F5
H2.
trying to shoulder.
Yeah. Also
King
King
F5.
F5.
King D6, I guess.
And is h7
H7,
possible?
rook H2, king G6, king E7, king G7, rook G2 check.
And then you have f7. And
King F6 and
if
king
king
F7.
h7, I want to show this. You just play king f7, it would be stalemate, but white has still the pawn, and so you have all the time to go on the other side. f5, you have also time to like troll your opponent, and then you give checkmate. That's late. Look, guys, we are going to show you the camera and the footage of the game that Kamer is playing versus. Let's go to pull it out.
Versus Alexander Ingic, right? This is this crazy game, 2 bishops against the queen. And Kamer is still pressing. He's still pressing. He's confident. He's not risking anything. The pawn is on A2. The pawn is on B7. We are going to see more queens on the board.
Yeah, and here we see the live camera from the playing goal, and you can see lots of games has finished already. It seems like the border of Alexander and Vincent is pretty much the only one still remaining. But this game is so exciting with 2 bishops, 2 pawns that are just about to be promoted. The pawn on A2 and the pawn on B7. And for the team competition, this is important. Of course, if white would manage to win this game, the match would end up in a 2-2, so in a draw for the team.
Very important match. Yeah, one of the highest boards, board number 4. And both teams have 10 points. Yeah, they just lost 1 match, so to speak, or 2 draws or 1 match lost. This means one of them, most likely Germany, is going to win this. It is going to catapult them to the very, very top.
Absolutely. I think we should go. I see that there is the live board of the girls. I don't recognize which board this could be.
Might be Vaishali. It looks
Vaishali.
Vaishali. Yeah, I'm not totally sure. It looks like
Yeah, it's the end game with 3. Yeah, it's the end game 4 versus 3, and this is the final position. Oh my god. So let me show where we started. So we started like this, and it was f4 versus 3, and we said that this position is mostly going to end up in a draw. There were many rook moves, but then Vaishali.
I didn't say that. I said this is playable. I said it's playable. Probably.
I said that this should be a draw. It's playable. But mostly.
He's doing it.
Yeah, but look now, the current position. Let's go to the current position. A few moves.
Oh, this reminds me of some famous games, really, from the Rook games. I think there was Gary Kasparov's one of the games, one in games. I don't remember against who, but from a different color. Again, I would have to pull it up from the Dvoretsky's endgame manual.
It's so beautiful that the king just went to the complete other side. And now on f1, the king is doing an amazing job supporting the pawn on e4. Get pushed until he becomes a queen.
So Vaishali shows how it's done. This is how you play the Rook games. Now the promotion of the e-pawn seems to be inevitable. I think we're witnessing the final moment.
Yeah, e3, rook h8, and now I think e2 going to be played. And here we are, rook d1, and the pawn is going to be promoted, and I think that they will shake the hands pretty soon. And this is an incredible upsetting results. Look at the current results, 1.5 to 1.5 between Azerbaijan and India. And this victory by Vaishali means that India is going to win. I saw the handshake. This is the big camera. The team captain of India touching the shoulder of Vaishali, saying, bravo, well done. And that's an important victory for Team India that was leading and is still leading this event.
Huge result. What is it? 7 out of 7, right? I mean, so far, it's absolutely incredible, right? 7 victories in a row. And right, so what do we do now? We probably go back to Dominguez. Not Dominguez, my apologies. Samuel Shankland's game.
You're right, Arthurs, but I think it's time first to get to a breaky.
The final break. And we're
guys, we will know the results of the game between Shankland and Grandmaster. I always struggle to pronounce the name. We will see the results of the game, Shankland versus Ovanisyan, after a short break. Stay tuned. We need to see that.
See you soon.
The host nation, India, also happens to be the top seed in this year's Women's Olympiad. Surprisingly, India has never medaled in this event, but the time to do so is now with their top women's squad. 2011 World Championship finalist Humpy Koneru leads this team. She's the highest rated player in the entire women's event. Because Koneru will be favored in every matchup, Team India's success likely depends on a great result for her on board 1. But India's chances by no means end with Humpy. India has one of the strongest second boards in the event as well, Harika Dronavalli. A 3-time third-place finisher in the Women's World Championship, Dronavalli is likely to be a key contributor to success in Chennai. Vaishali Ramesh Babu is the third board for India and is by far the youngest member of India's top women's team.
Playing board 3, Vaishali takes on a similar responsibility as her brother, Pragnananda, who plays board 3 for India's second open team.
On this team, the fourth board belongs to commentator extraordinaire Tanya Sajdev. In fact, Sajdev has represented her country in every Olympiad since 2008. In 2012, she even won the individual bronze medal for her board. The experienced Bhakti Kulkarni completes the tournament's highest-rated roster.
A medal may be unprecedented, but with a squad this strong, gold is clearly the goal for India's leading women's team.
And here we are, we're back from probably our last break. Here I am, I'm Women FM, Alessia Santeramo, and my co-host is Grandmaster Arthur Snikshans. Here we see a live footage of the game between Muzichuk Marina and Roberts Aline from the Netherlands. This was an insane endgame that is going on the board. Is really insane. But before going back to the Olympiad, let me do a big shout out to the Chess.com Global Championship playing phase that is reaching its conclusion. Catch the finals today at 10 a.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. European time. That's the final chance for titled and untitled players alike to join Fabiano Caruana, Nyan Nepomniachtchi, Hikaru Nakamura, and more in the 64 players knockout phase. It's the Chess.com's biggest prize fund ever, with $1 million up for grabs. Catch all the action here right at Chess.com.
And the top prize, Alessia, is $200,000.
Can we declare me the winner?
Yeah, this is the final charge for everybody. Don't miss it. While we're at it, do we go back to the Shankland's game against
Absolutely. I just want shortly, we are at the game between Muzichuk Maria versus Roberts Aline. We should definitely check this out, what is going on. Give me just...
feeling, that white has built some sort of a fortress. I'm not really sure about that. King f1, king f2, something like this. Looks sort of holdable. By the way, rook h4 might be an idea not to miss. King f1, rook h4. So you need to watch out not to blunder the queen, which is still a draw anyway.
Yeah, because the pawn is wait.
Right. This game is going to continue for a while, so I'm not sure if Shankland's game against Hovhannissian is going to continue because...
Oh my god.
Yes.
The pawn got pushed. So I want to go back a few moves because we were here when he just, he just played the move g6 already, as you mentioned, and then took the pawn. And now he started to push f5, go with the king, f4, and now try to push even g4. And here we have. So now the pawn is about to be pushed even forward. So he sacrificed the pawn, now the material is equal, but the pawn on f4 is just way too dangerous, together with the king exposed on e1.
Right, and I think the idea of g4 is not to give up the pawn just like that, but play king g5 next, activate the king, establish a passed pawn, and of course the big goal in the end is to trade queens. Queen h1, look at that. This I didn't expect. I was expecting king g5. What's the idea? How do you trade queens? I slightly don't understand it. His idea is to play... Yeah,
can you play queen g2, then f3 and start to push the pawn, or will white have some perpetual?
That's the idea. I think so. So let's move it on the board. King e2, queen g2, king d1, f3. Now, doesn't this give white some chances for a draw?
Yeah, that's what you need to calculate, no?
Yeah, there's that.
Well, I didn't mean you need to calculate. Generally, the player you need to call. But Arthur, if you want to calculate, we give you like 30 seconds, and then you need to tell us everything.
Could be pretty tough. I'm not sure I like this, to be honest, this approach, because Black too seriously is pinning his corpse and promoting the f-pawn, which maybe is not going anywhere. I mean, I can always play bishop e1 if I want. Is this really happening, by the way?
Yeah, it's happening that there is a check on g2, and now the king is on c1. So now
king
it's
d1,
black
by the way,
to
you
move.
take king d1, you take the pawn on g4 with the check. So
Yeah,
that's why
that's
king
true.
c1. Yeah, king
So
c1, and
cannot
now
Black just capture the pawn on g4?
that is a safe bet. Now let's say queen g4 and d5. I think white needs to open the position and somehow try to exploit Black's weakened king for perpetual checks. Bishop c3, and then I don't know. Wait, bishop c3, there's queen g1, queen g2 check, and the pawn on d5 is gone as well.
Oh yeah, this is unlucky then. This is then weird.
But I think Samuel needs to go for the queen endgame. That's the only chance. Only chance to go somewhere there and hope that his opponent in the time trouble is going to misplay it. So far, by the way, I think Anish, after the long think, he's found the right technique.
Yeah, he took the pawn on g4. He went for the safe approach here, taking the pawn. And now we'll see. Will d5 happen as you suggested?
Maybe queen e4 is a move. Yeah, by the way, queen e4, centralizing the queen always makes sense. Perhaps d5 is not going anywhere yet.
Yeah, now queen g1, you're not supporting f3. Can you play maybe queen g3? Oh, wait, you're losing the pawn on c6.
Right, queen c6 and d5. Wait a second, this is again becoming not very obvious, is it? So the question to the dear chat, I mean, how do you think Samuel Shankland is going to play? Is he going to hold it? Is he going to do it? Is he going to save the day for Team USA and score a very, very important victory?
Yeah, I would like chat to indicate with 1 if you think that Shankland will win, with 0.5 if you think that Shankland will hold the draw, and with 0 if you think that Ovanesyan will win. Yeah, this is nice.
So,
bishop d2 is on the board. No queen e4. I like your queen e4 suggestion there. Just the queen was very strong, posing problem, avoiding f3 to happen, and attacking c6. Yeah, there are lots of zeros.
That is surprising. Why bishop d2? Because queen e4 made so much sense, pinning the queen, targeting the pawn on c6. Bishop d2 looks a bit passive. Maybe it's still somehow working. I guess I play bishop g5, or maybe.
Yeah, it seems like bishop g5 is the way that you want to go on in order to push. Oh, king g5.
And what if I now play queen e4? There's something mysterious happening here, which I quite don't understand.
Yeah, king g5 is.
How does this f-pawn go forward?
It's mysterious. I agree. Okay, what you said happened. Queen e4, and now Ovanesyan is under 2 minutes. 1 minute 30 seconds on the clock. The evil bar is showing towards equality. I ask again, chat. I saw so many zeros in the chat. Do you still believe that this will be a 0 or a 0.5?
King g5 makes no sense. I mean, it just pins Black's pieces. Why not bishop g5? Again, let's go back and move, right? Why king g5? So let's say bishop g5. You need to push forward that f-pawn, right? So I play bishop g5. And now, whatever you do now, I don't know, queen e4. Now I want to remove the queen somewhere and then give a check.
The problem is that queen takes c6 is coming with check, so maybe this was the fear. And then d5 could also be an option.
Okay, let's go back a move. And instead of bishop g5, obviously queen e4 is a big problem. How do we deal with that? How do we deal with this queen e4 problem? I think I know, Alessia. It's not very obvious. Queen g1 check back. And queen g2. Go back. Yeah, instead of all of this. So here, queen g1 check. King c2. Yeah. And queen g2. What about this? I pin your bishop. This looks very clean. I mean, okay, you still need to you need to calculate queen f5 and be afraid of some perpetual checks. But this looks so much better. I mean, queen f5, bishop g5. There's no perpetual check, is there, right? I'm pinning your bishop. I want to play f3 next somehow. Maybe queen d5. Yeah, queen d5, by the way, is the next move I want to play.
And then you want to exchange the queens.
Yeah, somehow, right? It's a bit strange, right? Because one of the big things that you want to do in endgame is have an active queen, central queen, and queen e4 is apparently the key square.
Yeah, let's go. There are a few moves on the board. We see king g5, queen e4, queen check, king c2, and queen f2. This is the current position. Now the pawn on c6 is hanging.
But this is not the same, Alessia, right? I mean, the queen on e4 is so active for white, right? This is not comparable. I mean, if you had a queen on g4 for black and not a white queen on e4, do you feel the difference, right? Yeah, suddenly white is super active here. By the way, we haven't mentioned there's some upsets in open tournament. Team Kazakhstan, 40th seeded, have beat Spain, number 4. Brazil beat England. Look at that.
Yeah, I mean, Olympiad are so amazing because there is even super strong team can lose against a team that are underdogs. Like Kazakhstan beat Spain 40 versus 4. That's huge, a huge difference in the seed. And Brazil beat England, and also Philippines number 52 tied against Poland. We saw the game that Duda lost in a very convincing way for the opponent. It was impressive. So Olympiad are like this. It's even teams that are on the paper, you're not the favorite, can do so well. Right. In the meantime, in this position, unfortunately for Ovanesian, the pawns are falling one after each other. First the pawn on c6, then the pawn on b5. What are the chances to win here for black? What do you think, Arturs? One is how will be the atmosphere in the Armenian team?
I mean,
Ovanesian is not going to win.
Ovanesian is still fighting, obviously. The game is not over, but Shaklak has made huge progress.
Yeah, I like her chatter. There's that wrote Iron Sam to Shankland. Yeah, he's fighting like a real superhero and try to hold this position.
That's why he's 2700. They're tough to beat. So you get the winning position. I mean, you need to show the technique. Shankland is not going to give it up. And this will have huge implications on the final result, because again, Team USA is leading 2-1 against Armenia. Crazy match, one of the most tensest matches so far, Alessia, right?
Yeah, look at the time also. Just 40 seconds for Ovanesian. It's really few time. And now this seems that white is about to secure the draw with the move bishop take f4.
Where's the draw? Do you see, by the way?
Can you play queen b4 if...
And bishop d4? And king d3. Is that a draw? Queen b4, bishop d4, king d3.
Wait, is queen b4 losing? If this endgame is losing, cannot you oh yeah. Maybe this is just losing.
Wait, is it really losing? Just a second, let's move it. Let's say I play
king f5, king b1.
King
you
b1
want to go
and bishop
towards the
e7.
pawn. Bishop e7.
All right, let's go back to the
let's go to the live position, okay? So bishop take, and there was a check to the king. And so the bishop wasn't captured. Black gave an in-between check, intermezzo, Zwischenzug. How do you call it?
I think this was missed by Sam, but the idea is right. I think it's very practical to sacrifice the bishop, because if imagine yourself in this position, black takes the bishop, so we trade queens. All white needs to do next is b3. That's it. White has black has an extra piece, but the pawns are gone. How do you trade queens? Now Samuel is trying to figure this out. I mean, queen d3 most likely. Queen f4, black is going to keep the queens on the board. And I would say something like king a2. So Samuel is just checking out. He's checking out. Where's the forced draw? Where's the forced draw? Because he clearly understands that this pawn on f4 that black had a couple of moves ago was costing a piece, right? It needed to get rid of.
Yeah, and we see the current position. The tension is visible by the cameras. And I see Sam Shankland checking the time, checking the position, and then making a move.
I think he was just checking, how do I trade queens, trying to figure out. Maybe there's just no way to trade them immediately.
And the move should be on the board. Few moves should be done. We should get an update pretty soon. I see, yes, and there are. As you said, queen d3 has been played, and now queen c6. And Sam is touching his air. And he has the hand prepared, to make a move, but not yet. He's not sure. But there are just 2 minutes. There is no time to second guessing.
It's still tricky, because imagine yourself, he's going to play queen c2. I mean, first, king d1, queen c2, king a2, b3. He might miss a checkmate. I mean, you need to be super careful. You're not missing the checkmate. You obviously see this long diagonal open. So he's going to try to go for this. Very quickly, Alessia, can you show it? King b1, king f4. If I put the king on a2, right, some sort of a move. I'm not sure what.
King c1, then mate. Okay, we have a move. It's exactly king into b1. So probably king f4. I saw from the live from the live camera feeds the king taking the bishop. So we will have king take a4. It's going to happen soon.
Is, right, king f4. If I put the king on a2. And I play b3. Again, you see that the king is extremely weak. So you can miss one check. Like, again, let's put it on the board.
Yes.
Just put the king f4, king a2, and some random move, bishop b5. If white plays b3, you can miss mate.
He's mate on g2.
Yeah, you can miss it. So that's why he's not totally sure. He wants to check it. This is a unique position. I mean, he suspects it's a draw, but you just have to work out the details during the game.
Absolutely. This is the live position. We're about to get an update. The position on the board is still going on. We still don't get an update, but for sure there was a move. I'm trying to understand what was happening there. Oh, b3 happened, as you predicted. So
B3
probably now,
happened.
If this move is good, then the draw is on the way. If you exchange the last pawn, Sam Shankland will secure the draw against Grandmaster Robert Ovanesyan.
We, by the way, have Yasser Servan, Grandmaster, in the chat, our colleague, and he says, why play b3, put the queen on d2, or b4, pass for the king and queen? Hello, Yasser here. Welcome, welcome. Of course, it's very nice to have you here. He was here with us the past week, and he just says, why play b3? b3 is risky.
Hello, Yasser. We all miss you. Chat entirely was missing you today, but we wish you a great time, whatever you're spending it. And b3 is on the board, not necessary according to Yasser.
Right.
But it seems
Yasser
also a
is
possible
watching us from his
choose.
vacation, I guess, right? Drinking a cocktail, enjoying Olympiad.
Do we have a result? Do we have a result? Seems like
Queen b2.
something strange happened on the live board.
No. There's no result. I mean, can't be a result.
Yeah,
Unless
I just see that on the live board something strange, very strange happened. I see Shankland going with the king towards a square that I don't know what happened.
What?
Maybe did a move that he shouldn't have done. There is the arbiter. He made maybe. Oh my god.
He resigned?
Oh my god, what did he do?
What just happened there? Just a second.
Oh my god! He's shaking his hand. And he's signing.
Black wins. What on earth happened there? I mean, this is a bit surprising to understand.
Oh my god. And look, Shankland leaving in full disappointment. Look at this, could be a super decisive upset. I don't know what happened there, but I think he played an illegal move there. He went with the king towards a square where the king couldn't go. He touched the king in this situation. and the king cannot. Oh, in this position, he might have touched the king. The only possible square for the king is to go on c1, but then there is queen c2, king d1, and queen takes b3.
What a
Oh
result.
my God.
How do you can't make this stuff up, right? I mean, this means that Team USA against Armenia is a draw, 2-2. I mean, Shankland already had managed to make the impossible, to just secure the victory like that. I mean, he had everything coming back from a completely lost position. Team USA was already winning the match. Boom, and this happens, some hallucination. I mean, just incredible.
I think that at the end we can say that Yase was right. B3 was not the right move to play. And this is really absolutely incredible. Touching the king here in this
drama in
this moment.
This is just no other words, really. So b3, queen g2. I had a feeling he might miss the checkmate somewhere, but not like this. Touching the king, if that is official. I mean, I would like to get official.
Yeah, I saw the footage where he was touching the king, then he had the king in his hand, and then he moved the hand around. He went back with the king. But of course, Ovanisian said, no, you gotta move the king. And this is the rule. In OTP chess, we are not playing street chess. We are at the Olympiad. And so you gotta move the piece that you're touching. The only square available for the king is c1, and this is running into check on b2, king d1, queen take b3. The queens are going to be exchanged. And look, guys, the pawn is also in the right file, because this promotion square is exactly the one, the same color of the bishop. That's why this is an immediate
something like this, Alessia. Never. I mean, I've seen people flagging and seen people missing. I've never seen in such an important moment just hallucinating things, right? Like, that's a check. Queen h1. So his mind had produced that there was a check on h1. You need to play king c2. And then into his heart, he realized the queen is on g2. Unbelievable. It feels so bad for Samuel.
Yeah, this is unbelievable. Unbelievable.
But congratulations to Armenia. They keep the leadership in the world rankings. What a match.
Unbelievable. Wow, yeah, congratulations. I mean, this exactly as you explained. So probably expected king h1, and the chat was writing, oh, imagine pre-moving, and he was pre-moving the king to c2. And then the queen landed just on g2. And incredible. Wow. Yeah, how devastated must he feel? I agree.
Heartbreaking. It feels heartbreaking. That's how you feel. You feel you let down your team. That's how it feels, but this happens. And of course, the team is going to embrace him. Everybody understands. All of us, we have been in this situation. But again, congratulations for Team Armenia. Securing a draw. This was a crazy match. Started with this crazy blunder by Hrant Melkomyan, who is now redeemed after blundering the game like that very early against Wesley. So at least they got the draw.
Wow, that was impressive. I think we should have a look at the results in the open section. I think that most of the team got to a victory already. Yeah, in the first 5 board, we have a victory by India, a tragic, dramatic draw between Armenia and USA, a draw between France and the Netherlands. Germany beat Serbia 2.5 to 1.5, and Cuba lost against India 3.5 to 0.5. So we should try to see if there is any game going on in the women's section. I think we saw lots of interesting game here. We have still going on. No, not going on. Maria Mutsichuk, the game we were following ended up in a draw. It was a top position for Maria, and she managed to secure the draw there. Can we get the results of the women's section as well? I think that's what we want to see. India beats Azerbaijan 2.5. There is still probably there is still one game going between Poland and Bulgaria. We'll get right there later. Ukraine beat the Netherlands. Georgia beats Romania, and Armenia won against Israel. So Armenia team will be in celebration today, I guess.
Absolutely. I mean, after such a match, and like you already said, Alessia, Poland against Bulgaria, not sorry, Poland, but whichever match it was. They're already updated. Yeah, the match is updated. I thought there's one more game ongoing. It's already finished. Believe we'll have a couple of more games coming up in a moment. All right, let's check. Alessia, your choice. You choose. What do you want?
I mean, we don't have many games going on, but there were some games. Okay, this is a draw already ended. Sometimes the results arrives when you click. So I'm trying to find a game. It's tough. I have to admit.
Let me try to help you. I'm checking the open section.
Okay, this also ended up. Well, for some reason this game is still going on paper, but I think that is an absolutely clear results over here. Yeah, I think it's just a mistake and should be a draw. Here we have another game that seems like still going on. We have a rook can games with 2 pawns in the team of I think Cuba versus Mongolia in the women's section, and also ended up in the draw. It was just a rook can game and just got updated. Let's go back to the open section. Maybe we have some game going still on over there. And
we definitely
maybe
do, but I'm trying to figure out, do we have the top boards at the moment? I don't quite see. Again, there's about 800 games. So we have to a bit scroll.
Yeah, exactly. There are so many games. And I see there might
Maybe
be some
Chess
games.
can help us. Yeah, maybe, dear viewers, you can help us. You see something, your team is playing a very exciting match, some final moment, just let us know. Right? We also gonna try to pull it up for you.
Yeah, I'm afraid that some boards are actually not completely updated. So if we go to down, scroll to down, because I see some mistakes.
Right.
Yeah, I'm fighting to find here a game still going on.
Oh no, this game is also finished. You're right.
All right, so I think we will go in a very short break and then come back for a small update about all the results that are still missing. Guys, don't go anywhere. This is the final moments of the show of the day.
See you soon.
And we are back, guys, because we have a video replay of what happened in the big dramatic end of the team of the day of Sam Shankland on the last board. This was impressive, Arthur. This is also going on there.
His vacation.
Well, here we see.
Oh, King C2, unbelievable. He touched the king immediately.
Do we have a result?
This is what happened.
Yeah, basically, Sam expected to check on h1 and he touched the king immediately. And now the rule of chess is that if you touch the king, you have to move it. And the only available square is king on c1 that leads to a fourth loss after check. The pawn is falling. Here you see one more time, you see Sam Shankland realizing and putting back the king. And that's absolutely incredible.
He clearly, Alessia was expecting queen h1. I mean, oh my goodness. I mean, that's why, of course, you have to check. You have to check the move first. I mean, this is such a nasty trap. I'm not even sure that was intentional by Hovhannisyan, but what a major blunder. Wow. Have you had something like that, Alessia, yourself before? At least something similar like this?
Well, the drama in chess, yes. I once was calculating two moves. There was a piece hanging, and I was calculating, okay, I moved the piece back, and then at the next move, I moved the king, and I just moved the king and left the piece hanging just in one move, and it was dramatic. But this drama is much bigger. I mean, this was the team fighting for the victory of the whole event, and a draw would be a victory for Team US. And so this was an incredible upset result for US. This is a big drama, and I think we will remember this moment.
And Samuel, unfortunately, also will remember it for a long time. Do we check here's the results of the match? So 4 decisive games. I told you, Alessia. I mean, this is crazy. I don't even remember there was a single match, at least at the top boards in the previous rounds, but all boards finished with a victory for either the player, but in the end, it's a shared point between each team.
Absolutely. Let's also have a look at the results. As we announced, India won versus India 3. USA Armenia ended in the super dramatic draw, also draw for France versus the Netherlands. Germany won versus Serbia, and India 2, guided by the legend Gukesh, won against Cuba with nearly the full score.
Here we have the results from board 6-10. You see Uzbekistan scoring a sweep over Peru. That is actually quite rare so late in the rounds. Very impressive. Team Azerbaijan also is climbing back, and also notable upsets. Kazakhstan beating Spain.
Yeah, and the girls, what are they doing? India won against Azerbaijan, securing the lead of the tournament. They won all the rounds up to this point. Also, Georgia won against Romania. Ukraine with a very strong results against the Netherlands. Poland against Bulgaria ending up in a draw. And last but not least, we have Armenia that today is really celebrating because also the women beat Israel today.
Great day for Armenia. And here, among notable results,
yeah, we also have the results from board 6-10, where Kazakhstan beat Vietnam, Greece beat India 2, and we still have one game that we don't have still the results between Czech Republic and Spain, but Czech Republic secured at least a draw. Mongolia beat Cuba, and India 3 beat Switzerland.
Let's check also the schedule of the festival here, because every single day we are coming back the same time. Tomorrow, we are going to be back 11:30 Central European Summer Time or 2:30 a.m. Pacific. Don't miss it. It's going to be, again, me and Alessia back in action tomorrow, like every single day. And then the last day is going to be morning round, but we're going to talk about that later.
Yes, guys, today was super exciting. We won't forget the drama of Sam. But before going there, I need to give you a big shout out to Chess.com Global Championship Play-in Phase. This event is reaching its conclusion. Today at 10 a.m. Pacific and 7 p.m. European time, you can catch the final chance for the title and untitled players to join Fabiano Caruana, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Hikaru Nakamura, and many more top grandmasters in the 64-player knockout phase. This is the Chess.com's biggest prize found ever. $1 million on the line. First place is
$1
200K.
million. I mean, it's just incredible, isn't it?
Yeah, make sure not to lose all the action today at Chess.com. This was a huge pleasure to host the round 7 today with you, Arthur. It was super exciting. We had some moments that we won't forget. I think my 2 favorite moments by far were the victory of Wesley So with this incredible rook sacrifice, followed potentially by a queen sacrifice, and then the dramatic.
Thank you for watching. It was absolutely crazy. Gukesh 7 out of 7. In case you missed it, there was a drama in the final leading match. I mean, there's just no better script for this, Alessia.
Thank you, everybody, for watching. See you tomorrow, and stay tuned for the Chess.com Global Championship.
Namaste, Dosta.